Hey guys, this is Starvati. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-reported human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see third part. What if Harry Potter inherited the throne of darkness and raised at Voldemort's hair? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Kidnapped the night his parents died, Harry Potter is raised by Lord Voldemort as his chosen heir. Trained in forbidden magic and molded for power, Harry grows into something far beyond a weapon. He becomes a ruler in the making. But as the wizarding world trembles, the question remains, will he remain loyal to darkness, or surpass even his master and claim the throne for himself? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The soft crackling of flames could be heard in the silence. Shadows danced on the walls to a song only they could hear. A fat cat slept quietly, its paws flexing as it dreamed. Books littered the tables, their contents no doubt swirling around in some sleeping Gryffindor's mind. Ron's angry voice cut through the silence like a knife into butter. "I don't think I can take it again." He paced back and forth in front of the hearth. The cat's eyes opened at the loud noise before they fluttered shut. "We went after them," Dean said. "We know they're stronger than us." It was reckless. Ron spun around, his face red and contorted in fury. "Are you saying we should do nothing? After everything those bloody junior Death Eaters have done?" Dean reeled back, as though he'd been slapped. "That's not what I said. I just think we should stop fighting like Gryffindors and what?" Ron demanded. "Start fighting like those slimy snakes." "No, we need to fight smart like Ravenclaws," Dean said calmly, "sneakily like Slytherins, together like Hufflepuffs, and bravely like Gryffindors. We've all seen them duel. It's as if they've been training together all their lives." Which they probably have. They know how to work as a team, and play to their strengths. "We attacked them without having a plan. We weren't thinking." "Dean's right," Seamus interjected. "They fight better than any 7th year. If we ever want to beat them in a duel, we need to practice. We can't get bested again. No one in Gryffindor is even talking to us because of it. We'll never make up all those points before the year is over." "Maybe losing to them again was a good thing," Dean said. He continued when he saw Ron's face turn a brighter shade of red. "We haven't exactly been good students since we started here. If we put more focus into our studies, and learn extra spells, we'll have a chance. They deserve to get dropped down 100 notches. We aren't arguing with you about that, Ron. I know they're up to something. But we can't do anything about it as we are." Ron stared at his two best friends. He knew they were right. He wasn't dumb, he just didn't care about school. All he had wanted to be for as long as he could remember was an Auror. He wanted to catch bad guys and fight against those on the dark side. His brother Bill had told him years ago that in order to be an Auror he needed good grades, but he didn't want to put in the work. He'd much rather play Quidditch or wizard's chess. But if studying meant he could send that bastard Riddle, and his band of future Death Eaters to the infirmary, and one day Azkaban, it would be worth it. "I got a book of offensive spells for Christmas," Ron said. At the time he had hated the gift, but now it seemed it would come in handy. "I got some from my mum," Seamus said. "I'll go get them." Ron watched as Seamus ran up the stairs. An image of Harrison crumbling to the ground flashed in his mind and he couldn't stop the grin from forming on his face. Nymphadora could barely keep her eyes open. Dry blood and tears clamped onto her eyelashes like a starfish to a rock. She ket in a breath of air and almost puked at the stench. Urine, blood, and other things she didn't want to think of mixed in the air like death's cologne. Her entire body felt as though she had been dropped from the highest tower thousands of times. She rubbed her arm where the words "blood traitor" were carved into her flesh. The cuts weren't deep, but due to the curse placed on the blade used, she knew they'd be there forever. It had only been a week or two since she had been taken. She wasn't quite sure how long for certain. She hadn't left the dungeons, and there were no windows. She couldn't even use the guard's movements as an estimation. Sometimes a guard would be stationed outside her door for what seemed like an hour, sometimes 10. She was no fool, she knew it was meant to confuse her, to keep her from recognizing time. Nymphadora flinched as she moved her legs. A sob escaped her throat, but no tears came out. Whether from dehydration, or the fact that she had cried enough since she had been taken for 4 lifetimes, but she couldn't cry anymore. No matter what was done to her, no tears fell down her cheeks. Nymphadora tried to stay strong. She was an Auror, she had been trained for every situation. She had been trained to stay calm, and to not allow her captor to mess with her head. No matter what was done, said, or shown to her, she had to stay strong. But Nymphadora found it harder and harder to stay strong. She forced herself to think of her friends and family. She had people who cared whether she lived or died. She had a life, a good and happy life to get back to. But as she looked around the room, and at the awful words carved into her arms, she didn't know if she could ever be happy again. The door opened and she jumped. She mentally told herself to be strong, but the little mental strength she had left crashed down as Rabastan walked into the room. He smirked in amusement, as if they shared a private joke. His dark eyes danced with horrible intent. "Good morning," Rabastan purred. "Did you sleep well?" Nymphadora covered her beasts and Rabastan laughed. The sound made bile rise in her throat. "Why bother with that?" Rabastan asked. "It isn't as if I haven't seen it all before." Rabstan's eyes drank in her body and she began to shake. Images of the previous night assaulted her mind. Rabastan on top of her panting, his hands pulling at her beasts, him shoving himself inside of her without a care to how much it hurt. She subconsciously raised her hand to her right cheek where he had slapped her as she screamed at him to stop. "No!" Nymphadora yelled, shaking her head. She pushed herself against the wall as he walked towards her. "Enough of that," Rabastan snapped. He stalked towards her like a lion to a gazelle. Nymphadora's breathing sped up, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The door slammed open, smacking into the stone wall. Rabastan spun around, his hand reaching for his wand. Nymphadora never thought she'd feel relief to see her deranged aunt. Bellatrix stood in the doorway, a crazed smile danced on her lips. "What is the meaning of this, Bella?" Rabastan demanded. "I come with news from our lord," Bellatrix said. "There's been a change in plans in regards to your little plaything." She sneered at Nymphadora before looking back at Rabastan. "Clean her up, remove all of the dry blood and other unmentionables, but leave her without clothes. Escort her to the main chamber, the Dark Lord will instruct you from there." Nymphadora froze. She had thought being forced to be alone with Rabastan was hell on earth. The thought of being taken to the Dark Lord was too awful to think of. She looked at Rabastan, he didn't look pleased, but he nodded his head stiffly. Bellatrix turned towards Nymphadora and her eyes gleamed with hatred. "One last thing, Rabastan," the Dark Lord said to have her down at noon. Her smile turned deadly. "It's only 9. A low chuckle escaped Rabastan's throat, as Bellatrix spun on her heels and slammed the door closed. As Rabastan slowly turned and peered lasciviously at her, Nymphadora wished, not for the first time, that Bellatrix would have just killed her. Molly Weasley looked out at her yard worriedly, as she sat on the front porch of the burrow. Orange leaves littered the ground around tall oak trees. Overgrown grass hid broken pieces of brooms, and lost toys from gobstones and wizards' chests. Garden gnomes scampered in the bushes, producing a quiet rustling sound. Molly had spent the morning picking apples in the orchard, and now she was going to have a quick lunch before doing the chores. She knew she could have been done already, but with everything on her mind she was moving slow. Her daughter and twins were acting oddly. Percy, Bill, and Charlie had been more distant than usual, and Ron kept getting in trouble at school. To make matters worse, Nymphadora had been taken, and no one knew where she was. Molly had always adored the Metamorpha Gauss, and had cried herself to sleep almost every night since. She couldn't imagine what awful things were being done to her. Molly raised a light green apple to her lips, the fruit scent filling her nose, when the Burrows wards went off. Startled, she jumped up and grabbed her wand from the front pocket of her apron. Her eyes scanned the yard and she froze when her eyes landed on a crumpled form lying on the ground. "Tonks!" Molly screamed, as she scrambled down the rickety wooden steps. "Oh Merlin, no!" she gasped in horror. Nymphadora was lying BPD on her side. Her body clean, but littered with what looked like hundreds of small cuts. The words "blood traitor" carved into her flesh, the skin around it red with infection. Bite marks littered her neck and breasts. Her eyes fluttered open and relief swarmed her eyes upon seeing Molly. "Tell Dumbledore that," Nymphadora croaked. "Don't talk, sweetheart," Molly interrupted. Tears ran down her cheeks, and she tried to keep her voice steady. She quickly summoned a cloak and laid it over Nymphadora. With a flick of her wrist a small white dove appeared, another flick and the Patronus and its message were gone. Molly got on her knees and cradled Nymphadora's head in her lap. She could taste vomit, as the wounds Nymphadora sustained finally hit her. She had imagined torture, but to see those vile words carved into her flesh, and bites marks littering her body, Molly couldn't imagine the horrors she had suffered over the past 2 weeks. Molly stroked her hair as Nymphadora stared blankly up at the sky. Slowly, her eyes fluttered closed, and Molly could hear quiet breaths. She bit back a sob. No one deserved such a thing, especially not the amazing woman lying before her. Images of her brother's dead bodies flashed before her eyes, and she pushed them away. 2 pops filled the air, and Molly looked up to see Dumbledore and Poppy Pomfrey, the Hogwarts nurse. Fury and concern radiated from the headmaster. "Molly," Dumbledore said, "Poppy will need your flow to bring Nymphadora to Hogwarts." Her voice shook as she replied, "Of course, Albus." It was heartbreaking to see such a strong woman lie stiffly, body tense even with muscle relaxation potions coursing through her veins, her eyes wide and alert, fear at their depths. They were hollow as well, dark and dead. Nymphadora's physical wounds were all healed, but Dumbledore knew the emotional ones would never go away. His never had. "I don't want it," Nymphadora pushed Poppy's hand away. A bottle of dreamless sleep glistened in her hand. "I want to go home." Her voice broke on the last word. "My dear," Poppy began gently. "You need to rest for at least 2 weeks. Physically your scars are gone, with the exception of," her voice drew distant as her eyes flickered to the horrid words carved on Nymphadora's arm. She cleared her throat. "You're lucky that the other spells they used on you weren't dark enough to leave scars." Dumbledore knew her words were true. After examining Nymphadora, the only physical wounds she had were cuts, bite marks, and bruises. Nothing that had appeared to been caused by dark magic, her right arm the exception. "She has internal injuries," Poppy attributed that to being beaten. It was odd. The injuries were unlike any usually found on victims of the Death Eaters. Most victims, the ones who weren't killed outright, became unrecognizable. Their bodies covered with scars from dark magic, their faces, what was left of them, bloody. And they never came out of the dungeons alive. Tom let Nymphadora go for a reason. Tom never acted without careful thought, every move he made was part of some larger machination. "Voldemort says hello." That was the first thing Nymphadora had told him after she had regained consciousness. Dumbledore could see the fear in her eyes as she said it, like she too knew something bigger was coming. Dumbledore had turned the words over in his mind again and again. Tom was going to strike. Dumbledore didn't know when or where, but he knew it would be soon. "I want to go home," Nymphadora said again. No emotion coming through. "I want to go home." Poppy looked worriedly at Dumbledore, pity shone in her eyes like a beacon. "You shouldn't be alone at a time like this, Nymphadora," Dumbledore said. "Especially not in these times. I can flow your mother, I know she'd be happy to have you." Nymphadora had been adamant that no one, not even her parents, saw her until she was healed. Nymphadora didn't respond, her eyes glazing over as if in a dream. Dumbledore gently touched her arm. "No!" Nymphadora screamed, her eyes frantically going from left to right. She sat up and pushed herself towards the top of the bed. "You're safe now," Dumbledore said gently. "No one here will hurt you." Nymphadora looked at Dumbledore and she blinked rapidly. The fear in her eyes dimmed as realization hit her. Her countenance filled to one of misery. "One night with my parents," Nymphadora said quietly. She grabbed her right arm and turned her head away, her shoulders slumped. Dumbledore's heart squeezed with pain for her. Only evil could take such a spunky woman, and turn her into less than a shell of her former self. He looked at Poppy, who pursed her lips but nodded. Dumbledore looked at Nymphadora with gentle eyes, before making his way towards his office. He had much to do. "Have you any news regarding the Tonks girl?" Tom asked. "Yes, my lord," Severus replied. "Dumbledore escorted her personally to her parents' home 2 days ago. Myself, along with the Order, were informed today. She will be staying under their care throughout her recovery." Severus spared Bellatrix a glance, a twisted smile played on her lips. She was no doubt thinking about who in the dungeons would feel her wrath next. Severus knew Bellatrix had been furious that the Dark Lord let her niece go even though she knew his plan. She had wanted to kill the girl slowly, but the Dark Lord of course was more interested in breaking her slowly. Break her mind, and she will beg you for death. Bellatrix calmed down after a promise that she could be the one to deliver the spell that killed young Nymphadora. Yes, Tom said. Parents will do anything for their children. Tom looked at a photograph that sat on the corner of his desk. Severus knew it was of Harrison when he was a young boy. Tom tapped his long fingers against his desk. On to other matters. Bellatrix, am I to assume everything is ready? Yes, Bellatrix replied, excitement shining in her eyes. Everything is prepared, I gave the orders myself. Excellent, Tom murmured. I must write to Harrison, he must be prepared. And the others? Bellatrix inquired. Severus knew she was really asking about her children. Harrison will have orders on who to tell, Tom replied. The less who know the better. I will not trust children with a secret such as this. My plan must go according to plan. Of course, my lord, Bellatrix said quickly. For a fleeting moment Severus could have sworn he saw Bellatrix, eyes flash black. I always did love Halloween. Have any of you noticed how odd Weasley and his minions have been acting lately? Daphne asked. As opposed to how normal they usually act. Draco drawled, not bothering to look up from his porridge. I'm serious, Daphne said. I was talking to Anastasia earlier, and she said she saw them in the library. More than once, and they were reading. Harrison looked up from the letter his father had sent him. He folded it and placed in his pocket. That is odd, Harrison mused. I didn't think they even knew where it was, Draco added. They're certainly stupid enough for me to believe they've never stepped foot in there. They haven't tried to antagonize us either, Blaise said. They're up to something, Daphne said. They have to be. Harrison would bet his trust vault that Daphne was right. It had been about 2 weeks since they received their punishment, and they'd been acting strangely almost that entire time. The three ignored them in class, even though it was obvious they wanted to say something. After all, Ronald was awful at hiding his emotions. A few days prior, Draco insulted Ron, and he moved like he was going to reach for his wand when Dean grabbed his arm. A look had passed between them, but Harrison hadn't given it much thought. He had just assumed Dean had wised up, and didn't want to lose any more house points. Gryffindor House still hadn't forgiven them. But if they're up to something, he was going to find out. I'll have a little chat with the resident pranksters, Harrison said. They'll figure it out. You don't want to do it yourself? Blaise asked surprised. There must be something in the pumpkin juice, first the weasel, and now you, Leo said. Harrison's hand settled on the letter in his pocket. I have something more important to take care of. He had to stop himself from frowning as he looked at Blaise. What was his father up to? The darkness was broken up by flashes of light. Spells flew through the air like owls delivering the morning post. Screams of pain, so horrifying they made you want to claw your ears out, echoed around the field. The scent of death hung in the air, and blood flowed like a river down a set of old rickety steps. A man, one who would have been handsome if not for the lines on his face and hollow eyes that jutted out, slashed his arm in a V-shaped pattern. A sickly yellow spell flew through the air, and a woman, her face contorted in fury, deflected it. I've waited 12 long years for this, the man yelled. Spell after spell flew from his wand, faster and more deadly than the ones before. The woman sent spells just as fast, as her hair flew all around her like a halo. No! A blood-curdling scream rang out and the man turned his head slightly to the side. The woman grinned and sent a curse of death his way. The man dodged just in time, the spell blasted a tree to bits. The man threw spells faster and faster, and finally he hit his mark. The woman stumbled back as a jet of purple crashed into her stomach. The man smiled, as the woman grabbed her stomach with one hand and looked up in pure hatred and disbelief. The man's smile quickly vanished. When spells came flying at him from 2 dibbeeps. Suddenly, the scene changed. It was the same place, but now no one was there. Silence echoed louder than any scream. A petite owned girl walked slowly, her eyes scanning her surroundings. It was peaceful and quiet. Too quiet. Suddenly the ground at her feet exploded. She tried to move, but her limbs wouldn't listen to her brain. A pale arm, covered in dried blood, burst through the ground, and latched onto her arm. The girl hissed in pain. The smell of burnt flesh filled her nose and wisps of white smoke rose from her skin. Luna woke with a start. Sweat soaked her entire body, gluing her hair to her neck and face. She fumbled for her wand, and cast a ball of light. She looked down at her arm and froze. A giant handprint was burned into her flesh. Harrison walked into the great hall and barely noticed the thousands of live bats that were flying around the ceiling, nor did he spare the floating pumpkins a glance as he took his usual seat at the Slytherin table. Ever since Luna had barged into his dorm room several nights before to show him the handprint burned into her arm, he hadn't been able to think of much else. As seers were rare, Harrison didn't know if waking up with injuries after a vision was a common occurrence. His father had surprisingly been unhelpful, as he had never heard of it happening before either. Tom said he would look into it, but Harrison wasn't willing to hold his breath. Seers were too rare, and usually too closed off, for there to be any information on the matter. What worried Harrison about the situation was that the handprint had barely faded, even after Severus brewed an extremely potent healing balm. He hoped that even if his father doesn't find any information, that he can think of some way to help Luna. The next vivid vision may cause her more harm, and Harrison had grown to care for Luna too much for him to want that to happen. The vision itself confused Harrison, as Luna said she couldn't make out the people's faces. He decided not to dwell too much on it until they knew more. Harrison forced himself from his thoughts to look up at Umbridge. As usual, the woman wore a garish pink dress with an even pinker shawl that resembled old curtains. She wore a smile on her face that was split between condescending and predatory. As I know you are all aware, today is not only Halloween, but also a day where those of you with permission would normally find yourselves in the charming village of Hogsmeade. Harrison noticed her choice of words and realized that few did, as most of the students still appeared to still be off in their own worlds. However, due to the recent sighting of Sirius Black, it has been deemed unsafe to allow students to venture off of Hogwarts grounds. As one, the entire school looked at Umbridge in varying forms of outrage. "That's rubbish," someone kept yelling over and over again from the Gryffindor table. Even at the Slytherin table, harsh words were being doled out, albeit in hushed tones, for Slytherin ears only. The only ones who didn't appear shocked were Harrison's closest friends. Harrison had known for a few days that Lucius was working to have Hogsmeade privileges revoked. Just not for the reason he was telling Minister Fudge. Harrison wasn't pleased about it, but he understood why his father wanted them to be cancelled for the time being. Umbridge attempted to gain the students' attention. The harsh sound silenced the fuming great hall. While this may seem uncalled for, this decision was made with your best interests in mind. Umbridge smiled in a way that Harrison was sure she meant to be reassuring, but came out disturbingly creepy. When Sirius Black is finally apprehended, and you can be sure that he will be, then Hogsmeade visits will resume. Until then, no one is allowed to leave the Hogwarts grounds for any reason. Umbridge sat down, and the students resumed their complaining. Their reactions were as amusing as I thought they'd be, Leo smirked. Harrison followed Leo's line of sight and saw a cherry-red Ron in a heated discussion with Dean and Seamus. He stole a glance at the Weasley twins and saw that they were speaking animatedly to Lee Jordan. Harrison knew theirs was an act, as he had informed them of the development a few days prior. He made a mental note to commend the twins on their excellent acting skills. 9 a.m. There was a chill in the air, causing Auror Alexander Abbott to cast a warming charm on his red cloak. A crunching sound echoed in his ears as he stepped on fallen leaves. He watched as a red bird landed on a hanging branch above a bench where an older couple sat entertaining a small giggling child. They were some of the few people to be found in the usually bustling village of Hogsmeade. "Tell me again why we have to patrol here," Alexander said. "You know why. Sirius Black was sighted here recently," Auror James Sanders replied. "Besides, there are worse assignments, Auror Abbott. We could have been assigned to Azkaban." "You're right," Alex acquiesced with a grimace. The thought of going near Azkaban made Alexander's stomach churn. "I just thought that when I joined the Auror department I'd be doing something exciting. Not walking around a village that looks like it belongs on the back of a postcard." "The back of a what?" James asked, frowning. "It's a Muggle thing," Alexander said. "It doesn't matter." "Well, just be glad the Hogwarts students aren't here," James said. "They're a right pain. The kids run around like maniacs from all the sugar." He gave Alexander a thoughtful look. "You have a sibling at Hogwarts, don't you?" "Yeah," Alexander smiled. "Hannah, she's a third-year Hufflepuff." James's eyes glazed over wistfully. "To be A blood-curdling scream cut off James's words. The two Aurors looked towards the scream in time to see Wally's pet emporium explode. Glass went flying everywhere, falling to the ground like deadly snowflakes. Alexander jumped into action, his wand falling into his hand. Alexander and James ran towards the now burning building as pops filled the air, and men and women in black robes appeared. Alexander momentarily froze when he saw the bone-white masks of the Death Eaters. "You asked for action," James said with a stony expression. A spell flew from James's wand, but was stopped mere inches from a Death Eater by an invisible shield. James's words pulled Alexander from his shock just in time for him to dodge a bright purple spell that he didn't recognize. More screams filled the autumn air as civilians came running out of various shops. Windows shattered and doors were blown off their hinges. Alexander could see his fellow Aurors trying to stop the Death Eaters from sending their curses at the innocent people who unfortunately had to leave the shops to apparate. Not for the first time, Alexander thought that the anti-apparition spells on the shops were more detrimental than helpful. Alexander threw spell after spell at the Death Eaters, but they were outnumbered 2-1. The sound of spells clashing, people screaming, and someone in the distance crying assaulted his ears. He tried to block out the sounds as he focused on a Death Eater who was walking towards Honeydew Case. Alexander slashed his wand down and thought for sure he would hit the Death Eater unaware until he turned around and cast a shield. The Death Eater moved his wand so fast that Alexander barely had time to dodge. Fast and furiously the Death Eater slashed his wand, and Alexander could barely keep up with the assault. "Protega!" Alexander yelled as a black light barely missed him. One after the other spells came flying towards him and his shield crumbled. Before he could cast another shield he was flung backwards. The air rushed out of his lungs, and he let out a cry of pain when he tried to breathe. He could feel that he broke several ribs, and the way his leg was crooked behind him, that was broken too. Alexander tried to sit up, but he could barely breathe let alone move. He reached for his wand but couldn't see it anywhere. White dots swam in front of Alexander's eyes as his body grew heavy. He could barely make out what was in front of him, but he could see a silhouette walking towards him, the Death Eater who had injured him. He couldn't see beneath the bone-white mask, but he knew that whoever it was underneath the mask was smiling. He could feel it. "Avada Kedavra," a cold voice said. A voice Alexander recognized, but he could barely keep his head up, let alone rack his brain to place it. Alexander knew he couldn't move out of the way. He was going to die, and he knew it. He didn't want to go out scared with his eyes closed, so he did his best to glare at the figure. In his state, the Death Eater appeared larger than life in his black robes that flowed unnaturally, as if they were made of ink that swirled around and around. The mask appeared too white, it was almost blinding to look at. Time seemed to move in slow motion as 20 years of memories flooded into his mind. He didn't want to die. He had a family and his entire life ahead of him. He knew that becoming an Auror was dangerous, and he had accepted that he could die, but he had never thought he'd die lying down. A foot from his face the emerald green light smashed into a stone gargoyle that had appeared in front of him. The stone statue shattered and Alexander instinctively threw his arm in front of his face to block the shards from hitting his face. He hissed in pain as stone shards dug into his arm. He dropped his arm and looked in shock as he saw a man in a gray cloak standing in front of him. The man had appeared out of nowhere. He wanted to say thank you, but he fell backwards. He felt his body going into shock as he stared up at the sky. 10 minutes prior it had been a beautiful blue, but it was now a dull smoky gray. In the distance he heard someone yell, "Mors Mordra." He didn't have to move his head to see the giant skull appear in the sky, a large snake slithering out of its mouth. For the rest of his life Alexander would swear that the snake looked into his soul. The village fell deathly silent. For a moment Alexander wondered if the past 10 minutes had been a dream, and he was in the groggy state between sleep and consciousness. Then loud voices filled the air, some panicked, and others authoritative. The last thing he saw before his eyes fluttered shut was a face that he never believed he'd see. 9 a.m. Sirius Black knew he shouldn't be in Hogsmeade. It was beyond asinine, even for him. Yet, he couldn't help but come to the place that held so many good memories for him. As he walked past Zonko's joke shop, he could hear James Potter's laughter, and for a moment he was 16 again. He could see himself running backwards past Madame Puddifoot's tea shop in an attempt to impress the cute girl who sat behind him in potions. For just a moment, he felt like the person he was before he had spent 12 years in Azkaban. An older couple with an infant walked past him and he pulled his cloak around his face. His stomach rumbled, and he did his best to ignore the hunger cramps that got worse when the smell of warm bread filled the autumn air. He felt in his pocket for the galleon he had found on the ground earlier and began an internal debate on whether or not he could get away with buying a slice of bread without being recognized. "Be smart, old dog," he muttered as he flipped the galleon around with his thin fingers. A loud yell pierced his ears, and he swore. He thought he had been recognized before dozens of pops sounded. Death Eaters appeared and Sirius ducked behind a bench as he fumbled for his wand. "F.K.," he muttered, as he cast a shield and stood up. "Bombarda!" Sirius yelled. The Death Eater he had been aiming for flicked it aside as if it were a mere flea. Sirius hadn't cast any substantial spells in 12 years, so his spells weren't nearly as powerful as before, but he attempted to get the Death Eaters to move back. He saw civilians run out of shops, as glass rained down on them, before disintegrating. He ignored the stench of blood as he jumped over the crumpled body of a man he knew was an Auror because of his red robes. He stumbled as a powerful curse obliterated his shield before managing to move out of the way of a killing curse. Sirius knew that he would have been dead, but thankfully he used to have amazing reflexes, and even though Azkaban had slowed them down he wasn't too slow. His brain was telling him to flee before more Aurors came and he was recognized, but the part of him that had been both an Auror and a member of the Order of the Phoenix wouldn't let him. He ran towards Honeydew after a small group of Death Eaters. 2 went into Honeydew while the 3rd stayed out front. He saw a young-looking Auror approach him. He ignored his aching muscles, that were screaming at him for overtaxing himself, as he moved slowly forward. Sirius saw the Auror fly through the air, and watched as the Death Eater tilted his head to the side while spinning his wand between his fingers. Sirius' eyes narrowed. He recognized those unconscious movements. Rabastan. Sirius saw Rabastan raise his wand and Sirius summoned a nearby stone gargoyle. Avada Kedavra! Rabastan yelled. The stone gargoyle flew in front of the fallen Auror just in time to stop the killing curse. Sirius ran towards the young man as stone shards went flying in every direction. As he ran towards the young Auror, someone yelled, "Mors Mordra," and Rabastan disintegrated, along with the other Death Eaters. Sirius ran towards the fallen Auror, and reached him just as his eyes fluttered shut. "Are you okay?" a gruff voice asked. Alexander's eyes shot open and he looked into the face of Sirius Black. He felt himself stiffen as the haggard man stared worriedly at him. The look of confusion, instead of homicidal rage that he would have expected to see in the face of Sirius Black, confused him. "Are you okay?" Sirius repeated. Alexander swallowed thickly. He could taste blood. "Why, yes." His eyes took in the man's appearance, and he froze upon seeing the gray raggedy cloak that he was wearing. "You saved me." Alexander could barely form the words. Sirius gave him an indecipherable look. It was odd. Alexander thought that he would see nothing in his dark eyes, but there was intelligence and something that looked like a mix of sadness and hope. How there could be anything in Sirius' eyes after 12 years surrounded by Dementors he didn't know. "Over here!" James yelled. Sirius' head shot up, as James and half a dozen other Aurors appeared. 2 of the Aurors stopped dead upon seeing Sirius, and James's pale face turned ghostly white, his color looking eerily similar to the masks of the Death Eaters. "Damn it," Sirius muttered, as he shot to his feet. Alexander didn't know how it happened. All he saw was Sirius shoot to his feet and then crumple to the ground. He looked towards his fellow Aurors and saw Kingsley Shacklebolt standing with his wand, pointing towards where Sirius had stood. A look of angry calm was on the Auror's face. Kingsley walked towards Sirius, and Alexander didn't know why, but he felt panic. Sirius didn't seem at all like the psychopathic mass murderer he thought he would be. James ran over to Alexander and yelled, "We need a healer over here, now." "Wait," Alexander said. He coughed up blood as he tried to sit up. "He saved me." Sirius Black saved me. "What are you talking about?" James asked incredulously. Blood was slowly dripping down the side of James's head, and sweat had caked his blood hair to his forehead. "You must have hit your head. A healer will be here soon. We don't want to move you in case your back was injured." "No," Alexander said more forcefully. "He saved me." Kingsley held up a hand when James attempted to protest. "Sirius Black is a fugitive. I will personally escort him to the Ministry of Magic. There he will be questioned, and we will see exactly what he did here today. Or Shacklebolt, James said. Surely, he should be immediately sent back to Azkaban. Kingsley's face hardened, and in that moment he appeared to have been carved out of onyx. I am to take him to the Ministry of Magic. This order came from Amelia Bones herself. Unless you think you have more authority than the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Of course not, sir, James said quickly. Alexander watched as his partner's cheeks burned red, while Kingsley disappeared with the most wanted man in the wizarding world. He couldn't help but wonder why Sirius Black had saved him. The man was a mass murderer, so why would he care about saving the life of a man he didn't know? 3 p.m. Sirius' eyes snapped open. More than 100 pairs of eyes were staring at him, a large majority of them terrified. Some, he noticed, appeared to have been crying recently. He could hear their hushed voices, and he didn't like what he heard. He was guilty to all of them, and the ones that knew he wasn't guilty would never try to help him. He tried to move his arms, but they were chained to a large black chair. His body ached, and his mouth felt as if he had swallowed a desert. Sirius opened his mouth. He wanted to yell that he was innocent, but no words came out. No matter what he did, no sound would come out of his mouth. Sirius began to panic. He knew he shouldn't have stayed to check on the Auror, but he was so young. The Auror had black hair, and he reminded Sirius of his best friend. Sirius didn't want to leave him until he ensured that the Auror was okay. Now, because of his foolishness, he found himself captured. A part of him was glad. If he was in the Wizengamot they would question him, and he could clear his name, but if they chose not to question him then he'd find himself back in Azkaban. Or worse, he'd receive the key. A part of him wondering how the Wizengamot had been called together so soon, but he heard a familiar voice that tore him from his concentration. Sirius looked towards the voice and paled when he saw Lucius Malfoy. Lucius smiled cruelly at Sirius, and Sirius tugged at the chains that bound his wrists. He looked away in an effort to calm himself down. If Lucius Malfoy had any say, Sirius would receive the Dementor's key, by the day's end. He took a deep breath and looked at the other members, many of whom were trying and failing to take covert glances towards him. He recognized several high-ranking Death Eaters, which did nothing to quell his panic, and began to make his blood boil. A loud banging echoed around the hall, as a woman who he once called a friend banged a gavel. She looked furious, but Sirius had the feeling that anger wasn't directed towards him. In fact, when she looked at him, Sirius would have sworn that her eyes softened. Order in the Wizengamot, Amelia Bones' voice boomed. I have called this emergency session of the Wizengamot too. Amelia's next words were cut off as the large oak doors that led into the chamber were flung open. Cornelius Fudge walked in, a green bowler perched atop his large head. Sirius didn't recognize the large woman wearing a lurid pink dress that followed closely behind him. Madam Bones, Fudge said angrily. What is the meaning of this? He stopped abruptly when his eyes landed on Sirius. This man should be in Azkaban receiving the key. Murmurs of agreement rang out around the hall. Sirius snarled when he saw a smirk appear on the smug face of Lucius Malfoy. Minister Fudge, Amelia said stiffly. Several days ago, it was brought to my attention that Sirius Black was never given a trial 12 years ago. An Auror also admitted to being saved by Sirius Black today during the Hogsmeade attack. Fudge's face was crimson. As this information was brought to my attention, I am required to enter it into my report. As Minister of Magic, you know that reports are public record. Do I need to explain to you how it will make your government look if someone finds out that Sirius Black was denied a trial and when it was brought to our attention he didn't receive one? Because of this, I thought it was pertinent for him to receive a trial. After this morning's attack, the people of Wizarding Britain will feel safer knowing that their government is being proactive. And as you were not Minister of Magic when he was sentenced to Azkaban, none of the blame will fall onto you. Fudge opened his mouth, before his eyes landed on A.B. on sitting in the visitors' gallery. Sirius recognized the woman as a girl he had gone to school with, Rita Skeeter. Why her appearance made Fudge go pale and snap his mouth shut though he didn't know. Sirius' mind was spinning. Someone knew that he didn't get a trial and brought it to Amelia's attention. Who would have done such a thing? If it had been Dumbledore, the man would already be here. Sirius knew now why Amelia looked furious. There was nothing Amelia hated more than those who broke the law, or people being falsely accused. Amelia must have looked into what happened 12 years ago and not liked what she saw. Why was I not informed of this? Fudge demanded as he puffed his chest out. Information of this caliber should have been relayed to me immediately. I didn't want to waste your time on unfounded information, Amelia said placatingly. I was preparing to inform you this morning when I received word that Hogsmeade had been attacked. Sirius had known Amelia when he was an Auror, and he could tell that she was lying, but Fudge didn't seem to notice. If Sirius is found guilty, then the order for him to be key, it will be executed. If not, Sirius Black is not innocent, the women in pink simpered. That is for the Wizengamot to decide, Madam Umbridge, Amelia declared. Umbridge's eyes narrowed. Amelia didn't spare the minister a glance before banging her gavel once more. I have called this emergency session of the Wizengamot to ascertain the guilt or innocence of Sirius Orion Black, in regard to the murder of 12 Muggles on the 31st of October 1991, Amelia said. Sirius Black, do you consent to the use of Veritaserum? Amelia waved her wand, and Sirius knew she was removing the silencing charms that had surrounded him. Yes, Sirius said immediately. Kingsley walked forward and Sirius opened his mouth. 3 drops of Veritaserum fell into his mouth, and his throat tingled. He felt his body go stiff, and his eyes glazed over. We will begin with test questions, Amelia said. Is your name Sirius Orion Black? Yes, he answered. His voice sounded dreamy and far away. To his own ears. Is the 1st of October 1959 your birthday? Amelia asked. Yes, he replied. The drug is working, Amelia said. A tiny woman nodded her head, as she scribbled away on a piece of parchment. Sirius Black, on the 31st of October 1991 did you commit any crimes? No, Sirius said. There were several gasps around the chamber, and Amelia banged her gavel. The thought that Sirius could truly be innocent wasn't one they had considered. Silence, Amelia ordered. On the 31st of October 1991, did you murder any Muggles? Amelia asked. No. On the 31st of October 1991, did you betray James and Lily Potter to the Dark Lord Voldemort? Several witches clutched at their throats at the mention of Voldemort's name. There were gasps, and Fudge went deathly pale. Amelia banged her gavel twice. No. Are you a Death Eater? No. Not possible, Fudge said faintly. Crouch sentenced him to Azkaban. There were witnesses. How? Who? The members of the Wizengamot began talking amongst themselves. The shock was palpable as looks of horror and disbelief were sent towards the man who had spent 12 years in Azkaban as an innocent man. He's innocent. 12 years as an innocent man in Azkaban. The poor dear. How could Crouch sentence him without a trial? Silence, Amelia banged her gavel. Silence. As Veritaserum cannot make a person answer more than yes or no questions, we cannot question Sirius Black further under the potion. Kingsley, administer the antidote. She looked at a pale Fudge. Minister, it seems that Mr. Black is innocent of the charges that had been placed against him. Be that as it may, Umbridge said, he escaped from Azkaban. That in itself is against the law. Amelia's eyes narrowed. Madam Umbridge, no such law exists, as there was never any thought that one could possibly break out of Azkaban. Even if there were, Mr. Black's time served would more than make up for it. Umbridge opened her mouth to speak when she was interrupted. Not now, Dolores, Fudge hissed. Sirius Black, Amelia said. I hereby declare you innocent of all charges. You will be taken to St. Mungo's to undergo a psychiatric evaluation and then you will be free to go. I know that nothing I, nor anyone, can say will make up for what must have been 12 horrendously difficult years in Azkaban. However, you can be sure that I will look deeply into your case, and you will be compensated for your pain and suffering. Amelia cleared her throat. While you did not kill those Muggles 12 years ago or betray the Potters, someone did. Serious eyes snapped to Amelia's. I have many questions, all of which can be asked after your evaluation. Thank you, Sirius said faintly. I now declare this session of the Wizengamot over. Amelia banged her gavel. Sirius was numb. He was out of Azkaban. He was declared an innocent man. He was going to get to see Remus again. He felt the chains around his wrists loosen, and barely registered when someone helped him to stand. Amelia was going to question him about the rat. He wanted to yell his name out loud now, so that they could go and arrest him, but something was holding him back. There were Death Eaters in the room. He needed to play this smart. He could barely think straight at the moment. He needed sleep and food before he could decide the best course of action. Rash thinking is what got him into this predicament in the first place. He wouldn't make that mistake again. He was being led from the room when it fell silent. He looked up and stared straight into the eyes of Albus Dumbledore. "Can you believe that McGonagall wants me to pair up with that nitwit?" Cass complained. "Unbelievable," Harrison replied absent-mindedly. "Harrison, are you even?" Cass began, but she was interrupted by the sound of low whistles and wings batting against the wind. "For the love of Merlin," Cass breathed. Harrison followed Cass' line of sight, then looked around the great hall and had to contain his amusement at the bemused expressions on the faces of everyone. In the morning, dozens of owls usually flew into the great hall to dispense mail from the families of students, and copies of the Daily Prophet to the professors and the students who chose to subscribe, which was normally only those in the higher years. However, that morning hundreds of owls flew into the great hall, each one clutching that morning's edition of the Daily Prophet. Thump after thump echoed around the great hall as an issue of the Daily Prophet landed in front of every student and professor. "Brilliant," Daphne said under her breath. Harrison felt he couldn't agree more. He looked down at that morning's Daily Prophet and decided then and there that he was going to buy Rita Skeeter something for Christmas. Under a picture of an emaciated Sirius Black next to one of Dumbledore, whose eyes failed to contain their usual sparkle, was the headline, "Sirius Black declared innocent of all charges, Dumbledore guilty." "You knew about this?" Cass accused, her eyes narrowed. "Of course," Harrison admitted shamelessly. "Father told me to expect an interesting front page in the morning, and that he would ensure everyone at Hogwarts would see it." "This is perfect," Daphne said. "Dumbledore looks the fool." "Look at McGonagall," Leo whispered. "Forget McGonagall, look at Hagrid," Draco said. Harrison looked up at the professor's table. Hagrid was shaking his head in denial, and McGonagall's lips were thinner than Harrison could ever recall seeing. His eyes landed on Snape, whose face was frozen with the most hateful expression Harrison had ever seen. Harrison knew that Snape had a less than cordial relationship with Sirius Black, and he was sure the man was anything but happy that Sirius was now a free man. Harrison found the entire situation to be amusing. He did not care about Sirius Black at all, and he had only heard stories that made the man out to be an immature child. Yet he knew that his father had reservations about the man. Sirius wasn't the heir to the Black fortune, that had all gone to Regulus, but he still had access to his sizable trust vault. Everyone knew that Black trust vaults contained more money than most upper-class families had in total. Now that he was a free man, Sirius would have access to enough money to ensure that the Order of the Phoenix would have everything they needed to fight in the war. It didn't seem like much in the grand scheme of things, but Harrison knew differently. For now though, he would watch how events began to unfold. Could it be that Albus Dumbledore, supposed champion for justice, is more corrupt than those who put Sirius Black behind Dementor-guarded bars? Leo read with relish. "This article is definitely one of Rita's best," Daphne said. "I couldn't agree more," Harrison said, as he tossed his issue of the Daily Prophet aside. "And it would appear that our fellow students feel the same." Harrison watched as the great hall descended into whispers. Students at the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables were whispering furiously with one another, and several were talking animatedly with their neighbors. Many of the students at the Ravenclaw table appeared to be reading the article more than once. The students at the Slytherin table appeared unconcerned, but Harrison knew most of them well enough to see the glee and disgust in their eyes. Harrison knew that the article would come as a shock to most, especially the purebloods, as they had all grown up hearing horrible tales about Sirius Black. That the supposed madman was innocent was no doubt a shock to them. However, what Harrison assumed was the biggest shock was that Rita Skeeter had dropped hints throughout the article that Dumbledore had failed his former student by allowing Barty Crouch Sr. to sentence Sirius Black to Azkaban without a trial. As Chief Warlock, Dumbledore should have, and could have, forced there to be a trial for Sirius. That Sirius Black, a pureblood, had not been given a trial was enough to infuriate even those whose families supported Voldemort. Harrison knew that it wouldn't be enough to sway those who were firmly rooted on Dumbledore's side, but it would cause those who were neutral to think. "Do you think Dumbledore knew that the Prophet would print something like this?" Pansy asked. He always shows up for breakfast, and he isn't here this morning. I have no doubt, Leo said. The man is a fool, but he isn't a stupid one. Leo stood up and slung his bag over his shoulder. I don't know about the rest of you, but I can't wait to get to class. Excuse me? Cass asked incredulously. Weasley and his little friends are in our first period, Leo said. Enough said, Draco smirked. Harrison's lips twitched as he followed his friends out of the Great Hall. First period potions would prove to be very interesting. Say something, Sirius said. Even after dozens of healing potions his voice was still weak, and according to the numerous healers who had seen him in the past 24 hours it would continue to be for a few more days. I can't stand the silence. I'm sorry, Remus said sadly. He looked imploringly at Sirius, as if begging him to believe his next words. I never should have believed that you had betrayed James and Lily. You and James were always like brothers. His voice cracked on his last sentence. We all were, Sirius said tonelessly. A pained look filled Remus' eyes and the wrinkles around his eyes became more prominent. Sirius sighed and ran a withered hand down his face. It isn't your fault, Remus, Sirius said. You have nothing to be sorry for. James and I thought that you were, he trailed off. That I was the traitor, Remus said. There was no trace of bitterness in his voice, only acceptance. That tone made Sirius feel even more guilty than he already did. Yeah, Sirius said. We were all wrong. We know that now. Let's just forget about it. You're my best friend, Remus. Remus, Amber eyes filled with tears. How can you ever forgive me? Because of me you spent 12 years in hell. No, Sirius said fiercely. Remus looked taken aback. Because of that traitorous rat I spent 12 years in hell. He shuddered at the thought. It was war. We all believed things that we shouldn't have. I wish I could take it all back. I wish James and I had trusted you instead of that rat. I wish I would have arrived at Godric's Hollow sooner, maybe I could have saved H. Sirius' voice died in his throat. Sirius had thought of many things during his time in Azkaban. He did nothing but think, and the one thing he had thought of the most had been his godson. Sirius would close his eyes and images of Harry smiling would flash in his mind, taunting him every day. Not a day went by that he didn't see Harry's messy black hair and emerald green eyes, the perfect blend of James and Lily. He had hated himself for 12 years for causing James and Lily's deaths, but Harry's death is the one that had hit him the hardest. He had only been a year old. Innocent, beautiful, and the light of Sirius' mostly dark life. Remus' eyes had darkened, and Sirius could see a shadow of the wolf that lurked within him. You could not have stopped him, Sirius, Remus said. Had you arrived earlier, the only thing that would have happened differently is that Voldemort would have killed you as well. The room descended into silence, and a minute passed that felt like eternity. Sirius clenched his hands into fists. He couldn't stand the silence. Sirius had lived in virtual silence for the past 12 years. The only time the silence had been broken was when one of the inmates would scream out in pain or despair. Disturbingly, Sirius had come to like the screams. The tortured sounds reminded him that he wasn't alone in that hell. Sirius hated himself for that. Sirius looked at Remus and saw something akin to realization flash in his eyes. Where are you going to stay? Remus asked. Sirius grimaced. I'm not sure what properties are in my name besides Grimmauld Place. Until I can visit Gringotts, I'm going to have to stay there. You can stay at a hotel, Remus suggested. Sirius knew his best friend was aware of how much he hated his childhood house. Sirius offered a strained smile. The press is going to have a field day with me. Grimmauld Place may be hell on earth, but at least it's secure. He frowned. Where are you staying, Remus? Remus, cheeks tinged pink. Hogwarts. Hog. Sirius' eyes widened in realization. Are you a professor? A hint of incredulity in his tone. Yes, Remus answered. Sirius burst into laughter. Remus, lips curved into a smile, it was both relieved and amused. I am glad to see you find that so amusing, Remus said wryly. I'm sorry, Sirius said, sounding anything but sorry. It's just hard to imagine the boy I used to sneak out of Hogwarts and into Hogsmeade with is now a professor, enforcing the rules and assigning homework. Well, I can actually believe the homework bit. Sirius, Remus said with mock sternness. Sirius' laughter doubled and he was soon joined by Remus. For a second it seemed as if no time at all had passed. Then the realization of where he was hit him and Sirius stopped laughing, and Remus, laughter faded until only a small smile remained on his lips. "I'm sorry," Sirius said. "I don't know why I found that so funny." Sirius looked at Remus seriously. "I am happy for you, Remus. You deserve to have a good job." Remus smiled. "Thank you, Sirius. Am I interrupting?" Sirius looked at the entrance and saw Dumbledore standing just inside the door. He looked as if he hadn't slept in days. "Albus," Sirius said civilly. "Remus and I were just catching up." Sirius had read that morning's Daily Prophet. He had noticed the not-so-subtle hints that Rita Skeeter had dropped in regard to Dumbledore not forcing the Ministry to grant Sirius a trial. Sirius wanted to hate Dumbledore for what he knew was true, but he also knew that Dumbledore had been told by James and Lily that he, Sirius, had been the secret keeper. Sirius knew that logically he shouldn't blame Dumbledore because of that. After all, Dumbledore had always been one of Sirius' biggest advocates. There had been those that had said Sirius was as black as his name, but Dumbledore had always supported him. Or he had, before that night. Yet a part of him was furious that Dumbledore hadn't at least asked Sirius if he had betrayed James and Lily. After years of loyalty to him and the Order, Sirius felt that he had at least deserved that much. But he pushed that small amount of fury down. He felt too weak to get into a screaming match with his old headmaster, and he needed time to think. "Good, good," Dumbledore said genially. "The healers tell me that you can go home in a few days." "Yeah," Sirius said. "Once my vitals are fully stabilized." "Good, good," Dumbledore said. Sirius could feel Dumbledore's blue eyes searching him. He didn't feel like forcing a smile, so he stared impassively back at the older man until Dumbledore smiled. "Well, my boy, I am glad to see that you are looking better. I will continue to check your progress." "Thank you," Sirius said. "Of course, my boy," Dumbledore smiled. "Remus, I will see you at dinner." "Good afternoon, Headmaster," Remus said kindly. Sirius watched as Dumbledore's purple robe slid across the gray marble floor and out of the door. Sirius couldn't help but feel that life as a free man wouldn't be as easy as he had thought it would be. Severus wanted to slaughter every person in the room, his cover be damned. The past half an hour had consisted of his fellow professors spewing different variations of, "How awful, 12 years in Azkaban as an innocent man," and, "I can't believe the nerve of Rita Skeeter." The only reason he was still in the professor's lounge was because he hoped one of his fellow professors would let something important slip. However, he knew the chances of that happening were about as high as him giving Ronald Weasley an O. "What do you think, Severus?" Trelawney asked. As usual, her voice came out in a forced tone that sounded as if she was trying to yell and whisper at the same time. Severus knew the woman thought she sounded mystical, but the sound grated on his ears. Severus stared coolly at the annoying woman. Dozens of gold bangles glittered from her thin wrists, and her large spectacles made her eyes an unnerving sight. Severus wanted to tell the woman that if he had it his way, Sirius Black would have received the key, when he had been captured 12 years ago. There was no one on Earth that Severus hated as much as Sirius Black. From the moment Severus had stepped foot on the Hogwarts Express, Sirius had made it his mission in life to make Severus' life hell. Severus had always known that Sirius was innocent. Sirius had been as loyal to James Potter as Severus was to the Dark Lord. In fact, knowing that Sirius was innocent was the icing on the cake to the man being locked in Azkaban. Severus couldn't think of a worse place to be than Azkaban, and there was no worse scenario than being locked up there as an innocent man. It was a fate that Sirius deserved more than anyone. Instead, Severus stared impassively at the divination professor. "I care not one way or the other," Severus said. "Severus," McGonagall said. She looked at Severus as if he had just pushed an old woman in front of the night bus. "Severus," Dumbledore said disappointedly. "You and Sirius had your differences, yes, but he was innocent. Surely you cannot truly believe that an innocent man deserves Azkaban." Severus could see Remus watching him carefully out of the corner of his eye. Severus wanted to say something to make the man snap, to make the wolf come to the surface, but he clenched his jaw. "You cannot blame him, Headmaster," Umbridge simpered. Severus' jaw clenched further. He didn't care that the woman worked for the Dark Lord, he found her to be more insufferable than Trelawney. "We all thought that Sirius Black was guilty. One cannot be expected to change their opinion overnight." She let out a childish sort of giggle and Severus saw Remus cringe. "Of course not, Dolores," Dumbledore said. He peered at Severus over his half-moon spectacles. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I think we have all had enough talk for one evening. Feel free to retire to your chambers. Severus stood up to leave, but Dumbledore looked pointedly at him. Severus, Dumbledore said over the clatter of chairs moving. A word, my boy. Severus' lips turned down at the nickname. He stood still as a statue while the other professors walked out. He stared blankly at Dumbledore as he peered up at him. If you don't mind, Headmaster, I'm quite tired after the day's events, Severus said. Of course, Dumbledore said. I merely wanted to make sure you weren't going to go off and do anything foolhardy. Severus' eyes narrowed. I know that you blame Sirius for Lily's death and… If that is all, Severus said sharply. He looked away as Dumbledore stared sadly at him. Severus thought that it was just like Dumbledore to think that his hatred towards Sirius was because of Lily. Yes, Severus had loved Lily, but that was years ago. He knew that a romantic relationship would never have worked out between the two of them, they were far too different. However, he did still care for her as a friend, and her death haunted him, but his hatred for Sirius Black had begun years before Lily's death. From the moment he had laid eyes on Sirius, Severus had known that the Black Heir would bring nothing but misery into his life. Severus wanted to go out and find Sirius, then slice his chest open with a well-placed cutter. He wouldn't want it to kill Sirius instantly, merely injure him enough that he would slowly bleed out. Unfortunately, the Dark Lord wanted Sirius alive. Severus didn't know why. The Dark Lord was playing this one close to his chest, but Severus had to follow his orders. Although, that wouldn't stop him from fantasizing about it. Good night, Severus, Dumbledore said, his tone resigned. Headmaster, Severus said in a clipped tone. Severus brushed past Dumbledore, flung the old wooden door open, and strode briskly into the hall. Are you sure that you want this, Sirius? Remus asked. Sirius pretended not to hear the concern in his friend's voice. It's fine, Sirius said. The Order of the Phoenix needs a headquarters. He threw a small leather pouch with a faded green snake imposed in the center against the wall, and it bounced off and landed on a large pile. Besides, Mother and Father will be rolling in their graves with all their so-called enemies running about the house. He blew the dust off of a snake skin-covered book. Besides, it's going to be Christmas in a week, and it will be nice to have people here. Sirius didn't want to tell Remus that the real reason he had offered Grimmauld Place to Dumbledore for the Order headquarters was because he wanted to be kept in the loop. It had been over a month since he had been released from St. Mungo's, and he had been virtually kept in the dark. Dumbledore had been giving him vague answers and telling him that he would learn more once he was better, but Sirius was better and Dumbledore was still holding out on him. He knew that the only way to ensure that he was kept in the loop would be to have members of the Order constantly reporting their findings and plans around him. Sirius also knew that Dumbledore was hiding something from him, and he was going to find out what it was. If you're sure, Remus acquiesced. Remus picked up a tattered old book. We would be able to remove all of the dark objects quicker if Creature were to help us. I don't want that filthy creature's help, Sirius said. Sirius, you really should be nicer to him, Remus said. It isn't his fault that he's gone mad. The poor creature had been locked in this old decrepit house by himself for more than a decade. Sirius barked out a laugh. If he thought this was bad, he should have tried Azkaban. I would have traded places with him in a heartbeat. He added under his breath, not that the smelly little bastard has a heart. Sirius pretended not to see the pitying look that Remus was shooting him. He still had a hard time talking about his time in Azkaban. He had told Remus how lonely and cold it had been, but he couldn't bring himself to tell his best friend more than that. Remus would only worry if he knew that Sirius woke up every morning covered in sweat and screaming. Sirius didn't know how he had yet to lose his voice. It had been bad enough that he had to tell Dumbledore, Remus, and Amelia why he had escaped from Azkaban in the first place. He had dealt with their looks of pity and horror as he told them that he came to the point that he couldn't take it anymore. The cold he felt from the time he woke up in the morning until he passed out each night from exhaustion. That the goop he was fed every day to keep him alive began to taste like blood, and he had realized that it wasn't the food, but that he was clenching his jaw so tight that his teeth were pushing themselves into his gums. He couldn't stand the silence, only broken by screams of pain and agony. The final straw had been when the man in the cell next to him had died, and Sirius heard him take his final shuddering breath. That sound had bore into Sirius' brain and he could hear it when he closed his eyes. He knew he was going to die, but he hadn't wanted it to be in that place. If he was going to die, he was going to feel the sun on his face one last time. Honestly, Sirius hadn't expected to survive his escape. He had been too weak, both mentally and physically. He had planned on escaping from the tower, feeling the sun on his skin, and jumping into the cold water, where he would try to swim to shore, but no doubt drown from exhaustion. Yet surprisingly, he had made it to shore. When he walked out of the water and down the beach he had come across a young boy who had looked so much like Remus, and suddenly he had realized that he had one thing left to live for. So he had found an abandoned house, some muggles had been gone for vacation, and he cleaned himself up, before heading off to Hogsmeade. He didn't know why Hogsmeade, he just felt drawn there. Maybe because some of his happiest memories had come from sneaking into the picturesque village. Telling them those painful memories was enough, he couldn't bear to tell even Remus much more than that. Sirius pulled himself from his thoughts, and tossed aside an old chipped goblet and picked up a locket made of heavy gold with a serpentine S in glittering green stone inlay on the front. He turned it around in his hand and attempted to open the golden clasp, but it wouldn't budge. "This stupid locket," Sirius muttered. "What?" Remus asked, looking up from a dusty book. "Nothing," Sirius said. He tossed the locket into the pile. "Creature." A pop sounded and a tiny creature appeared. Creature had a bulbous, snout-like nose, bloodshot eyes, many folds of skin, and white hair growing out of his bat-like ears. He wore a faded white smock that bore the black family crest over the sole pocket. "The filthy blood traitor called Creature," the house elf said. Creature didn't want to come. Oh no, but Creature must. Oh yes, Creature must. "Shut up," Sirius snapped. "Make yourself useful and throw that junk out." Creature's large eyes followed Sirius' line of sight and his eyes bugged out. "Those items belong to my mistress," Creature screeched. "They belong to my mistress, and they cannot be thrown out." "Your mistress is dead," Sirius said coldly. "Rotting in hell where she belongs." "Sirius!" Remus yelled. Creature made a hissing sound. "Throw them away, Creature," Sirius said. "Now." Creature reluctantly gathered the dark items in his arms, muttering all the while about blood traitors and filth. The house elf paused as he reached to pick up the locket. "Creature, I said now," Sirius said gruffly, his eyes narrowed. "Filthy, blood traitor, embarrassment," Creature muttered as he shoved the locket into his pocket. "Blight on the proud black family tree." "Proud?" Sirius scoffed. "More like the house of delusional sociopaths. How dare Master speak ill of the most noble and ancient house of black," Creature said, several pointed teeth bared. "I can say whatever I please," Sirius said, as he turned his back on the house elf. Creature glared one last time at Sirius before exiting the room, muttering curses under his breath as he went. "Can you at least try to be kind?" Remus asked in exasperation. "Why should I bother?" Sirius asked. "Creature was rude to me my entire life." He looked pointedly at Remus. "And did you forget what he called you this morning?" Remus' eyes flashed. "No, of course I didn't," Remus said. "But you need to be careful, Sirius. House elves have more power than you think." Yeah, Sirius muttered. "Let's just finish up with this room. The Weasleys are arriving in the morning after Molly picks the kids up from the train station." Fred stepped out of the flow and his senses were immediately assaulted with the smell of something damp, dusty, and rotting. He looked around and if he hadn't known he had just entered the headquarters to the Order of the Phoenix he would have thought he had entered an old derelict building. Old-fashioned gas lamps shaped like snakes lined the walls, casting a faint glow over the peeling wallpaper and threadbare carpet. A cobweb-covered chandelier hung from the ceiling, and age-blackened portraits hung crooked on the walls. What appeared to be tiny snakes were etched into the frames, and Fred could have sworn they were moving slightly. Fred absent-mindedly took a step to the right when he heard the flow flare to life and he looked down when he felt his leg bump into something. He looked down and grimaced at an umbrella stand that appeared to have been made from a severed troll's leg. Draco would have a heart attack if he so much as saw pictures of this place. "Merlin's dirty underwear," George muttered. "George," Molly scolded. "Language." "I don't blame you," a deep but raspy voice said. Fred looked up to see a tall and thin man walking down the main staircase. His face was gaunt, although Fred could tell that before Azkaban he had been a handsome man. His silk robes were 3 times too large, and his hair flowed down to his shoulders. I never did like this place, even as a kid. Sirius, Molly said kindly. It's good to see you. Hello, Molly, Sirius said. How are you feeling, dear? Molly asked, as she pulled the man into a hug. Fred noticed Sirius flinch when his mother put her arms around him. As well as can be expected, Sirius said. His answer sounded rehearsed, as if he had been saying the same thing over and over. You look much too thin, Molly chided. While I'm here we'll see about fattening you up. She tapped his cheek, and Sirius gave her a strained smile. Hello, Molly, Fred looked up in surprise at the voice. Remus walked down the staircase, and the Weasley matriarch smiled warmly. Remus, Molly said, so good to see you. Fred and George exchanged glances. They knew that Remus was a member of the Order, but they hadn't expected him to be at Grimmauld Place for the winter holidays. Did you meet everyone, Sirius? Remus asked. Oh, my, Molly said flustered. How silly of me. You haven't met any of the children. Molly reached out. These are my twins, Fred and George. Hello, I'm Fred, George said. And, I'm George, Fred said. Hello, Fred, Sirius said, as he reached his hand out to the real Fred. Fred and George exchanged surprised looks. What? Sirius asked amusedly. You don't think I can recognize pranksters when I see them? I would bet a fortune that the two of you normally introduce yourselves as the opposite brother. Fred, Molly said, sounding scandalized. George, don't worry Molly, Sirius said. I'd do the same thing if I had a twin. Fred and George exchanged a look while the rest of the introductions were made. Harrison would find it very interesting to know. That Sirius Black seemed very sharp for a man who had only recently left Azkaban. Fred had expected to find the man barely forming coherent sentences, and here he was making jokes with Ginny about having 6 older brothers. Shall we adjourn to the kitchen? Remus asked. I can make us some tea, and the children cocoa. Cocoa sounds wonderful, Ginny said, her cheeks tinging pink. I'll see to it, Remus, Molly said. Just show me where the kettle is. Fred followed his twin into the kitchen and he had to contain a shudder. He came to the conclusion that he was spending too much time with his Slytherin friends, his standards had become too high. The room was gloomy, with the only light coming from a large fire at the far end of the room. Iron pots and pans hung from the ceiling, and even from the other side of the room Fred could see years of rust caked on them all. A long wooden table sat in the middle of the room, and a snake-shaped candelabra sat in the center. More snakes, Ron muttered under his breath. Fred and George shot his brother matching glares simultaneously. My parents had a thing for them, Sirius said. He picked up the candelabra and tossed it in the trash where it landed with a loud thunk. Remus has been coming over every night after dinner to help me clean the place out, but as you can tell we've yet to finish. Why don't you get a house elf? George asked. It would save you loads of time. Sirius' lips puckered as if he tasted something sour. I have yet to have a good experience with a house elf. So, Sirius, Molly began as she poured hot water in several chipped mugs. Have you thought about what you're going to do? You used to be an Auror. Have you thought about going back? No, Sirius said quickly. Everyone stared at him, and he quickly cleared his throat. I just mean, I've only been home for a little over a month. I haven't given it much thought. There's nothing wrong with that, Molly said with a smile. You need your rest. Molly waved her wand and the kettle flew back onto the stove. Since we're here Sirius, and you do need your rest, the children and I can finish cleaning. What? Ron asked incredulously. Molly shot her youngest son a withering look. Sirius is being gracious enough to allow us to stay in his home. The very least we can do is help make it look and feel more like a home. That's kind, Molly, Sirius said, but you don't have to. Pish posh, Molly said. The children and I will get started on it right away. That way it will be nice and clean by Christmas morning. Fred wanted to chop his hands off, then he wouldn't have to clean anymore. They had been cleaning for more than 4 hours, and they had yet to finish cleaning the kitchen. Fred didn't know it was possible for a room to accumulate so much dust. I can't believe they have us working like house elves, George muttered. We really do spend too much time with the Slytherins, Fred shook his head. But I agree. If Mum wasn't breathing down our necks every 5 minutes we could at least use magic. A loud bang sounded, followed by a scream, and Fred had to bite back the laugh that wanted to escape his throat. Ron was sitting on his butt, a large iron pot on his head, while dust rose around him like fog. "You're supposed to clean the pot," Fred said slowly. "Not wear it." "Honestly, Ron," George said seriously. Ron pulled the pot off his head and glared at the twins. "It fell," he snapped. "What is going on in here?" Molly asked, walking into the room, wand in hand. She looked at Ron sitting on the ground with a pot in his hand and put two and two together. "Oh, Ron. You'll be fine, dear. You all must be more careful." Ron flushed as their mother left the room, tucking her wand into her apron. "I can't believe this," Ron muttered. "Always good for a laugh, that one," Fred muttered. "Yeah," George said absent-mindedly. "George," Fred asked, "what did you find?" George's head was inside a cupboard. "Remus said something about Sirius having a house elf, right?" George asked, and continued without waiting for a response. "Well, I think this is where he sleeps." He looked over Fred's shoulder to make sure their mother wasn't coming in. "Look at all this stuff." Fred looked into the cupboard and was surprised that so much stuff could fit in such a tiny space. A silver goblet winked when the light hit it, a pretty woman in a black picture frame glared at him, and several old books were stacked in the corner. Something flashed in his eye and Fred caught sight of a long gold chain. "This is nice," Fred said. He turned the heavy gold locket over in his hand and stared down at the serpentine S. He frowned. "Does that look familiar to you?" "I think so," George said quietly. "I think I've seen it on something of Harrison's." Fred tried to open the clasp but it wouldn't open. He handed it to George, who failed to open it as well. Fred took the locket back, pulled his wand out discreetly and tapped it twice. He had never seen a locket that wouldn't open. Footsteps sounded. "Put it in your pocket," George said quickly. Fred shoved the locket into his pocket as Molly walked through the door. "Kingsley is here," Molly said. "He brought us all dinner." Ron scrambled up and out of the room, followed by Ginny. "We'll be there in a minute, Mum," Fred said. Molly eyed the twins carefully before nodding and walking out the door. Fred put his hand in his pocket and rested it on the locket. He didn't know why, but there was something about that locket that seemed off. He could feel something pulsing in it, almost as if it were alive. He shuddered. George frowned. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Fred said. "Come on, if we aren't in there in a minute, Mum is going to send a search party." Luna tossed and turned, her silvery blonde hair stuck to her sweat-soaked face and neck. "No," she whimpered. Her back arched off the bed. The darkness was broken up by flashes of light. Spells flew through the air like owls delivering the morning post. Screams of pain, so horrifying they made you want to claw your ears out, echoed around the field. The scent of death hung in the air, and blood flowed like a river down a set of old rickety steps. A man, one who would have been handsome if not for the lines on his face and hollow eyes that jutted out, slashed his arm in a V-shaped pattern. A sickly yellow spell flew through the air, and a woman, her face contorted in fury, deflected it. "I've waited 12 long years for this," the man yelled. Spell after spell flew from his wand, faster and more deadly than the ones before. The woman sent spells just as fast, as her hair flew all around her like a halo. "No!" A blood-curdling scream rang out and the man turned his head slightly to the side. The woman grinned and sent a curse of death his way. The man dodged just in time, the spell blasted a tree to bits. The man threw spells faster and faster, and finally he hit his mark. The woman stumbled back as a jet of purple crashed into her stomach. The man smiled, as the woman grabbed her stomach with one hand and looked up in pure hatred and disbelief. The man's smile quickly vanished when spells came flying at him from two directions. Suddenly, the scene changed. It was the same place, but now no one was there. Silence echoed louder than any scream. A petite blonde girl walked slowly, her eyes scanning her surroundings. It was peaceful and quiet. Too quiet. Suddenly the ground at her feet exploded. She tried to move, but her limbs wouldn't listen to her brain. A pale arm, covered in dried blood, burst through the ground, and latched onto her arm. The girl hissed in pain. The smell of burnt flesh filled her nose and wisps of white smoke rose from her skin. Luna's hands dug into her bedsheets, the cool silk felt hot on her skin, as if it was melting into her hands. Curses were sailing through the air, screams echoed from every direction and the snow was stained red with blood. Harrison was running, his breath coming out ragged and his eyes darting left and right. Blaze was next to him, his black hair more messy than usual. A look of confidence radiated on Blaze's face as he ducked a red stunner. 3 broomsticks. Blaze asked as a loud explosion filled the air. Smoke could be seen rising up behind several buildings and the screams intensified. Yeah, Harrison was cut off by a loud bang. Harrison and Blaze were thrown backwards, and they slammed into a gray stone wall. A loud crack could be heard as the 2 boys slid to the ground. Blaze's head was resting on his shoulder and his wand was no longer in his hand. Harrison's head snapped up as he began coughing violently. Harrison scrambled onto his hands and knees as his coughing turned almost violent. Blood poured from his mouth as he rolled onto his side. Harrison winced like he hadn't realized how much pain he was in. He wiped his mouth on his sleeve. Harrison's emerald eyes appeared to be out of focus. He closed them for a second before they opened. His eyes glowed Avada Kedavra green as he took in his surroundings. Shards of wood were surrounding him and the snow was tinged red, brown and yellow. Harrison froze when he saw Blaze before moving towards him. A hiss escaped his lips when he stood up. Blaze, come on, we need to go. Harrison knelt down towards Blaze. When he touched his shoulder, Blaze's body slumped back. The color drained from Harrison's face. No, Harrison's voice sounded desperate. Harrison, Harrison. Harrison spun around and saw a terrified Hermione staring at him. Her red sweater was ripped in several places and tears were rolling down her cheeks. He won't move, Theo won't move. Hermione fell to her knees and buried her head in her hands. A choked sob escaped from her as her body trembled. He told me to leave, his wand was broken and I couldn't find mine. I couldn't levitate him. Hermione's body shook harder. Everyone was running and screaming, I couldn't see straight. Hermione started to hyperventilate. Harrison went even paler. He glanced at Blaze, pain flashing over his face before his expression hardened. Harrison looked murderous, his eyes glowed almost inhumanly as he briskly walked towards Hermione. Where is he? Harrison asked urgently. He's by. A loud gong-like noise reverberated through the air. Harrison cast a protection shield as the sky was illuminated. A thick white smoke flew towards them. It shattered Harrison's shield, sending them both flying backwards. Hermione landed on the ground in a heap, her neck twisted to the side. Harrison landed 5 feet away, blood trickling down the side of his face. No, Luna yelled, as her eyes flew open. Luna sat up quickly, her breath coming out fast and ragged. Her entire body felt as if it was on fire. She was shaking from head to toe, and white dots swam in her vision. The bright light of her chandelier didn't help, and she cursed herself for once again falling asleep while reading with the light on. She raised her hands out in front of her, and could make out red swollen blotches. She tried to close her hands into fists, but she could barely close them, and pain shot from her hands up her arms. Twinkie, Luna said faintly. What is Mistress doing up at 4 in? Twinkie's eyes widened, in a look that at any other time Luna would have found comical. Get Harrison and Tom, Luna said. Twinkie left, and less than a minute later appeared with Harrison and Tom. Luna wasn't surprised to see that at such an early hour both Harrison and Tom were already awake and dressed. Luna, Harrison said in shock. Luna knew she must look horrible for Harrison to show worry and shock so blatantly. Twinkie, fetch a pain relief potion and a burn salve, Tom ordered. Tom quickly sat on the edge of Luna's bed. Give me your hands, Luna. Harrison walked over to the other side of Luna while Tom gently looked over her hands. You had another vision, Tom stated. Yes, Luna said. She was regaining her voice. But they weren't new ones. I've had them both before. Tom waved his wand to cast what Luna assumed was a diagnostic spell, but she was in too much pain to focus on everything that he was doing. She could feel Harrison's hand resting on her knee. She wanted to thank him for the support, but Tom was putting something cold on her hand and she hissed. Her vision went out of focus before settling, and she noticed that Twinkie was back and holding out a small gold jar. Luna, stay focused, Tom said. You cannot allow the pain to overtake you. Tell me, what were these visions of? Luna tried not to cringe too much as Tom applied a salve to her burns. Unfortunately for her, she couldn't take the pain potion until her burns were healed, as the two would counter-react one another. Luna told them of her visions. She told them of her first vision, the one she had told them before, the morning she had woken up with a handprint on her arm. Then she told them the second vision, the one she had had for the first time the morning of September 1st, while they had been on their way to Hogwarts. Both Tom and Harrison stayed silent while she talked. Although, Harrison's hand subconsciously tightened on her knee for a moment when she told them that her instincts had told her to keep the vision of Hogsmeade to herself. While she talked, she noticed that Tom's eyes flashed several times, and she could have sworn she saw understanding for a brief second. "Drink this in an hour," Tom said. His voice was void of all emotion. It was never a good sign when Tom's voice held no emotion. Luna looked at the silver vial Tom placed on her nightstand. She then looked at Tom, who was staring impassively back at her. She looked into red eyes that stared back at her as if they were looking into her soul. She wanted to look away, but she knew that she shouldn't. "As I do not possess the abilities of a seer, I am unaware of the feelings that come along with it," Tom said. His every word obviously chosen carefully. "I will forgive you holding back this time, but do not do so ever again, or there will be consequences." He emphasized the last word. "I won't," Luna said quietly. "Very well," Tom said. "Ensure that you do not." He stood up. "I will speak to Severus. Seers are rare, and I have never heard of one coming to from a vision and having injuries. I will, however, do research. This is the second time this has happened, and it would not do for it to happen to this severity at Hogwarts." "Thank you," Luna said. Tom nodded. "Harrison, I will be gone until lunch." Harrison nodded. "Okay, father." Tom apparated away, and Harrison stared at the spot where his father had just been. "Harrison, are you all right?" Luna asked, as she tried to move without using her hands. Luna saw Nani poke her head out from under Harrison's sleeve, her shimmering green scales glinting. Harrison rubbed her head absent-mindedly. "Your vision, the first one, the one you told us before," Harrison said. "I didn't realize it last time, and I don't think my father did either, because you left out the most important part." Luna frowned. "I told you everything." Harrison shook his head. "Last time you failed to tell us what the man had said, about him waiting 12 long years. So," Luna's voice drifted off, and her eyes widened. "Sirius Black." Harrison looked at Luna, who was absent-mindedly stirring a cinnamon stick in her tea. She had been quiet since she had awoken with her hand covered in burns the previous morning. Harrison wanted to help her, but there was nothing he could say. He couldn't tell her that everything would be okay, because he didn't know if everything would be. He looked at his father. Tom hadn't spoken about what had happened to Luna yesterday, and he was acting as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Harrison knew that his father had come to the same realization he had, that Luna's vision had been about Sirius Black, but he didn't know if his father was planning on doing anything about it. He hated being a child, he wanted to do something to help with the war, but his father wouldn't let him do anything that didn't involve recruiting at Hogwarts or making his friends stay out of the line of fire. It was frustrating. Sometimes he wanted to just go out and do something, but he knew that would only bring about his father's ire. Harrison was surprised when a package landed in front of him. He frowned. It wasn't Christmas yet, he shouldn't be receiving any presents. He cast a spell to check for any hexes or curses, which brought about his father's attention. "Who sent you a package?" Tom asked, as he opened that morning's edition of the Daily Prophet. "I don't know," Harrison said, "but there's nothing wrong with it." A small white envelope was glued to the top of the brown package, but there was no writing on it. Harrison ripped open the envelope with a cutting spell, and pulled out a bit of folded parchment. Harrison frowned as he read the letter. "Harrison?" Tom asked. Harrison looked up at his father. "It's from the twins." He began to read the letter out loud. "Harrison, news from the Order headquarters." Tom and Luna were now both giving Harrison their full attention. "Sirius Black is nothing like we thought he would be. For someone who spent so much time in Azkaban, he's lively. We saw him using magic, and it's like he never stopped practicing. He's quick with the wit, and even pulled a prank on Professor Lupin. Yes, Professor Lupin is staying here for the holidays. That's not why we're writing though. Mum made us help clean and we stumbled across something that feels off. This will sound crazy, we know, but I swear this thing is alive. Anyways, there's a symbol on it we've seen before, on one of your notebooks, George thinks. We've enclosed it in the package, we couldn't open it anyways." Can't wait to see you again, we're dying with Ron and Ginny around us all day. Fred and George. Harrison put the letter aside and opened the box. He peered inside and froze when his eyes landed on the locket. He felt his pulse quicken and his throat go dry. Slytherin's balls, Harrison said quickly. Harrison, Tom said sharply. You are aware of how I feel in regard to that sort of language. Father, Harrison shook his head. How? Harrison didn't like being at a loss for words, and it was something that rarely happened. But if he was looking at what he thought he was looking at, then his father was going to go ballistic. Harrison handed his father the box. Tom looked inside the box, and the room went cold. The diamond goblet sitting in front of Harrison that had been sparkling 1 second earlier was now opaque. Harrison could see Luna out of the corner of his eye, staring at the box, her head tilted to the side. That is not possible, Tom said to himself. Harrison could see the moment realization hit his father. Tom's red eyes were glowing like two hot coals, and his face appeared to have been carved from marble. Tom quickly stood up, the package in his hand, his knuckles white. Speak of this to no one, Tom said sharply, and ensure those Weasley twins do not mention it to anyone. Harrison knew that Fred and George would never see the light of day again if they ever told anyone. Of course not, Harrison said quickly. Harrison was close to his father, and he knew that his father loved him, but even he knew when to stay away from the man. Harrison had the feeling that if anyone so much as breathed too loudly they would be killed on the spot. Tom apparated from the room, and the temperature instantly went back to normal. Luna, Harrison began, but he noticed that she had a dazed look on her face. Luna, what is it? Are you having another vision? What? Luna asked as she pulled herself together. Did you have another vision? Harrison asked. No, Luna said. It's nothing. Harrison stared intently at Luna. He could tell that she wanted to ask what was inside the box, but he knew that Luna knew better than to ask. Harrison turned away when Luna went back to stirring her cinnamon stick, and looked at the spot where his father was normally sat. He didn't know how anyone could have gotten to his father's Horcrux locket. He knew where it had been hidden, and that journey would have been impossible for most. Dumbledore was the first person that came to his mind, but he knew that if Dumbledore had taken it, he would have destroyed it, he wouldn't have left it laying around Grimmauld Place. Although he tried not to give it too much thought. Even if someone knew about his Horcrux, no one would be able to get to them all. Besides, there was nothing Harrison could do, and he was too young for his father to involve him, much to Harrison's annoyance. He also had the feeling his father knew exactly who had taken it, and why. Tom stared down at the golden locket. He had been a fool when he had hidden that locket. He had been young, and thought that house elves were filthy creatures with no real power. If he had known then what he knew now, that house elves were more powerful than people thought, that they could get to places that others couldn't, he wouldn't have used Regulus house elf. His locket would still be safely in a cave, not sitting on his desk. Tom could hardly believe his luck. Had anyone at the Order headquarters but the Weasley twins found that locket, it would have been either turned into Dumbledore or thrown away like leftover meatloaf. Fury rose in Tom at the thought. He needed to keep the locket close, until he could find it a permanent home. Until then, he needed to ensure that his other Horcrux were safe, and he needed to upgrade their protection. A knock sounded. Tom slipped the locket into his pocket. Enter, Tom said. Lucius walked in, his silver robe swooshing against the floor. My lord, Lucius said. The preparations for the World Cup have begun. Everything will be ready. Tom smiled. It was the first good news he had heard in days. Krum knows his role, yes. He is awaiting the moment, Lucius said. His smile blindingly white. Excellent, Tom said. Excellent. Are you all right, Harrison? Susan asked, as she peered up at him through her red bangs. The tips of her long hair were wet from the swimming pool. I'm fine, Harrison said. His hands were settled on her waist, as they stood in the shallow end of the Bones indoor swimming pool. 3 of the walls in the swimming room were glass, and Harrison could see snow falling outside. It was odd standing in a pool of warm water when it was below freezing outside. The last thing Harrison wanted to do was talk. He had promised Susan he would come over the day before New Year's Eve, so they could spend time together, but now that he was at her house, he didn't want to be. Luna had finally began acting normal, but Harrison couldn't help but think about her visions. He knew that visions didn't always come to pass, as every action a person took changed the future, but Luna's normally came to pass. Harrison also couldn't stop thinking about his father's Horcrux. Tom hadn't said anything about it since that morning, but he had been leaving the manor early every morning and not arriving until after dinner. The only day he had stayed home had been on Christmas. Tom didn't even stay at the Malfoy Christmas party for more than a few hours, and Harrison knew the only reason he had bothered to go was because he needed to make an appearance. "Are you sure?" Susan asked. "Positive," Harrison said. Harrison leaned forward to key. Susan, and his right hand moved up her stomach until his hand had slid under her black bikini top. Harrison gently massaged her small B-east, until Susan pulled back. She looked sharply at Harrison. Susan's cheeks were red in embarrassment. Harrison didn't want to admit it to himself, but her looks of innocence weren't as cute as they used to be. "Harrison," Susan said. "Not here, my aunt is at work," Harrison finished her sentence. "And we both know that the Ministry of Magic never sleeps." Harrison keyed Susan's neck, and he felt her shudder. Harrison keyed her collarbone, and Susan pulled back. "Harrison," Susan said. "Not now." Harrison looked at Susan and set his elbow on the edge of the swimming pool. He ran a hand through his hair, and Susan bit her lip nervously. Harrison didn't want to be one of those guys who broke up with a girl because she wasn't willing to put out. Harrison knew that at 13, most girls didn't want to have sex, or at least weren't willing to. But Susan's innocent girl act had been grating on his nerves for a while. One minute he would key her and she would turn red and shy, and the next minute she would sit on his lap and key him first. The entire relationship was giving him whiplash. He was 13, he didn't want to spend his days worrying if his girlfriend would be too shy to key him. He had always known their relationship wouldn't make it into the history books, but he had thought it would end on a higher note than this. He knew what he had to do, and he thanked Slytherin that he had older friends who had given him advice when he had begun dating Susan. "Susan," Harrison took her hand. "This isn't because of today, I've been thinking about this for a while. You and I aren't going to work out." Tears sprung into Susan's eyes, and her lips parted in shock. "We are two different people." Susan tugged her hand away, and wrapped her arms around herself. "I didn't want to hurt you, Susan," Harrison said. Susan looked imploringly into Harrison's face. When Harrison showed no sign of relenting, she pushed herself out of the pool, grabbed a yellow towel, and ran into Bones Manor. The next several months flew by in a whirlwind. Tom had become even more paranoid and took to sending Harrison boxes stuffed with books on a weekly basis. Harrison was glad that he already knew all of the third-year material, or he would have ended up failing all of his classes since he had no time to study. Thankfully, Luna hadn't had any more dreams that blurred the lines between vision and reality. Although in the back of his mind, Harrison was waiting for the day that it would. All of this had occupied Harrison's mind so much that he barely realized when the week of exams finally arrived. Harrison listened to his classmates compare results as they walked out of their Transfiguration exam. Harrison had found it to be hilariously easy, but it would seem as if not everyone felt that way. "I can't believe we had to turn a teapot into a tortoise," Sally Ann Perks complained. "Were the tortoises supposed to breathe steam?" Michael Corner asked. "I found the exam to be quite easy," Leo said with a sidelong glance at Ernie Macmillan. "Of course, you did," Ernie muttered, his face turning red. The rest of Harrison's exams went by quickly, and he soon found himself walking down the corridor of the Hogwarts Express. He looked down when he felt Nani poke her head out of his sleeve, and he bumped into someone. Harrison's voice died in his throat. His emerald eyes glinted as Ron's chest swelled up. "Watch where you're going, Riddle," Ron snapped. "Believe me, Weasley," Harrison sneered. "The last person in the world I would want to touch in any way is you." "I don't blame you," Draco drawled from behind Harrison. "I don't like filth touching me either. The house elves have such a hard time getting the grime off." Ron opened his mouth, no doubt to say something snarky, when Dean grabbed his elbow. Harrison's eyes narrowed as Ron clamped his mouth shut. He hadn't given it much thought, but lately whenever Ron seemed to want to say or do something stupid, Dean would in some small way stop him from going overboard. "We have to go, Ron," Dean said tightly. "Seamus is waiting for us in our compartment." "Yeah," Ron muttered. "Let's go." Harrison watched as the two Gryffindors walked away. What in Slytherin's name was that all about? Draco asked. Since when can the weasel control his infamous temper? I'm not sure, Harrison said. But have you noticed that those two, as well as Finnegan, haven't been antagonizing us much lately? Not since Umbridge gave them that large punishment in the beginning of the fall term. Their verbal attacks have dwindled down, and they haven't outright physically attacked us since. They've probably wizened up, Draco said. They know they aren't a match for us. I don't think that's it, Harrison murmured. I've been consumed with studying all of the books my father sent, and I haven't given it much thought. But they're up to something, and I have the feeling that we'll be finding out soon what it is. Are you sure you don't want anything else, dear? Molly asked kindly. I'm okay, Molly, Tonks said. I still have some coffee left. Thank you. It had been months since her ordeal, but Tonks had yet to return to her former giddy self. She wasn't as jittery and depressed as she had been, and she no longer jumped 5 feet into the air when someone hugged her. Yet she was still paranoid that there was a Death Eater lurking behind every corner. Tonks looked down into her mug at the creamer that floated in her coffee. Tonks hated coffee, but ever since her kidnapping and subsequent torture she had drank it like a dehydrated man would drink water. Coffee kept her awake, and Tonks was perpetually obsessed with staying awake. Whenever she closed her eyes she could feel Rabastan forcing his way inside of her, and his hands touching her in places that she couldn't bear to think about. And she couldn't allow her mind go blank, because she would hear Rabastan's panting, and the sound of his thighs slapping against hers. The images and sounds, although only echoes, were enough to make her want to vomit. In fact, she had woken from many a restless night only to throw up all over her bed. Tonks gripped the handle of the chipped red mug more tightly, as she tried to quell her disturbed thoughts. She needed to project confidence, so that Molly would think she was fine. It had taken months, but she had finally convinced her boss to let her go back to work. She had wanted to go back immediately, but Kingsley wouldn't budge any more than letting her go back on the 1st of July. That was in less than a month, and she knew that if Molly didn't think she was ready she would tell Kingsley, and Tonks wouldn't be able to go back. Have you been sleeping better? Molly asked tentatively. It was odd for Tonks to see Molly be anything but intrusive, but ever since Tonks had returned Molly had been nothing but thoughtful and considerate. Molly hadn't asked any questions about what had happened while she was in captivity, and for that Tonks was grateful. Loads, Tonks said. She forced a smile onto her pale face. I haven't woken up in the middle of the night for a few weeks. It was a complete lie, but Molly seemed to buy it. Wonderful, dear, Molly said sincerely. Wonderful. Tonks forced herself to hold onto her smile for a moment longer before it fell. Molly eyed her with concern before she gave Tonks a knowing grin. I hear that you're attending the World Cup with Sirius. Tonks felt a real smile break out onto her face. Sirius had been solid support since his name had been cleared. He had wasted no time in asking Tonks to meet up. She didn't know why, but whenever she was around her cousin, she felt more like her old self than usual. She knew that it was because Sirius had also gone through something traumatic as well, although even she thought that 12 years in Azkaban was worse than what she had gone through. Still, it was nice having someone to be around that didn't stare at her with pity. Sirius was given 2 tickets to the match, Tonks smiled brightly. Quidditch was one of her passions. I'm sure the two of you will have a great time, Molly said. I hope so, Tonks said quietly. Tonks looked down into her coffee, and for a moment she thought that the cold creamer swirling in the blackness took on the form of a skull. Harrison was excited to attend the Quidditch World Cup, but as he pushed past wide-eyed children while walking up the purple-carpeted stadium steps, his mind was on everything but Quidditch. He knew that something big was happening tonight, and he was anxious to see everything play out. Finally, Harrison, Draco, Leo, Blaise, Theo, and Lucius reached the top of the stadium steps and found themselves in a small box, set at the highest point of the stadium and situated exactly halfway between the golden goal posts. About 20 purple and gold chairs stood in 2 rows. The box was empty besides Minister Fudge and the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, Ablansk. Ablansk was a short and stocky man, with gray eyes and thick black eyebrows. Ah, Lucius, Fudge said jovially. Lucius exchanged pleasant greetings with the minister, as did the children. Then Fudge turned towards Ablansk and puffed out his chest like a peacock looking to show off for his mate. Allow me to introduce you to Minister Ablansk, Fudge said. He's the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, and he can't understand a word of what I'm saying anyway, so never mind. Fudge waved his hand and laughed boisterously. Harrison looked at Ablansk and smiled. Hello Minister, it's a pleasure to see you again. He spoke in fluent Bulgarian. Fudge looked flabbergasted. Young Lord, Ablansk said. It is my pleasure to once again have the honor of your presence. A smile played on Harrison's lips, and he inclined his head. You didn't tell Fudge that you spoke English. He was under the assumption that I didn't speak English, Ablansk said. I saw no reason to prove to him otherwise. Besides, I enjoy watching him look the fool. Harrison laughed as Fudge continued to look at him bemused. Harrison switched back to English and looked at Fudge. Minister Ablansk was just informing me of how much he loves the setup for the World Cup. Fudge perked up at the false praise. Loud pounding sounded on the staircase and everyone turned in time to see several red heads enter the top box. Harrison watched as an amazed-looking Ron walked in behind his father and followed by Percy, Fred, George, Ginny, Dean and Seamus. Harrison and his friends knew that most of the Weasleys and Ron's friends were coming, courtesy of Fred and George, but his friends still sneered in their direction. Harrison shot them all a sidelong glance and their faces went blank before anyone else noticed. Ron stopped short when he caught sight of the Slytherins and his mouth twisted. Dean and Seamus both wore similar expressions, but none of them said anything. Ginny had stopped a foot behind her brother and was staring at Blaze, as a faint blush began to creep onto her cheeks. While the twins and Percy stood off to the side, Arthur stopped in front of the minister and Lucius eyed him coldly, taking in Arthur's shabby robes. Lucius' lips curled in disgust. Good Lord Arthur, Lucius said loudly. What did you have to sell to get seats in the top box? Surely your house wouldn't have fetched this much. Fudge, who either hadn't been listening or just didn't care, smiled. Hello, Arthur. Lucius here has just given a very generous contribution to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. He's here as my guest. Arthur gave the minister a strained smile. How nice. The box descended into silence, and Harrison and his friends brushed past Ron and his friends and took seats in the front row along with Lucius. The twins and Percy took the last 3 empty seats in the front row. Ron muttered something under his breath and he and his friends took seats in the second row behind the twins and Percy. Ludo Bagman, a retired Quidditch player, wearing bright yellow robes, walked into the box. Harrison blocked the man's loud bombastic talk out of his head. He looked over at the huge blackboard across from him at the words that formed, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, a risk with every mouthful, and suddenly it switched to Bulgaria, 0, Ireland, 0. Sonorous. Ludo said, and then his loud voice echoed out over the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. The spectators screamed and clapped. Thousands of flags waved, adding their discordant national anthem to the racket. And now, without further ado, allow me to introduce the Bulgarian national team mascots. The right-hand side of the stands, which was a solid block of S. Arlette, roared its approval. I wonder what they brought, Arthur asked from behind Harrison. Ah, Vila. 100 of the most beautiful women Harrison had ever seen came gliding onto the field. Their skin shone as brightly as the moon, and their white gold hair fanned out behind them as if they were standing in front of a fan. Music began and the Vila started to dance. Harrison used his occlumency to stop himself from turning into a pile of goo. They really were beautiful, he thought, as he watched their hips swing from side to side. No, don't, Arthur yelled. Harrison looked to the right and saw that Ron was walking towards the edge of the box. His eyes glazed over, and his face slack. Dean and Seamus were standing behind him, near identical looks on their faces. Weak-willed idiots, Leo muttered under his breath. Harrison agreed. He knew that most men reacted to Vila, and the 24 on the field would have an extremely strong allure, but he still thought that the 3 boys looked like fools. Not for the first time, Harrison was glad that he could control his mind. The music stopped. The 3 Gryffindors blinked, and when they realized where they were, they all looked embarrassed. And quickly went back to their seats. Fred and George were laughing, and Arthur was whispering at them to stop. Harrison could hear Ron explaining to Dean what Vila were, and he saw understanding dawn on his face. Angry yells had filled the stadium. The men in the crowd didn't want the Vila to go away. And now, Ludo yelled over the loud roar, kindly put your wands in the air, for the Irish national team mascot. Next moment, what seemed to be a great green and gold comet came zooming into the stadium. It did one circuit of the stadium, then split into two smaller comets, each hurtling towards the goal posts. A rainbow arched suddenly across the field, connecting the two balls of light. The crowd oohed and awed, as though at a fireworks display. Now the rainbow faded and the balls of light reunited and merged. They had formed a great shimmering shamrock, which rose up into the sky and began to soar over the stands. Something like golden rain began to fall from it. Excellent! Yelled Ron as the shamrock soared over them, and heavy gold coins rained from it, bouncing off their heads and seats. Leprechauns! Seamus yelled. There was tumultuous applause and people began fighting over the coins. Harrison sneered at their stupidity. As if the leprechauns would throw actual gold. The great shamrock dissolved, the leprechauns drifted down onto the field on the opposite side from the villa, and settled themselves cross-legged to watch the match. And now, ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. Bagman yelled. I give you Dimitrov. A.S. Arlet-clad figure on a broomstick, moving so fast it was blurred, shot out onto the field from an entrance far below, to wild applause from the Bulgarian supporters. Ivanova, Zagraf, Levski, Volchanov, Volvok, and Krum. That's him, Ron yelled. Harrison looked to his right and saw Fred and George sending Ludo furtive glances. He narrowed his eyes, but was pulled away when the screaming rose to new heights. Victor Krum flew onto the field clad in S. Arlet like his teammates. Victor was tall and thin, but you could see muscles underneath his robes. He had defined cheekbones, a curved nose, and thick black eyebrows. He looked several years older than his 17 years. And now, please greet the Irish national Quidditch team, yelled Bagman, presenting Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mullet, Moran, and Lynch. 7 green blurs swept onto the field. And here, all the way from Egypt, our referee, acclaimed chairwizard of the International Association of Quidditch, Hassan Mustafa. A small and skinny wizard, completely bald, wearing robes of pure gold, strode out onto the field. A silver whistle was protruding from beneath his bushy mustache. He was carrying a broomstick in one hand and he carried a crate under his other arm. He mounted his broomstick, and kicked open the crate. 4 balls burst out, the S. Arlet quaffle, 2 black bludgers, and a tiny golden snitch. With a sharp blast on his whistle, Hassan shot into the air after the balls. Then the game began. After what seemed like mere minutes later, but was in reality closer to 3 hours, Hassan blew his whistle and Bagman shouted, Ireland wins. Thunderous applause broke out, so loud that it was almost deafening. Harrison joined the crowd in cheering, and even Lucius clapped his hands. It had been an excellent match. Well, they fought bravely, Ablansk said gloomily. You can speak English. Fudge yelled appalled. Harrison bit his tongue to refrain from laughing. And you've been letting me mime everything all day. I didn't want to disappoint you, Ablansk shrugged. Fudge opened and closed his mouth like a fish out of water. And as the Irish team performs a lap of honor, flanked by their mascots, the Quidditch World Cup itself is brought into the top box. Bagman yelled. Harrison squinted against the harsh light as the top box was illuminated, so that everyone in the stands could see inside the box. Let's have a hand for the gallant losers. Bagman yelled. Up the stairs and into the box came the 7 defeated Bulgarian players. The crowd applauded politely. Harrison could see thousands and thousands of omniocular lenses flashing and winking in their direction. One by one, Bagman called out all of their names and each player shook the hand of their minister followed by Fudge's. Ron was staring wide-eyed at Victor, a small Krum figurine was clutched in his hand. Harrison smirked, this was going to be fun. Victor turned away from Fudge and his eyes locked on Harrison. A large grin broke out on his sweaty face. Harrison. Victor's voice boomed. How are you, old friend? Victor walked over to Harrison and gave him a hug. Harrison could see Ron's face behind Krum's shoulder, and he didn't think he had ever seen a more hilarious sight. Ron's face had gone slack-jawed and pale, but slowly a red blush was crawling up his neck. Dean was staring at them in shock, and Seamus was blinking as if he were an owl. I'm doing well, old friend, Harrison said loudly, putting emphasis on friend. That was a great game you played. I wouldn't say great, Victor said. His words slightly accented. Ron's mouth continued to open and close, as Harrison and his friends chatted with Victor. The redhead and his friends were so focused on staring at the group, that they didn't even notice when the Irish national Quidditch team ran into the top box. "Get up. Ron, get up." Ron sat up quickly and bumped his head on the bunk bed above him. "What is the matter?" Ron slurred, as he tried to blink away the tiredness of his eyes. Ron could hear loud noises coming from outside the tent. He could hear screams, and the sound of people running. He rolled out of the bed, hitting his elbow hard on the ground. He winced, and reached for his clothes that he had thrown under his bed. Arthur, who had pulled on his jeans over his pajamas, said, "No time, Ron. You boys, grab your jackets now and get outside. Quickly, now." Ron did as he was told, and grabbed his jacket. He followed Seamus and Dean out of the tent, and came to an abrupt halt. By the light of the few fires that were still burning, he could see people running away into the woods, fleeing figures that Ron could barely make out in the distance. The figures were emitting odd flashes of light and noises like gunfire. Loud jeering, drunken yells, and roars of laughter were drifting towards them. Then came a burst of strong green light, which illuminated the scene. Dozens of wizards, tightly packed, and wearing long black robes and bone-white masks were walking towards them. Ron paled as he realized that they were Death Eaters. A loud scream pierced the air and he looked above their heads to see 4 struggling figures, floating above them in midair. It was as though the Death Eaters were puppeteers, and the people above them were marionettes operated by invisible strings that rose from their wands into the air. 2 of the figures were very small. More Death Eaters popped into the field. Tents crumpled and fell, and the screaming grew tenfold. Tents caught on fire, and people fell to the ground. Ron watched in disgust as one of the figures floating in the air was flipped upside down and her dress went flying above her head, revealing white underwear. She struggled to cover herself up and the Death Eaters laughed. "That's sick," Dean muttered. "That's really sick." "Listen to me," Arthur said quickly. "Percy, come with me. The rest of you, run into the woods. Stay out of sight." Percy pulled out his wand, and looked at the twins. Then Percy and Arthur ran towards the Death Eaters. "We need to go," Dean yelled. "Come on." Ron looked at his father and Percy, then he looked at the twins, grabbed Ginny's hand and ran after Seamus and Dean. Ron forced himself to run faster as the woods neared. It seemed like an eternity passed before they reached the woods. Ron stumbled over a fallen branch, and caught himself by grabbing onto a low tree branch. He began breathing hard, and dry heaving. "Where's Ginny?" Fred asked. "What?" Ron asked, still panting. "Ginny," Fred said forcefully. "You had her hand. Where is she?" Ron looked up, his eyes going wide, as he turned around and around. Ron swallowed hard. He hadn't even noticed that he was no longer holding Ginny's hand. He had been so worried about getting into the forest, that he wasn't thinking about anything else. "Ginny!" Ron yelled. "Ginny!" His voice was becoming more and more panicked. The twins, Dean, and Seamus joined in calling her name, but no answering voice came. The darkness was broken up by flashes of light. Spells flew through the air like owls delivering the morning post. Screams of pain, so horrifying they made you want to claw your ears out, echoed around the field. The scent of death hung in the air, and blood flowed like a river down a set of old rickety steps that led up to a ticket booth. And Bellatrix loved everything about it. Bellatrix had been dueling Sirius for almost 5 minutes, and she was enjoying playing with him. She would give Sirius an opening and then when he would strike, she would slash out at him. Then Sirius slashed out his arm in a V-shaped pattern, and a sickly yellow spell filled the air. She immediately recognized the spell, and Bellatrix contorted her face in fury as she slashed out with her wand. She had been enjoying their little duel, but now she just wanted to end things. "I've waited 12 long years for this," Sirius yelled. Spell after spell flew from his wand, faster and more deadly than the ones before. Bellatrix sent spells just as fast, as her curly black hair flew all around her like a halo. The dark curls stood out harshly against her bone-white mask. "No!" A blood-curdling scream rang out and Sirius turned his head slightly to the side. Bellatrix grinned and sent a curse of death his way. Sirius dodged just in time, the spell blasted a tree to bits. Sirius threw spells faster and faster, and finally he hit his mark. Bellatrix stumbled back as a jet of purple crashed into her stomach. Sirius smiled, as Bellatrix grabbed her stomach with one hand and looked up in pure hatred and disbelief as pain shot through her. Never in a million years had she thought Sirius would get the best of her, after all she was the better duelist. Rage filled her, and she slashed her wand through the air. Sirius' smile quickly vanished when spells came flying at him from two directions. He managed to block Bellatrix' spell, but he was thrown backwards by the blast from another. Bellatrix walked forward, her arms still wrapped around her stomach, when a shout rang out, "Fall back." Bellatrix raised her wand to end her cousin anyways when several pops sounded, and three men in red robes surrounded Sirius. More pain shot through her stomach. Normally, she would have tried to take out all three Aurors to get to her cousin, but more and more pain shot through her. She yelled in frustration, the sound coming out muffled behind her mask, and she apparated away. "Fred! George!" Ginny yelled. Tears ran down her pale cheeks, as she frantically pushed her way through the crowds of people. "Ron! Fred! George!" A large man ran into Ginny, knocking her into the ground. Ginny landed on her hands, and she hissed in pain as tiny rocks dug into her palms. When she fell, she bit the inside of her cheek and the taste of copper filled her mouth. She brushed the hair out of her face, and struggled to stand up. When she put weight on her ankle she let out a whimper and fell to the ground. Her ankle was either broken or sprained. Well, what do we have here?" A cold, high voice asked. Ginny looked up, and her eyes widened into saucers. A tall, thin man wearing a Death Eater uniform stared down at her. She couldn't see his eyes, but she pictured them as two cold, empty orbs. "A little lamb has lost her way," the man said. He raised his wand, and Ginny froze in fear. "Avada!" Ginny clamped her eyes shut. She felt her body go cold, and she couldn't have moved if she wanted to. All of the noise around her faded away, except for the pounding of her heart, which sounded as if it was coming from inside her throat. "Ginny!" A voice yelled, that sounded like her father. At the same time a voice with a slight accent shouted, "Stupefy!" A thump sounded and Ginny's eyes flew open. Laying in front of her was the crumpled body of the Death Eater who had been about to kill her. Suddenly, the sound of the pounding of her heart was gone and true silence filled the air. "Ginny!" She looked up in time to see her father pulling her into a hug. "Ginny!" Arthur repeated again and again into her hair. "Dad!" Ginny said faintly. She was too shocked to say anything more. She looked behind her dad and saw a familiar face. Victor Crumb was staring at her, his dark eyes piercing her hazel ones. Arthur pulled away, and keeping his arm around Ginny's shoulders he turned to Victor. "Thank you," Arthur said. His voice thick with emotion. "It was not a problem," Victor said. "It was everything," Arthur corrected. "Thank you." Victor nodded. "Dad," Ginny said quietly. "Where is everyone?" There were Death Eaters everywhere. She clung to the back of her dad's robes. Ginny looked around at the deserted field. Less than a minute ago there were dozens of Death Eaters and screaming people, and now there was no one. She didn't know how everyone could be gone just like that. When the second group of Aurors arrived, the Death Eaters left, Arthur answered. "They fled like the cowards they are," a sharp voice added. Ginny watched as a thin man, wearing green and gold robes walked towards them, followed by several people Ginny faintly recognized from her visits to the ministry. She recognized the first man as her neighbor, Amos Diggory. Amos stopped in front of Victor. "I saw what you did there, Mr. Crumb. You saved young Miss Weasley's life. That was excellent work." "It was nothing," Victor said. "I would have done the same for anyone." "It wasn't," Amos began, but he was cut off when a loud voice yelled, "Mors Mordra." A colossal skull appeared in the sky, comprised of what looked like emerald stars, with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue. As they watched it rose higher and higher, blazing in a haze of greenish smoke, etched against the black sky like a new constellation. One of the ministry officials took a deep breath. "The dark mark. Into the woods." One of the ministry officials yelled. Quickly, Arthur pulled Ginny into his side, and Ginny watched, transfixed, as the ministry officials ran into the woods. Followed by Victor Crumb. And then his hand closed around the snitch, Sirius said animatedly. "It was the greatest catch I've ever seen." A smile graced Tonks' face, one of the first true smiles since she'd been captured. Even though Tonks had watched the World Cup with Sirius, the man had insisted on giving her a play-by-play of the entire match. Tonks was exhausted and wanted nothing more than to go to bed, but seeing the Excitement shined in her cousin's eyes, after all those years in Azkaban, made her realize that if things could get better for Sirius then they would get better for her. It really was amazing, Tonks said. Crumb is something special. He really. Sirius was cut off by a loud explosion. Sirius pulled his wand out, and Tonks stood frozen as he ran towards the entrance to the tent. Sirius' sharp intake of breath sounded like another explosion to Tonks. Her mind grew fuzzy as Sirius let loose a string of explicits. She placed her hands on the table in front of her to balance herself. Tonks, are you okay? Tonks shook her head and looked into the eyes of a worried Sirius. She hadn't seen him walk back towards her. I'm fine, Tonks said faintly. We need to go, Sirius ordered. Get your wand out. Tonks fumbled around inside of her robe pockets for her wand, and ran out of the tent on shaking legs. Her stomach jumped into her throat as she stepped outside. Dozens of wizards, tightly packed, and wearing long black robes and bone-white masks were walking towards them. Every few steps several wizards would walk out of the formation and bursts of bright light would shoot from their wands as they blew up everything in sight. With every Death Eater who walked off in another direction, one more would take their place. Tonks stared in horror as screams filled the air. Tonks! Tonks looked to the right and saw Sirius dueling with one of the Death Eaters. Flashes of her time in captivity swam in the forefront of her mind, and white spots danced in her eyes. It felt as if the air was being cut away, and her palms began to sweat. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream filled the air. Tonks realized that it was a child, and she forced her terror aside. She tightened the grip on her wand as she blinked the white spots away. You're an Auror, damn it, Tonks muttered. A green spell flew past Tonks' head and crashed into her tent. Green flames sprung to life and Tonks felt her Auror training kick in. She swallowed, before jumping up and sending spell after spell at the approaching Death Eaters. The darkness was broken up by flashes of light. Spells flew through the air like owls delivering the morning post. Screams of pain, so horrifying they made you want to claw your ears out, echoed around the field. The scent of death hung in the air, and blood flowed like a river down a set of old rickety steps that led up to a ticket booth. And Sirius knew that his twisted cousin was loving every minute of it. After making sure that Tonks was able to defend herself, Sirius had run off to help a group of terrified foreign teenagers. That was when he ran into Bellatrix, a cruel smile warping her beautiful face. The joy Sirius could see in her eyes made him want to transform into his animagus form and rip her face off. Sirius could tell that she was enjoying playing with him. Every time he had an opening where he thought he could hit her, she would strike out him like a venomous snake. After nearly 5 minutes, Sirius could feel his power depleting. After 12 years in Azkaban, his magic wasn't as strong as it used to be, and he became tiredly easily. His moves were becoming sluggish, and he could see that Bellatrix was nowhere near tired. In fact, Bellatrix has a spring in her step that made him loathe her all the more. Sirius barely dodged a spell, and Bellatrix laughed like she had just heard the world's funniest joke. Sirius felt a surge of fury as he saw a man wearing red Auror robes fall to the ground out of the corner of his eye. He gathered his magic and slashed out his arm in a V-shaped pattern, and a sickly yellow spell filled the air. Bellatrix slashed out with her wand. I've waited 12 long years for this. Sirius yelled. Spell. After spell flew from his wand, faster and more deadly than the ones before. Sirius wanted to end this duel, even if it meant magically exhausting himself in the process. Bellatrix sent spells just as fast, her curly black hair flowing all around her like a halo. The dark curls stood out harshly against her bone-white mask. No! A blood-curdling scream rang out and Sirius turned his head slightly to the side. He turned back just in time to dodge the killing curse. The spell blasted apart a tree, sending shards of wood in every direction. Sirius threw spells faster and faster, and finally he hit his mark. Bellatrix stumbled back as a jet of purple crashed into her stomach. Sirius smiled, as Bellatrix grabbed her stomach with one hand and looked up at Sirius. He couldn't see her face behind the mask she wore, but Sirius could tell his cousin was in shock. Sirius had always been a great duelist, but Bellatrix had always been better. Sirius' smile quickly vanished when spells came flying at him from 2 directions. He managed to block Bellatrix' spell, but he was thrown backwards by the blast from another. Bellatrix walked forward, her arms still wrapped around her stomach, When a shout rang out, "Fall back." Bellatrix raised her wand when several pops sounded, and 3 men in red robes surrounded Sirius. Bellatrix yelled in frustration, the sound coming out muffled behind her mask, and she apparated away. "Are you okay?" An Auror with graying hair asked Sirius. "I'm fine," Sirius said. He winced in pain when he spoke. He touched his stomach and grimaced. A few ribs were no doubt broken. "Get yourself to the hospital," the same Auror said. A loud voice rang out, "Mors Mordra." A colossal skull appeared in the sky, comprised of what looked like emerald stars, with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue. As they watched it rose higher and higher, blazing in a haze of greenish smoke, etched against the black sky like a new constellation. One of the Aurors cursed, and the 3 men ran off towards the forest. Sirius wanted to yell after them not to bother, that the Death Eater would be long gone by the time they arrived, but he knew they'd go anyways. Sirius stood up slowly, every movement hurting his chest. It was strange, less than a minute ago screams filled the air, and now it was eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional wail. He could make out fires in the distance, and smoke rising from the forest. He began walking back towards the tent when he heard a cry of, "Sirius," and hissed in pain as Tonks ran into his arms. She pulled away and looked into his face. He could see tear tracks on her cheeks, but she seemed fine. "I'm sorry," Tonks said in a rush. "Are you okay? What happened?" "I'll tell you about it when we get back to Grimmauld," Sirius said. "Are you okay?" Tonks ignored his question. "Grimmauld?" Tonks asked confused. "Aren't we going to St. Mungo's? You should get checked over." Sirius shook his head. "You know Dumbledore, he'll want to call a meeting right away. Besides, Remus is there, he can fix me up good as new." He held up a hand to stop any protesting. "Why haven't you healed me yet?" Bellatrix growled. "The diagnostic spells aren't working properly," Arya Montague said. She looked thoughtful. "You're supposed to be one of our Lord's best healers, and you can't even perform a diagnostic spell adequately." Bellatrix spat. Arya didn't spare Bellatrix even a glance as she waved her wand for what seemed like the millionth time. Bellatrix knew she was being unreasonable. Arya was a friend and one of the best healers in Britain. Bellatrix was merely furious with herself for allowing her cousin to gain the upper hand, even for a moment. A searing pain shot through Bellatrix and she grasped her stomach. Arya looked at her and frowned. "What's wrong?" Rodolphus asked. Bellatrix could see understanding flash in Arya's eyes before the woman once again waved her wand. Her eyes narrowed as Arya's already pale skin went deathly white. Arya said something in Latin and a white mist appeared over Bellatrix's head. Arya raised a shaking hand and tucked a strand of owned hair behind her ear. She'd known Arya since their days at Hogwarts, and in all that time she'd only seen the woman lose her composure a handful of times. "Bellatrix," Arya said slowly, "I need you to control your magic. You need to stay calm." "Arya," Bellatrix growled warningly. "Spit it out, or friend or not, I'll rip open your throat." Arya looked towards Rodolphus. Bellatrix pulled her hand away from her husband's. "What?" Bellatrix snapped. "I'm so sorry," Arya said. She took a shaky breath. "You were 11 weeks pregnant, Bellatrix. I'm sorry, but the spell caused you to miscarry." Bellatrix froze as the words sank in. She had been pregnant. How had she not known? She had always wanted more kids, but the time had never been right. And all these weeks she had been pregnant and not known. She was pregnant, Rodolphus said quietly. His voice sounded foreign to her. "Pregnant. I'm sorry," Arya said quietly. Bellatrix felt a fury rise inside of her like she had never felt before. Her magic was threatening to lash out. "Get out," Bellatrix whispered. "I need to heal your internal injuries first," Arya said hesitantly. Bellatrix looked up at the healer and her eyes flashed. "Get out." Arya sent Rodolphus a pitying glance, then spun on her heels and quickly exited the room. "A baby," Bellatrix said after a minute of silence. Her heart throbbed with a pain so intense it threatened to obliterate all thought. For the first time in years, tears pricked her eyes. "We were going to have a baby." Rodolphus wrapped his arms around Bellatrix from behind, his chin rested on her shoulder. "He did this," Bellatrix spat. Sadness and anger were building inside of her at a speed she didn't think possible. Red splotches appeared on her cheeks, and her body shook. "That blood traitor, Sirius, did this to me. To us. To our family. He won't get away with it," Rodolphus said. I promise you, Bella. Tears fell down Bellatrix's cheeks. No, he won't, she said. But death is too good for him. I want him to suffer, Rodolphus. I want him to beg for death. I want to destroy everything that he loves. I want him to stand helpless as he watches his world fall to pieces. Bellatrix looked down at her stomach where her hand still rested. A painting that hung on the wall exploded. And Merlin help whoever stands with him. The kitchen at Grimald Place was a large rectangular room. The walls were adorned with black and silver wallpaper, and pans of various colors and shapes hung on the walls. A dark brown wooden table that seated 24, 10 on each side and 2 per end, took up half of the room. Papers held down by candlesticks, bowls filled with overripe fruit, and several banged-up decks of cards covered the table. Bill eyed everyone who was sitting at the table from his seat in the corner. There wasn't enough room at the table for the main order members, so as one of the youngest members he was relegated to one of the seats against the wall. There was an odd assortment of chairs around the walls, rickety, high-backed, short and plush, and stools that looked as if they'd break if you weighed too much. Bill could feel the fear and apprehension in the air as they sat in pregnant silence, broken only by the occasional whisper. It was 6 in the morning, nearly 5 hours since the attack at the Quidditch World Cup. Dumbledore had called an emergency meeting, but he had yet to show. Bill wanted him to show, so they could get this meeting over with. He had a full day ahead, meetings at Gringotts for his job as a curse breaker, lunch with a client, and he still had to report to Voldemort. Of course, until the meeting took place there was nothing to report. He looked around the room, and his eyes landed on Tonks. She looked much better than he thought she would. He could see that her eyes were slightly red, as if she'd been crying, but she appeared fine otherwise. Tonks had even switched her hair back to purple. To her right sat Molly, and he wanted to roll his eyes at the mothering he could see her doing towards Tonks. After the World Cup, she had smothered him and his siblings, and when she was content that they were okay she had switched her annoying smothering to Tonks. Better her than me. His eyes flicked over to Sirius who looked as if he was deep in thought. Then to Remus who was tapping his fingers on the table absent-mindedly. He flicked his eyes over Alistair Moody, who was watching everyone, as usual, suspiciously. Then to his right where Percy and Charlie were both staring ahead, Charlie looking bored, and Percy thoughtful. The door to the kitchen swung open causing several people to jump. Dumbledore walked in, wearing his customary lurid robes. White swirls appeared to be moving against the purple silk as he took a seat at the head of the table. A second later, Snape walked in, a sour look on his face. What's he doing here? Sirius spat, a finger pointing at Snape whose lip curled in disgust. Sirius, Dumbledore said warningly. He looked older than usual, deep grooves surrounded his eyes and lips. Today is not a day for this quarrel of yours. Sirius' cheeks turned pink in embarrassment. The attack at the Quidditch World Cup is far worse than most of you no doubt feared. Worried glances were exchanged. I just received word from Cornelius that the death doll reached 57. Gasps sounded from all around the room. Bill didn't have to fake the surprise that appeared on his face. He hadn't expected that many people to die. Although, if he was being honest with himself, the number didn't bother him in the least. Were all those deaths on our side? Arthur asked. 3 Death Eaters died in the attack, Dumbledore said. Bill glanced sideways at Charlie and Percy, as his stomach knotted. He hoped it was no one he knew. As did 4 Aurors, and 50 innocent bystanders. 4 of those innocent bystanders were Muggles. Oh no, Molly gasped. Bill remembered seeing a family of 4 floating above jeering Death Eaters. He pushed away the fact that 2 children were murdered. It's for the greater good. He almost snorted, he sounded like Dumbledore. Who were the Aurors? Moody asked gruffly, his fake eyes spinning around. Aaron Gray, Troy Samuels, Jennifer Winston, and Sarah Rhimes, Dumbledore said sadly. I know Aaron, Tonks said softly. I mean, I knew him. Molly placed her hand over Tonks. He was a good Auror. He had a son, Moody grunted. 4 years old, I believe. All around the room heads were shook and tears were wiped away. Bill raised his eyebrows. He didn't think Moody cared about the personal lives of anyone. He knew he shouldn't be surprised though, Moody never missed anything. Who were the Death Eaters that were killed? Sirius asked. Foreigners, Dumbledore said. Some of the tension Bill had been feeling left. Alexei and his brother Vladimir Blendon and a woman named Kia Lloyd. Bill had never heard of those three before. Before you ask about the unfortunate deceased, Dumbledore continued, most of them were older witches and wizards, many of whom died in their tents, having not woke from sleep. Thankfully, no children, aside from the two Muggle children, whose lives unfortunately ended too soon, were killed. Thank Merlin, McGonagall said. Her lips were drawn into a thin line, and she too looked older than normal. Cowards, Sirius spat. All of them. Attacking after everyone had gone to bed. He looked down at the table in disgust. Bill's jaw tightened. He talks as if the Order hasn't attacked Death Eaters on the sly. Voldemort, Dumbledore said, and most of the room jumped. Dumbledore sighed. Voldemort is not known for playing fair. Sirius snorted. You're one to comment, Black, Snape said silkily. Severus, Dumbledore said sharply when Sirius went to retort. For Merlin's sake, McGonagall said exasperated. People are dead. For once, keep civil tongues in your heads. Sirius pursed his lips and Severus sneered. What are we going to do, Albus? Moody asked gruffly when the room had fallen into silence. We cannot continue to sit idly by while those dark bastards go around killing whenever they feel like it. He stood up. The tannish scar that marred his cheek stood out in sharp contrast to his pale skin. Do you know why today so many innocent people died and only 3 Death Eaters? It's because the Death Eaters don't mess around. His fake eye twirled crazily in his socket. The Death Eaters duel to kill, Moody continued. If they aren't throwing killing curses at you, you best know they're messing with you. He looked around the room with his one good eye as though daring someone to contradict him. The Aurors, as those fighting against the darkness, we don't seek to kill unless we have to. We stun or incapacitate. What do the Death Eaters do when we stun during a fight? They're revived by one of their little friends. We're losing, so I say it's time we start fighting fire with fire. Murmurs of agreement and hesitation sprung up around the room. Alistair, Dumbledore said warily, killing is never the answer. As dying, Moody growled. Because that's what's going to happen to all of us unless something changes. You were alive during Grindelwald's reign of terror. Bill would bet his life that for just a moment, Dumbledore looked extremely uncomfortable. Interesting. He always wondered if there was more to the famous duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald than the world had been told. Grindelwald's forces were hindered until the Aurors started using brute force. No matter how much you don't want to admit it, Dumbledore, brute force is exactly what we need now. A heavy silence descended over the room. Bill could feel the tension in the air swirling around. He didn't have to look at his brothers to know that they were watching everyone in the room for their reactions. Bill wasn't surprised by Moody's outburst. After all, the gruff Auror had always been one of those in the Order to pull their wand out first. However, he was surprised it took the man this long to tell everyone what they should have all been doing all along. They were fools if they thought they stood a chance against Voldemort by throwing stunners. As much as I don't like the idea, Arthur said slowly. Alistair does have a point. Aurors are being slaughtered, the number of Order members are dwindling, and attacks are becoming more frequent. The time to sit by and watch has passed. If we don't do something, what's next? Hogwarts. McGonagall, Flitwick and Sprout looked horrified at the idea, as did everyone else in the room. Bill felt his jaw drop. He had thought his parents would be against Moody's idea, especially his father. Arthur didn't even like to step on spiders. Dumbledore ran a long thin finger down his crooked nose. It felt to Bill as if everyone in the room was holding their breath, waiting to hear Dumbledore's response. I am afraid, Dumbledore sighed. Heavily, as if he were Atlas holding the world up with his hands, that Alistair is right. I myself, have tossed the idea around for quite some time. Amelia Bones and I too discussed using more extreme methods in the fight against Voldemort. He's spoken with Amelia about this. That's not surprising. It does seem that the time is now upon us to resort to more extremes. Dumbledore steepled his fingers and rested his chin on top. However, Dumbledore continued, killing for the sake of killing would make us no better than them. Ending one's life if never as simple as 2 little words, as many of you unfortunately know. Several of the members shifted uncomfortably in their seats as sadness washed over the room. Yet, I cannot deny that we must find a way to detain those who would see our world fall apart. If that requires force, then that must be done. Bill glanced at his mother and saw that her head was bowed, no doubt thinking of her long-deceased brothers. What did Amelia say exactly? Bill asked. It would be useful information to pass back to Voldemort. Due to the egregious horrors committed the night of the Quidditch World Cup, against my recommendation, Dumbledore said gravely, as of tomorrow, once an Auror is engaged by someone considered to be hostile, they will be allowed to use the killing curse. More murmurs erupted around the room, and Bill wasn't surprised. Aurors were forbidden from using the killing curse, along with the rest of the unforgivables. Aurors were expected to bring in suspects and prisoners, and only resort to curses if absolutely necessary. However, the killing curse was considered too dark to use. The use of the killing curse by Aurors had only been made legal twice before in Britain, during Grindelwald's reign, and during the time Voldemort first rose to power. What about training? Bill asked. He wanted to gather as much information as possible. Surely Amelia knows her Aurors need more training. Yes, Dumbledore replied. She is aware, and steps are being made to ensure that all Aurors are well equipped in case of a Death Eater attack. What can we do? Remus asked. As Dumbledore began to give out orders, Bill made sure to memorize every word. Harrison arrived with barely a pop. The sound of a waterfall reached his ears, and he looked up to see crystal clear water flowing down a 20-foot-high rock wall into a large swimming pool. His eyes landed on the figure standing near the edge of the deep end. "Cass, what's wrong?" Harrison asked. She didn't respond except to cross her bare legs. Her yellow bikini stood out in stark contrast to her pale skin. "Your house elf showed up out of nowhere saying that you needed me right away." He reached her and grabbed her arm. Cass slowly turned around. Harrison was shocked to see that her eyes were red. It was an odd sight, as Cass hated to show weakness in front of anyone, even Harrison. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen her so much as sniffle. "What is it?" Harrison asked gently. Cass tucked a strand of long curly hair behind her ear. "What if something happens to one of us?" Cass asked quietly. Harrison frowned. "What if we go into Hogsmeade one day, all of us in our Slytherin robes, and bam, you're dead? Or Daphne. Or Blaise. Or any of us." "Cass," Harrison began slowly, "where is this coming from?" Cass sighed. "We're in the middle of a war, Harrison. People die every day. Good people. Bad people. What if one of us is next?" A tear rolled down her cheek. "Hey," Harrison wiped the tear away with his thumb, "none of us are going to die. Aunt Bella would never let anything happen to you or Leo. To any of us." He smiled. "My dad wouldn't either." "No one is invincible," Cass whispered. Harrison stared at Cass as she chewed on her bottom lip. He was officially worried. Cass never bit her lip or displayed any other sign of nervousness. "What happened?" Harrison asked again. "My mom," Cass swallowed. "Last night after the World Cup." She swallowed again, harder this time. "I know it shouldn't matter, none of us even knew." She covered her mouth. "I'm not supposed to tell anyone, not even you." "Then why are you?" Harrison asked after she fell silent. Although, he had the feeling he knew what she'd say. "Your dad is the Dark Lord," Cass replied. "You'll find out sooner or later. And I trust you more than anyone, besides Leo, you know." Cass looked into his eyes. "My mom found out that she was pregnant, but because of the curse Sirius, she spat his name, hit her with, she lost it." Harrison looked sadly at Cass. He had known, his father told him before he left for Lestrange Manor, but he didn't want to tell her that. What he hadn't known was that Cass and Leo had been told. He felt horrible for them, they were family to him, and Sirius had hurt them. He would make sure Sirius paid for what he did. "I'm sorry," Harrison said honestly. He knew how much his Aunt Bella had wanted another child. "It was a boy," Cass said. She acted as though she hadn't heard him. "I would have had a baby brother. I shouldn't be upset, I didn't know him, but it still hurts, knowing." "He will pay for what he did," Harrison said fiercely. "Aunt Bella, Uncle Rodolphus, Aunt Sissa, none of them will stop until he pays. My father won't either. You know that." Harrison was cut off when Cass' lips crashed into his. He immediately pulled away and took a step back. "Cass," Harrison said, a perplexed look on his face, "what are you doing?" Harrison prided himself on knowing how situations would unfold, and this was not at all what he'd expected. "My mum won't talk to Leo and me about it," Cass said, a few tears rolling down her cheeks. "Dad went immediately to work after he told us. Leo is acting like it doesn't matter, but I can see that he's angry." Cass reached behind her neck and untied her bikini top. Harrison watched as the thin yellow fabric fluttered to the ground. For the second time in less than 5 minutes he found himself completely caught off guard. Harrison forced himself to look away from Cass' exposed breasts, ignoring the fact that he found her state of undress extremely alluring. "Cass," Harrison said, a slight warning to his tone. Cass took a long step forward and pressed her breasts against his chest. Harrison hated his hormones for causing him to freeze. He was excellent at keeping his cool, but lately his 14-year-old hormones were making him act like Weasley and he hated it. Cass used that second to pull his head down to hers and her tongue snaked its way into his mouth. It took Harrison a few seconds to realize that his hands had found her waist, and that her hand was moving towards the button of his slacks. "We can't," Harrison said as he pulled away. Cass stared at him, her eyes still red and her lips on their way to swollen. He stared into her eyes, knowing that if he looked down he wouldn't be able to stop again. "We're 14, Cass," Harrison said as though he was a professor talking to a class. "Our hormones have the best of us. We can't do this, not like this." "Why?" Cass asked. "Am I not good enough?" "Cass," Harrison sighed, "you know that isn't the case. You're one of my best friends." He looked imploringly at her. In this moment he wanted to disappear. He was Harrison Riddle, he wasn't supposed to lose control. "That's why we can't. I'm a lot of things, but I won't take advantage of you. You're vulnerable. You'll wake up tomorrow and laugh about this." Cass shook her head, her curls flying in every direction. "You're a pure Cass." He ran a hand through his hair. "For Salazar's sake, so am I. And this isn't how it's going to be for you." Cass looked at him and wrapped her arms around her upper body like some strange acrobat. Realization dawned on her face and she closed her eyes. "I'm sorry," Cass said. "Everything seems to be changing so fast. We're growing up. Merlin, even Ron Weasley is acting more grown up." She let out a bark-like laugh as if she'd just said the funniest thing in the world. "Then last night," she shook her head. "I'm sorry, Harrison." She reached over to a lounge chair and grabbed a green towel that she wrapped around herself. "I'm an idiot. You feel like shit." Harrison ran a hand through his hair. "I do understand that. When does the great son of Voldemort ever feel like shit?" Cass asked teasingly. Harrison smiled. If Cass was teasing, she was on her way to feeling better. Although he could still see the sadness written all over her. "I don't," Harrison said haughtily. "I just wanted you to feel better." Cass laughed, picked up her bikini top and threw it at Harrison. He laughed as he caught the tiny piece of yellow fabric. He was glad she wasn't letting what just happened stop her from being herself around him. "You're such a prat," Cass said. Harrison watched as conflicting emotions danced through her eyes. "We'll all be fine," Harrison said adamantly. "Nothing is going to happen to any of us." "I want to believe that," Cass said. "But I know that isn't true. Your dad may be Voldemort, and my parents may be Death Eaters, but we don't live in protective bubbles. You know that after last night, everything is going to be different." Harrison didn't want to say it out loud, but he had the feeling she was right. "Bloody hell." Hannah Abbott spluttered. Laughter rang out through the hall, as Hannah staggered sideways. A large, red water-filled balloon fell from the ceiling, and she narrowly avoided getting hit a second time. "Peeves," Hannah snapped. "Stopped at this instant." A young girl wearing Gryffindor robes and a glinting prefect badge ordered the poltergeist. Peeves blew a raspberry. "I'm not doing nothing wrong, Blondie," Peeves cackled. "Get down here," the prefect yelled. Peeves threw another water bomb into a group of second-year Hufflepuffs who screamed and ran towards their house table. "Fools," Pansy said with a disdainful sniff, as she stepped around a puddle of water. "I find it amusing," Blaze said. "It's not as if Peeves would ever dare prank a Slytherin, the Bloody Baron would go ballistic. It's still annoying having to always walk around his prank of the week," Jenna said, as she wrinkled her nose at a group of wet third years. Harrison blocked out his friend's comments and the prefects yelling to stare at Cass. Ever since the day Cass had hit on him at her house she had been acting like her old self again, but Harrison could tell that it was merely an act. While Leo seemed to be dealing with the loss of their unborn sibling just fine, Cass appeared to be still upset, although hiding it admirably. Harrison was sure his other friends didn't even notice the tinge of sadness in her eyes, with the exception of her twin, who would shoot her the occasional worried glance. "She'll be fine," a quiet voice whispered. Harrison looked at Leo as they took a seat at the Slytherin table. "I know," Harrison quietly retorted. Leo shot him a grateful look before laughing at something Theo said. Harrison looked around the hall as the students filed in for the start of year feast. Quite a few of the students were grumbling under their breath about peeves. On the 4 house tables, golden plates and goblets gleamed by the light of hundreds of floating silver and gold candles. He spared the head table a glance and saw Dumbledore seated in the center, a purple and silver hat perched atop his head. For the first time since Harrison has been a student, there were no new professors. Dolores Umbridge once again sat to Dumbledore's left side, wearing her customary pink robes. To Umbridge's right sat Barty Crouch Jr., who was in a quiet but intense conversation with Snape. Remus Lupin, who sat several seats away, was eyeing the 2 Death Eaters in a way that wouldn't be obvious to anyone who didn't know what they were looking for. Harrison didn't know what the werewolf was expecting to hear or see, as neither of the 2 men would slip up in public. Harrison had to contain a sneer as his eyes roamed over Hagrid, who as usual, looked as if he had just walked out of the Forbidden Forest after having lived there for a year. He finished scanning the rest of the professors shortly before loud footsteps began to echo and the new first years walked into the Great Hall. Harrison ignored the oohing and awing of the new first years as he eyed his fellow Slytherins. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was different from previous years, and it was most obvious at his table. While the other 3 houses were more subdued than normal, there was still plenty of laughter and bright smiles. While the Slytherins, who were always on guard, appeared even more so. Even Orion Black, who tended to take after his father Regulus in regard to showing off on a daily basis at the table, was more subdued. He knew it had something to do with the World Cup, and even more with the all-out war that everyone knew was coming. Soon the sorting was finished and everyone began to eat. When the last of the puddings and cakes had been eaten, Dumbledore stood up. "So," Dumbledore said, smiling at the 4 house tables in turn, "now that we are all fed and watered, I must ask for your attention, while I give out a few notices." "Fed and watered," Daphne said defensively. "We aren't horses. More of that man's screws come loose every year," Jenna muttered. "Mr. Filch has asked that I inform you that the list of objects forbidden inside the castle this year has extended to include screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, and ever-bashing boomerangs. The full list comprises some 437 items, I believe, and can be viewed in Mr. Filch's office, if anybody so desires to do so." "I'll be sure to do that," Blaise said sardonically, running a hand through his black hair. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled, but Harrison could see a hint of sadness in their depths. "As ever, I would like to inform you all that the forest on the grounds is out of bounds to students, as is the village of Hogsmeade to all below 3rd year. It is also my painful duty to inform you that the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not take place this year." "What?" a loud voice shouted from the Gryffindor table. "That's rubbish," a Hufflepuff yelled. Several of the students were staring at Dumbledore in shock. Harrison watched as the twins' mouths opened and shut. Fred looked at Harrison and winked. He had told the twins about the Triwizard Cup, but he knew they needed to play along. "That not fair," Roger Davies yelled. Dumbledore raised his hands for silence. "This is due to an event that will be starting in October, and continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the teachers' time and energy, but I am sure you will all enjoy it immensely. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year at Hogwarts we will be hosting a most exciting and legendary event, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year." "You're joking," Seamus yelled. "I am not joking, Mr. Finnegan," Dumbledore said. He cleared his throat. "Some of you will not know what this tournament involves, so I hope those that do know will forgive me for giving a short explanation, and allow their attention to wander freely." Harrison allowed his mind to wander until he heard a shout from the Hufflepuff table. "Death toll. A.B. Owned Hufflepuff's second year" sounded faint. Dumbledore ignored the boy and continued. "There have been several attempts over the centuries to reinstate the tournament, none of which has been successful. However, our own departments of international magical cooperation in magical games and sports have decided the time is ripe for another attempt. We have worked hard over the summer to ensure that this time, no champion will find himself or herself in mortal danger." "Where's the fun in that?" Draco drawled. "The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving with their short-listed contenders in October, and the selection of the 3 champions will take place at Halloween. An impartial judge will decide the students who are most worthy to compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleon personal prize money. Murmurs sprung up around the hall, and Harrison could hear snippets of conversations that included, "That's a lot of money," and "eternal glory." The excitement in the hall was palpable as fervent whispers filled the now noisy Great Hall. Dumbledore called for silence and the whispers died down. "Eager though I know all of you will be to bring the Triwizard Cup to Hogwarts, the heads of the participating schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to impose an age restriction. Only students who are of age, that is to say, 17 or older, will be allowed to put forth their name for consideration." Noises of outrage filled the hall, and once more Dumbledore had to call for silence. "This is a measure we feel is necessary, given that the tournament tasks will be difficult and dangerous, whatever precautions we take, and it is highly unlikely that students below 6th and 7th year will be able to cope with them. I will personally be ensuring that no underage student hoodwinks our impartial judge into making them Hogwarts champion. I therefore beg you not to waste your time submitting yourself if you are under 17. Dumbledore's eyes lingered over the Weasley twins. "The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would be arriving in October and remaining with us for the greater part of this year. I know that you will give every courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us, and will give your wholehearted support to the Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected. And now, it's late, and I know how important it is to you all to be alert and rested as you enter your lessons tomorrow morning. Bedtime. Chop chop. There was a giant scraping and banging as all the students got to their feet and swarmed towards the double doors. Harrison pushed his way through the throng of students and listened into various conversations. "I bet Cedric will be our champion," a second-year Hufflepuff said excitedly. "Pretty boy Diggory," Blaise sneered. "Salazar help us all if he's considered Hogwarts most worthy. He may be sickeningly light, but Diggory is no fool," Harrison said quietly, as he made his way out of the hall. Sirius smiled as he listened to Tonks tell him all about her day. He had spent weeks dealing with the aftermath that was the horror of the World Cup. All those deaths, and all of the fear that they caused, sometimes he didn't know which was worse. The only good thing, and he felt horrible for thinking that something good came out of that night of hell, was that Tonks was doing better. Having to push her pain aside to help people had actually made her feel like her old self. The World Cup, and then going back to her job as an Auror, had truly helped her. "Needless to say, we had him in a holding cell by day's end," Tonks finished her story with a grin. "That sounds like some day," Sirius said, sounding like a proud father or uncle. "It was," Tonks agreed. She dug a spoonful of purple ice cream out of her cup and took it all in one bite. "Sometimes I wonder if I should go back to being an Auror," Sirius said offhandedly. "That would be awesome." Tonks grinned. "Although, it's still hard for me to believe that you were ever an Auror." Sirius puffed out his chest. "I was an excellent Auror." "I dare say, excellent is much too strong a word," a cold voice said. Sirius' body went rigid. He watched as Tonks' entire demeanor changed, her shoulders hunched in defensively and her eyes narrowed into slits. Sirius hadn't heard that voice in more than 13 years. He had known the day would come when he'd hear it again, he just hadn't planned on it being so soon. Sirius looked to the right and he had to force down a growl. "Hello, Sirius," Regulus Black said coolly. "Regulus," Sirius glared at his brother. "Is this what you've been doing since your release?" Regulus asked mockingly, and Sirius' eye twitched at the word, released. They both knew he'd still be in Azkaban had he not escaped. "Eating ice cream and living in the past. What I do with my time is none of your concern," Sirius snapped. "Concern? Oh, no, you misunderstand me," Regulus said smoothly, a condescending smile on his face. "As concern implies I'm worried or anxious, you could not be farther from my truth. I'm merely surprised that given the current state of things in Britain you're spending your time relaxing. Shouldn't you be preparing yourself for what's to come?" Sirius felt a surge of hatred so strong that it threatened to obliterate all thought. "Are you threatening me?" Sirius asked, his voice deceptively calm. "Have you ever known me to make threats?" Regulus asked. "No. I'm merely attempting to engage in friendly conversation." "Nothing about you is ever friendly," Sirius said. "So why don't you go to hell, and take the rest of our," he spit the word out, "supposed family with you, starting with Bellatrix." Regulus' smile vanished and his face contorted into something inhuman. A spark of something feral appeared in his eyes, and a chill ran down Sirius' spine. For a moment, Sirius thought he was looking at a demon from another world. "I'm sure that one day I'll find myself in hell, but not anytime soon," Regulus said coolly. He glanced at Tonks and his smile reappeared. "Hello, Nymphadora." Tonks scowled. "Rabastan says hello." Tonks went rigid, and a faraway look entered her eyes. Sirius knew all about what Rabastan had done to his cousin, and the fact that his brother was so far gone that he would throw it in Tonks' face made bile rise in his throat. "You bastard." Sirius jumped up. Sirius' hands clenched around Regulus' throat, but the younger Black didn't try to get away. Sirius could faintly hear screaming in the background, but a rushing in his ears was all he could focus on. His lips curled back, and a low growl escaped his throat. He wanted to watch the sadistic light in Regulus' eyes fade away, until his eyes were nothing more than two empty orbs. Sirius felt intense pressure in his stomach a second before he flew backwards into a table, which toppled over, sending several glasses to the ground. The sound of glass shattering pulled him back into the moment, and a rush of noise assaulted him. "He went mad," a woman muttered. "Did you see that?" a loud voice asked. "Who does he think he is, eh? Muggle?" Sirius felt himself get pulled up, and he looked into the angry eyes of a man in red Auror robes. "You're coming with me," the Auror said coldly. "Assaulting a lord in public." Before Sirius could speak, Regulus cut the Auror off. "It is quite all right," Regulus said smoothly. The Auror looked at him as though he sprouted a second head. "My brother hasn't been right in the head since his time in Azkaban." "Your brother? Azkaban?" The Auror sounded confused. The young man looked at Sirius and shock filled his face. "You're Sirius Black." "Yes," Regulus said, "and as I said, he isn't right in the head." It was a momentary lapse in his judgment. "I'm sure it won't happen again." "I'm not the one who isn't right in the head," Sirius growled. Regulus looked at Sirius as though he had merely said something in jest, and Sirius felt the urge to once more put his hands around his throat. The Auror looked between the brothers, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. He looked at Sirius as though he wanted to ask him a question, but he looked at Regulus and thought better of it. "Of course, Lord Black," the Auror said. He looked at Sirius. "This is the only warning you'll receive." Sirius didn't spare the Auror another glance, and instead glared at his brother. Slowly, the few people who had gathered to watch walked away. Sirius continued to glare at Regulus, who looked perfectly poised, as if he hadn't been choked 5 minutes earlier. "You'll pay for this," Sirius said. "You'll pay for everything you've ever done." "What's that famous Muggle saying?" Regulus asked. "You love the filthy creatures so much, you should know it. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." Regulus' eyes darkened. "You two have much to answer for, Sirius, and I hope to Merlin that I'm there to witness you pay for your sins." Regulus turned on his heel and disapparated without a sound. "Bloody hell!" Sirius spluttered. Sirius coughed as icy water continued to rain down around him. He wiped his eyes and looked into the furious eyes of Remus. "What the hell, Remus?" Sirius yelled. Remus flicked his wand, and the miniature cloud above Sirius' head vanished. Sirius shivered as his soaking wet bed sheet stuck to his body. "Care to explain this?" Remus asked. Remus held up a copy of that morning's Daily Prophet. On the front cover was a giant moving photo of Sirius wrapping his hands around Regulus' throat. The title of the article read, "Did Azkaban Drive Sirius Black Mad?" Sirius' stomach sank as he snatched the article from his best friend's hand. He read the first few lines and couldn't stand to read any more. He threw the newspaper to the ground. "Blood, Rita Skeeter," Sirius snarled. "I didn't see her anywhere yesterday. How did she get that picture, let alone all of that information?" Remus ignored him, and instead pointed him with a disappointed look. "Imagine my surprise as I'm sitting at the head table and all of a sudden this gets dropped on my plate," Remus said, his voice deceptively calm. "You can imagine the reaction the students had, and don't even get me started on Severus." Sirius' head snapped up. "What the hell does that slimy snake have to do with anything?" "That isn't the point, Sirius," Remus said with a sigh. "The point is that everyone at Hogwarts is talking about this. You can only imagine that it's worse outside of those walls. You know that there are those who think you're crazy after all that time you spent in Azkaban, so what in Merlin's name possessed you to attempt to strangle your own brother?" Sirius scowled. "Regulus is no brother of mine." Remus ran a hand down his face. Once again you miss the point, Sirius. Remus sat at the foot of the bed. That article makes you sound unhinged. That's not something you can afford right now. You know what Dumbledore said, you're supposed to be subtly trying to get old friends to join the cause. No one is going to take you seriously if they think you've gone mad. They won't. Realization hit Sirius like a train. That was the whole point. Sirius jumped out of bed and ran a hand through his hair. Regulus baited me on purpose. Well, I knew he had, but it was bigger than I thought. He knew that by taunting Tonks I would snap, and he did it in public. He had to have known that Rita would be somewhere watching, hiding where I couldn't see her. He threw his hands up. I'm an idiot. Yes, you are, Remus sighed. You're going to have to do a lot to make up for this, because as much as I hate it, public perceptions matters. Now more than ever. I know, Sirius admitted grudgingly. He paced around his bed. When I get my hands on him. Sirius, Remus said warningly. Now isn't the time for personal vendettas. It's more than a personal vendetta, Sirius said bitterly. Regulus is a Death Eater. You know that as well as I do. Sirius could still vividly remember the day his brother joined Voldemort. Sirius had begged his brother not to do it, he had told Regulus that he had options, but Regulus gladly took the dark mark. From that moment on, Sirius had felt angry and betrayed by his brother. He also felt disgusted and horrified. After all, he knew what it took to be able to take the dark mark. It doesn't matter, Sirius, Remus said calmly. I understand why you hate your brother. I was there the night he ran off to join Voldemort, but you need to get used to seeing him. How you haven't run into him before now is shocking. I can't be in the same room as him, Remus, Sirius said. I'll kill him. At least try to act normal in public, Remus said sympathetically. You can't afford to look like an insane escaped convict. Sirius barked out a laugh, half in amusement, and half because he felt that if he didn't laugh he would burst into tears. Tears for the anger he felt, and tears for the little boy Regulus used to be. Harrison walked into the Great Hall on Halloween morning, and was surprised to see that the Halloween decorations that had graced the hall the past week were gone. In lieu of the typical Halloween decorations, silk banners in the various house colors decorated the ceiling. A giant banner with the Hogwarts crest hung behind the head table. Large diamond chandeliers floated above each table, and sparkling silver fairies floated around the ceiling. Soon the Great Hall was filled with students and Dumbledore stood and called for silence. The time has finally arrived. This evening we will meet the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang who will be staying with us for the rest of the year, Dumbledore said. Please welcome, the students of Durmstrang Institute. The doors to the Great Hall burst open. 7 boys and 5 girls wearing blood-red robes walked in, their faces impassive, and their steps in sync. They all held themselves with confidence and dignity. All of the students has black hair and tanned skin. They were led by a man Harrison knew, Igor Karkaroff. Igor was wearing slick silver robes, and his black hair was pulled into a low ponytail. He looked like the kind of man you wouldn't want to run into during the day, let alone down a dark alley. Bloody hell, a voice broke through the silence, that's Victor Crumb. Murmurs broke out around the hall as the students realized the world-famous Seeker was in their midst. Girls began to giggle, and Harrison rolled his eyes at their behavior. He looked at the Gryffindor table and his eyes found Ginny, her face was beet red. It appears as if someone is over their crush on Blaze. Perfect. The Durmstrang students walked to the head table, inclined their heads in acknowledgement, then turned and faced the students. Now, Dumbledore continued, I would like to introduce the students of Beauxbatons Academy. Harrison's eyebrows shot into his head as a woman taller than Hagrid led in a group of 12 students. She had olive-colored skin, a beaky nose, and large, black, liquid-looking eyes. The students that followed looked the opposite of the students from Durmstrang. They were all owned, and wore light blue robes that were so silky they looked as if they were wearing water. The girl in front was the most beautiful Harrison had ever seen. Her long owned hair reached down to her waist, and her blue eyes sparkled like 2 crystal-clear pools. She had an unnaturally tiny waist, and legs that seemed to stretch for miles. Her pink lips were curled up in a smile, and her white teeth were blinding. Hello, Harrison, the owned said quietly as she passed by him. Fleur, Harrison murmured. Harrison had met Fleur Delacour the summer before his first year of Hogwarts, and had spoken with her a few times since. Her father was Pierre Delacour, France's Minister of Magic. Pierre wasn't a Death Eater, not even close, he was neutral. He knew who Voldemort was, but he didn't agree with his methods, and he didn't support the dark. However, he was a friend of the Malfoy family, and he promised to stay neutral, at least for the time being. Harrison knew his father didn't have Pierre killed because according to him, he was the lesser of two evils, as many in the French government had light leanings. At least Pierre stayed neutral in most areas. The Beauxbatons students stood next to those from Durmstrang. "Let us all give our guests a warm welcome," Dumbledore said jovially. The students burst into applause, as they craned their necks to get a better look. After a minute, Dumbledore raised his hands for silence. "If our guests would be so kind as to take seats at whichever table they'd prefer." The students from Durmstrang immediately sat down at the Slytherin table, and the students from Beauxbatons sat down with the Ravenclaws. Harrison could see the boys around Fleur staring at her with dreamy expressions. "This past week, the students of Hogwarts have been able to submit their name for consideration," Dumbledore began, and shortly before their entrance to the Great Hall, the students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang submitted their names as well. He spread his hands. "So now it is time, but before we bring in the casket I need to introduce, for those who do not know, Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation." There was a smattering of applause, while his son, Barty, looked at him impassively, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. There was a much louder round of applause for Ludo, who seemed to lap up the attention. Ludo waved jovially at the students, while Crouch Sr. looked as though he'd rather be anywhere else. Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly over the last few months on the arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore continued, and they will be joining myself, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxine on the panel that will judge the champions' efforts. At the mention of the word, champions, the attentiveness of the listening students seemed to sharpen. Dumbledore smiled and said, "The casket, then, if you please, Mr. Filch." Filch, who as usual, had been lurking unnoticed in a far corner of the hall, now approached Dumbledore carrying a large wooden chest encrusted with jewels. The rubies and emeralds winked. A murmur of excitement filled the hall. "The instructions for the tasks the champions will face this year have already been examined by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman," said Dumbledore as Filch placed the chest carefully on the table before him, "and they have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge. There will be 3 tasks, spaced throughout the school year, and they will test the champions in many different ways: their magical prowess, their daring, their powers of deduction, and of course, their ability to cope with danger." At his last word, the hall was filled with a silence so absolute that nobody seemed to be breathing. "Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them please to come up to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table, and go through into the next chamber, where they will receive their first instruction." Dumbledore took out his wand and gave a great sweeping wave with it. At once, the chandeliers dimmed and the fairies disappeared, plunging the great hall into a state of semi-darkness. The goblet of fire shone brightly, the bright blue flames danced, and red sparks shot out. Suddenly, the flames turned red, and more sparks shot out. A tongue of flame shot into the air, a charred bit of parchment fluttered out, and Dumbledore shot out his arm. Dumbledore caught the parchment and held it at arm's length, so that he could read it by the light of the flames, which were blue once more. "The champion for Durmstrang," he read in a strong, clear voice, "will be Victor Crumb." Victor smirked, before his face became impassive. He stood to the cheering of the great hall and made his way into the next chamber. "Victor will win, hands down," Pansy said. The clapping died down, and once more the flames turned red, and shot out a bit of parchment. "The champion for Beauxbatons," Dumbledore read, as Fleur Delacour. Fleur stood up, and sauntered towards the chamber. Harrison knew that her Vila allure drew guys in, but he could tell that she was moving her hips more than necessary. "Smart. Playing her advantage. They're acting as if it's the end of the world," Jenna said. Harrison looked over his shoulder to see 2 of the girls from Beauxbatons crying, their thin shoulders shaking. For the final time, the flames changed from blue to red, and Dumbledore caught a piece of parchment. The hall fell so silent, Harrison felt as if time itself had stopped. "The Hogwarts champion," Dumbledore said, "is Cedric Diggory." "Pretty boy, Diggory," Blaise said in disgust. Every single Hufflepuff was on their feet, screaming and stamping their feet. Cedric was grinning from ear to ear, as he proudly walked towards the chamber. The Gryffindors were standing on their benches and waving their arms. The applause went on for so long that Dumbledore had to send up a firework to get the students to quiet down. "Excellent," Dumbledore said, a jovial look on his face. "Well, we now have our 3 champions. I am sure I can count on all of you, including the remaining students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, to give your champions every ounce of support you can muster." He looked around the hall, blue eyes sparkling. "I have one last announcement to make. In the spirit of making new friends, tomorrow all students, 4th year and up, as well as our visiting students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, will be able to spend the day in Hogsmeade. This would be a good time to introduce yourselves and take to heart the spirit of international magical cooperation." The excitement in the hall grew, as the students began whispering excitedly about Hogsmeade. "Now, off to bed," Dumbledore clapped his hands. "A surprise day in Hogsmeade," Blaise said. "With everything that's been going on, I can't deny that I'm surprised." Harrison looked at the door to the chamber where the champions had gone, and he couldn't help but feel that this entire year was going to be one surprise after the other. Victor took the letter from the Black Owl and unfolded the parchment. It was blank and Victor frowned. He dropped the letter when a sharp pain shot up his arm. He looked down at the letter and saw words forming in black ink. He slowly reached down and picked it up. "Victor, I am aware of tomorrow's Hogsmeade visit. You know what is expected of you. I do not wish for the faith I have given you to have been misplaced. Voldemort." The parchment turned to ash which fluttered out of Victor's hand and onto the ground. Victor knew exactly what was expected of him. He knew it would take a while for his plans to come to fruition, but he wouldn't disappoint his lord. He smiled, as he looked up at the moon. He was going to enjoy his time at Hogwarts. Luna's fingers dug into her comforter, and her back arched off the bed. Sweat dripped down her forehead, and tiny droplets came to rest on her eyelids. Her head swung violently from side to side, as her breathing came out in ragged sputters. Her stomach clenched, and it felt as though a million fireworks were exploding inside of her. One minute she felt like her stomach was going to grow hands and claw its way out, and the next pleasure that she didn't know was possible shot through her core. Images flashed through her head at a dizzying rate. A young BPD woman sitting on a bed, red hair framing a face she couldn't make out. A peaceful lake. A room that looked as if it were carved from ice. Blue silk and a pair of black dress robes lying in a pile on the ground. A gravestone. A cold smile. Tears falling onto a pillow. Laughter, followed by screams, assaulted her ears. A sharp pain seared her hip, before a feeling of euphoria overcame her. She closed her eyes, thinking that if she shut her eyes tight enough it would all go away. A moan escaped from her lips, before they twisted into a silent scream. Suddenly, the images stopped and her mind went blank. Luna's back fell against the bed, and she quickly breathed in the air, trying to catch her breath. Slowly she sat up and with shaking hands lifted up her t-shirt. She stared down at her hip, where a fresh set of bite marks adorned her pale skin. "Stupid, stupid," Ginny muttered under her breath. She tucked a strand of shoulder-length red hair behind her ear as she rounded the corner. Oomph! Ginny ran into something hard, and she lost her balance. She only remained on her feet because a pair of strong hands grabbed her by the arms. "Careful," a deep, slightly accented voice said. Ginny had to crane her neck to look up at the person who had caught her, as he was almost a full head taller than her. When her eyes locked onto his dark brown ones, she couldn't stop a blush from creeping up her cheeks. "I'm so sorry," Ginny said quickly, the words tumbling out of her mouth. "I forgot my wand on my nightstand, and I was running back up to get it when..." She trailed off. She couldn't believe she had just admitted to leaving her wand in her dorm room, and to Victor Crumb of all people. Victor laughed, and Ginny only then realized that he was still gripping her arms. "It is quite all right." Victor let go of her arms, and if she didn't know any better she would have, though he did so reluctantly. "Yeah, right, because the famous Victor Crumb would ever even look twice at me," she mentally scoffed. "Ginny, isn't it?" Victor asked. Ginny looked at him dumbfounded. "Yes, how did you?" "I heard your father say it the night of the World Cup," Victor said. She loved the way he said, "World." "Oh," Ginny said quietly. Suddenly embarrassment overtook her as she remembered that night. "About that night, I never did thank you properly." Her blush creeped up too. her ears as she realized how that sounded. I didn't mean, she shook her head. I wasn't. Victor laughed again. It was a booming sound, as if it was being magnified. It was nothing, Ginny, Victor said. He smiled at her, and her legs felt like jelly. You saved me, she whispered. They both fell silent, and Ginny was mentally cursing herself. Victor cleared his throat. I have a way you can make it up to me. Ginny's eyebrows furrowed. I was told today they are allowed to go to Hogsmeade. I've never been to this place before, but I hear it is nice. Ginny's eyes widened, and her heart rate sped up. She couldn't believe what she just heard. Are you asking me to go with you to Hogsmeade? Ginny asked, shock written all of her face. Is that a yes? Victor asked teasingly. Yes, Ginny said quickly. She grimaced at how needy she sounded. Wonderful, Victor said. You must need your wand, yes. Let us meet in 20 minutes at the doors to your great hall. Okay, Ginny said. She was finding it hard to wrap her mind around this conversation. Victor reached over and grabbed her hand. He raised it up to shoulder height before leaning down to gently brush his lips against her knuckles. Ginny's stomach felt as though a dolphin was showing off by doing jump after jump. I'll be counting down the minutes, Victor said. Ginny opened her mouth to speak, but found that she couldn't say anything. She couldn't help but watch as Victor walked away. She couldn't believe that someone like Victor had just asked her out. He was tall, handsome, and she could make out his muscles through the trousers and dress shirt he was wearing. She wanted to hex herself to make sure this wasn't all a dream. Sure, Ginny thought she was pretty. She received plenty of compliments about her red hair and hazel eyes. But she had never thought she was pretty enough for someone like Victor Crumb to even look twice at. She looked down at her clothes and grimaced. She was wearing faded blue jeans and a plain black t-shirt. Lavender and Parvati are going to love this, she muttered. As much as she didn't want to get her best friends going on a fashion rant, she didn't want to go to Hogsmeade looking a complete mess. She set off for Gryffindor Tower, dreading the squeals that were no doubt about to commence. Harrison pushed open the heavy wooden door and entered the three broomsticks. All of his senses were immediately assaulted. The smell of cinnamon and cherries filled the air, and loud voices and boisterous laughter echoed off the wooden walls. The entire back wall was taken up by a bar, a mirror behind it reflected the cozy atmosphere. The landlady, Madame Rosmerta, was bustling in between the round tables, her glittery gold shoes glinting wildly. One of the patrons said something to her and she threw her head back laughing, tight brown curls flying around her head. Harrison walked past servers carrying trays of ornate glasses filled with red currant rum, mulled mead, and pewter tankards of butterbeer. I told you there would be no tables, Leo grumbled. They passed by a table covered in delicious-looking platters of finger foods, and Leo looked at them longingly. We should have came here before Honeydukes. You're the one who wanted to go to Honeydukes, Harrison pointed out. Harrison heard a tinkling laugh and looked in the direction he thought it came from. Fleur was sitting at a table in the far corner with Cass. Harrison rose his eyebrows, he didn't think the two of them had ever met. He made a beeline for their table, Leo trailing behind. Harrison, Cass shouted when she saw him. Hey, Cass, Harrison said. He looked at Fleur, who favored him with a flirty smile. It's good to see you again, Fleur. It's always good to see you. Harrison, Fleur said, her French accent music to Harrison's ears. Join us. Leo took the seat next to Cass, and went to grab a crisp from her plate. Cass smacked his hand away with a playful glare. I'm hungry, Leo whined. Cass rolled her eyes and pushed the plate towards her twin. Harrison sat down on the seat next to Fleur. She looked beautiful in a light pink silk summer dress. I wasn't aware the two of you knew each other, Harrison said. We had yet to make each other's acquaintance, Fleur said. I was merely sitting here by myself when Cass came up to introduce herself. Why aren't you with your friends? Leo asked, as he picked up the last crisp. Fleur's eyes darkened for a moment before going back to their sparkling blue. One doesn't make friends easily as Avila, Fleur said simply. Her tone implied she had no desire to continue down that train of conversation. Harrison could understand that, as Avila guys would no doubt fawn all over her, and girls would be insanely jealous. Harrison and Leo weren't affected because they were both Occlumens. Since most guys weren't, they were easily affected by Vila charm, and he could see how that would get annoying. How do you like Hogwarts? Harrison asked, wanting to change the subject. Fleur scrunched her nose. I had expected more. Harrison laughed. I'm not surprised, I've seen stunning pictures of Beauxbatons. Fleur smiled at the mention of her school. It really is gorgeous. You would know all about that, Harrison said smoothly. He ignored Leo's snort at his ridiculously cheesy line. From the grunt that followed, he was positive that Cass had jabbed him with her elbow. Leo, we should go to Honeydukes, Cass said suddenly. Harrison and I just went, Leo said, besides I'm starving. But I want to go, Cass said with meaning. Harrison looked at Leo, who looked between him and Fleur, and Leo smirked. More candy does sound good, Leo said, standing up. Have fun, Harrison said, before turning back to Fleur. I really am hungry, Leo muttered as they walked away. We're finally alone, Fleur said, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Finally, Harrison said, his tone teasing. Are you saying you've been trying to get me alone? Maybe, Fleur said. I wanted to talk to you last night when I saw you, but my name coming out of the goblet put a momentary damper on that. Congratulations on that, Harrison said. Not that I didn't know your name would be chosen, after all, you were a lock. I know you'll do well. Thank you, Fleur said sincerely. Harrison cleared his throat. What did you want to talk to me about? Harrison asked, feigning ignorance. Fleur gave him a look that said, you know what about. Harrison laughed. I actually tried talking to you after the Malfoy summer ball last year, but you left before I had the chance. Well, I'm here now, Fleur said. Harrison smiled. Since you've already eaten, why don't we head outside? Hogsmeade isn't Beauxbatons, but there are a few walking paths down at the end of the village that you'd like. Quiet walking paths? Fleur asked. Harrison smirked. Shouldn't I be the one to spout innuendos? Fleur laughed her tinkling laugh. It sounded like wind chimes gently blowing in the wind. You'll come to learn, Harrison, Fleur said as she slid out of her seat, that I don't care much for shoulds. Harrison stood up and looked into Fleur's eyes. Over the summer he had grown to 6'1", and Fleur was only a few inches shorter than him, so he barely had to look down. Not that he didn't want to, her long, thin legs looked stunning. He smiled at the mischievous twinkle in her eyes. He held out his arm. Shall we? Harrison asked. Fleur's pink lips curled up, as she linked her arm through his. Tom looked at Severus, anger marred his handsome features. Sizzling flames cast a shadow against Severus' face. This must end, Severus, Tom said. Tom tossed a piece of folded-up parchment into the fire and the flames cracked and hissed. He watched as the letter dissolved into ash. I've searched every book I can think of, Severus said. Frustration slipping through his usual stoic mask. I'm afraid that for once, I do not have the answers you seek. Tom's eyes flashed red, and he tapped his long fingers on the arm of his chair. He had woken this morning to a letter from Luna, telling him about another vivid vision she'd had. Luna had described, in unsettling vivid detail, what she had seen. Including the bite marks that had appeared on her skin. It was the second time since she had started her third year at Hogwarts that it had happened, and although he wouldn't admit it aloud, he was worried. Tom hadn't expected to care for Luna when he took her into his home. He had planned on using her as a pawn, and what happened to her after would be of no consequence to him. Yet somewhere down the line, like Harrison, the bee-owned girl had crept into his cold heart. He hated it, loathed the added weakness. But still, he couldn't deny it. Tom had searched high and low for any recorded cases of a seer having wounds from their visions inflicted on them, but he couldn't find a single case. He knew that if he couldn't, then neither could Severus, but he needed a solution. A way for Luna to retain her visions, but for the bruises and bite marks to cease. A potion, Tom said. I want a potion that will stop her symptoms. Severus shifted. To anyone else it would have appeared as if he was merely finding a more comfortable position, but Voldemort knew he was nervous. I will, of course, attempt to make a potion, Severus said. However, as there is no one to test it on, and no information to base my brewing on. You will do so, Tom said, his tone threatening. Of course, my lord, Severus said respectfully. Tom caught the slip, but he didn't comment. This hadn't begun as a formal meeting, so he wouldn't curse the almost mistake, not today. Good, Tom looked into the flames. Is there any news in regard to Crumb? He left Hogwarts this morning with Ginny Weasley, Severus said. They were laughing. Excellent, Tom nodded. He looked at Severus. What of my son? Is he with the girl? I saw him this morning with the Black twins, Severus said. Tom frowned. Severus continued, "He knows what is expected of him, my lord. Harrison will draw in the villa." "Yes," Tom said, "you're right." Severus opened his mouth, but at that moment the door to Tom's office burst open. Tom's eyes narrowed as the wooden door banged against the wall. Severus jumped to his feet, his wand pointed at the door. "My lord," Dawlish said. His eyes were wide, anger and confusion in their dark depths. "What is the meaning of this?" Tom said, his tone cold enough to freeze water. Severus stowed his wand up his sleeve, as Dawlish bowed respectfully. "I know not to interrupt, my lord," Dawlish said. Tom knew what the man had to say was important, was it not? He wouldn't risk getting cursed for barging into his office. "I knew you'd want to know straight away. The Aurors went to the Caro's estate, they said they received a tip. They found a room filled with dark artifacts. All illegal." Tom's eyes narrowed, and anger surged through him. "Are James and Anna Caro in custody?" "James is," Dawlish said. He claimed that the objects were his, and that his wife knew nothing about any of them. "Of course," Severus said, "they have a daughter after all." "What has James told the Aurors?" Tom asked, ignoring Severus. "Unfortunately, that's all I know," Dawlish said sourly. "I don't even know who sent in the tip." Tom was inwardly seething. James Caro was a good Death Eater. "How do you not know?" Severus asked. "You're an Auror after all." Severus' lips twisted. He had never liked Dawlish. Dawlish spared Severus a glare. It was an insulated raid. Kingsley, and a few other light bastards. He sneered. "The Tonks girl was there as well. I want to know who tipped them off," Tom said, his voice deceptively calm. "Of course, my lord," Dawlish bowed. "You can go," Tom waved his hand. Dawlish walked out backwards, and closed the door behind him. "Do you think he will talk?" Severus asked. "No," Tom said with certainty. "James is loyal." The room descended into silence, with the exception of the crackling of the still dancing flames. Tom knew that something like this would happen soon. The moment Amelia allowed the killing curse to be used, the moment Dumbledore and his order decided to stop playing the game like children, that's when he knew this would happen. The Order would use their connections with the Aurors to perform raids. Tom was sure the tip didn't come from anyone. It was Kingsley, no doubt on Dumbledore's order, performing a raid under the guise of having received a tip. "They're going to keep the raids coming," Tom said. He looked at Severus. "Return to Hogwarts, I need to call a meeting. All dark artifacts are to be hidden where no Auror can find them." "Is there anything I can do, my lord?" Severus asked. He didn't look angry, but Tom could feel the anger about this recent development radiating off him. "The potion," Tom said, "and continue to keep your ears and eyes open at Hogwarts. That werewolf is bound to eventually give something away." Severus inclined his head and stood up to leave. "And Severus," Tom said, as the potion's master opened the door. Severus turned to face him. "Keep an eye on Karkaroff." Severus rose an eyebrow, before his face smoothed out. "Of course, my lord." Tom waited until the door closed before he pulled out a small black dragonhide notebook. He opened the book and wrote on the first line, "Harrison." The black ink glowed silver momentarily before turning back to black and finally disappearing. "You must accelerate the plan for Miss Delacour. Do not send any letters via the post. Father." Tom watched as the ink once more glowed silver, before turning black, then vanished completely. He closed the notebook. They had rarely used the book since Tom had purchased them for Harrison and his friends, but with the surprise raids, now was the time to be even more paranoid about safety than ever before. Tom looked out a large square window. In the distance he could see white swans swimming in the lake, and bright green leaves fluttering against the wind. "It seems as if I've underestimated your ability to play against the rules, Dumbledore," Tom murmured. "Let's make things interesting then, shall we?" Tom walked over to the fireplace, grabbed a pinch of silver powder, and threw it into the fire. The flames turned green. "Rita Skeeter," Tom said, a smirk forming on his lips. Harrison wore a smile on his face as he walked into his dormitory. Hogsmeade had been interesting, to say the least. Fleur wasn't anything like he had pictured she would be. The few times he had spoken to her, she had seemed polite and intelligent. It turns out she was more raunchy than polite, but he was right when it came to her intelligent. She had a sharp wit, that an hour after he left her still had him amused. He stopped when he saw his black dragon hide notebook glowing. His father hadn't sent him messages through it in a long time. He frowned as he walked over and opened the notebook. Harrison, you must accelerate the plan for Miss Delacour. Do not send any letters via the post. Father. What had happened to make his father want him to move things quicker? Harrison's frown deepened. He had enjoyed his day with Fleur so much, he had nearly forgotten that he was trying to get close to her for a reason. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a photo. There's a tiny shop in Hogsmeade with a wizarding photo booth out front, and he and Fleur had taken a photo together. In the picture, Fleur's blue eyes looked like someone had handpicked the world's brightest gemstones and plucked them in her face. She wore a smile that said, I know I'm the prettiest girl in the room, thank you for noticing. Harrison's arm was around her shoulders, and the picture showed him laughing at a joke she had just told. He ran a thumb over her face. Fleur was an enigma. She hated that guys fawned over her for her looks, but she prided herself on being gorgeous. She would shoot innocent looks at him one second, then make a sexual joke the next. Accelerate the plan, he muttered, as he pulled his shirt over his head. As he looked down at the smiling picture of Fleur, he didn't think he'd have any trouble doing just that. Ginny buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. I'm serious, Victor said, not bothering to hide his laughter. You did not say that, Ginny said, as she looked up. I did, Victor said sheepishly. Ginny finally let loose her laughter, and shook her head. She stopped laughing and looked up into Victor's smiling face. I had a really good time today, Ginny said. Victor's smile made her legs once again feel like slime. It was only good. Ginny chuckled at his teasing tone. Okay, you got me, it was more than good. Ginny didn't want to say that it was the best day she could remember having in years. It had taken a while, but she had found herself opening up after only a few hours with Victor. There was something about him that made her feel safe and understood. He was sweet, caring, funny, and had an accent to die for. She had only known him for a day, but it felt like it had been years. Victor reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Ginny's muscles tensed at the contact, but then relaxed. If you want to, Ginny began hesitantly, you can sit with me at breakfast tomorrow. She avoided looking into his eyes. Look at me, Victor said gently. Ginny forced herself to look into his eyes. I've old like that very much. Ginny smiled. Brilliant. Suddenly the portrait to Gryffindor Tower opened and a first year stepped out. He looked up and saw Victor. He squeaked in surprise and quickly ran down the stairs. Ginny thought she saw a flash of annoyance in Victor's eyes, but a second later it was gone. I'm seeing things. I should go in, Ginny said hesitantly. It is late, Victor said. Ginny nodded, her hair coming out from behind her ear again. She froze again when Victor once more tucked it behind her ear. She looked up, and her eyes widened when he closed his eyes and leaned down. She didn't move as his lips met hers. Ginny had never been keyed before, and she didn't know what to do, so she stood as if she had been frozen. Victor pulled away and looked at her, a guilty expression on his face. I'm sorry, Victor said, I thought. No, Ginny shook her head. It's not you, I've just never. She felt mortified, and her face turned red as a tomato. She spun around. Victor grabbed her arm, and she hesitantly turned towards him. It's not a problem, Ginny, Victor said soothingly. I still like you. Ginny's eyes went wide. You like me. Of course, I do, Victor said. Ginny swallowed. Oh. Victor laughed. How about we try that again? Ginny couldn't form a coherent thought, so. Instead she nodded. Victor once more leaned down and his lips gently landed on hers. This time, Ginny pressed her lips back and Victor slipped his arms around her waist. Ginny's heart beat wildly against her chest. Victor pulled away slowly, and looked down into her face. Good night, Ginny, Victor pulled away, and walked down the stairs. Ginny stared after him. She felt as if she was floating outside of her body. Victor Crumb, the world-famous Quidditch player, liked her. He had keyed her. Ginny reached up and touched her lips. A smile slowly graced her pale face. She couldn't wait to tell Lavender and Parvati. A hush fell over the Gryffindor table. Ginny looked up from her porridge and into the wide eyes of her best friends. Parvati and Lavender were staring googly-eyed behind her. She turned around and saw Victor standing behind her. His long, lean body hidden beneath red and silver robes. Ginny swallowed. Victor, Ginny said breathlessly. Unconsciously, her fingers reached up and touched her lips. Victor smiled down at her. Victor felt a tinge of annoyance as two girls across from Ginny stared at him like gaping fish. One of them had light brown curly hair, and large, cartoon-sized eyes. The other was an Indian girl, with almond-shaped eyes, and her hair in a side braid. He smiled down at Ginny, and her fingers hovered over her lips. He didn't know whether to find her innocence and naivety endearing or annoying as hell. Yesterday, he had been annoyed by her nervousness and the way she would turn red-faced over every little thing. But he couldn't deny that part of him found it cute. After all, she wasn't an ugly girl. She was no great beauty, but she had a pretty face. He could have received a worse assignment than seducing a cute girl. Victor could do without her two little friends continuing to stare at him though. The simpering and fawning got annoying after 2 seconds. "Is your invitation still good?" Victor asked. Ginny's ears turned red. Victor forced himself not to scowl at the way everything he said made her blush. So for the moment he would go with, "It was annoying as hell." "Yes," Ginny said. Victor took the seat opposite the curly-haired girl and reached for an apple. He plastered on the smile he used when doing fan meet and greets. "I'm Victor," he said. Lavender, the curly-haired one giggled. "She giggles. Of course." Parvati, the Indian girl said. "Pleasure to meet you," Victor said. Lavender giggled again. Victor ate breakfast while Ginny, Lavender, and Parvati talked. He would look at Ginny between bites. He knew what his assignment was. Get Ginny Weasley to fall for him. Lord Voldemort hadn't told him why, and when he asked he had been met with stony silence. He had thought that upon spending time with Ginny he would come to understand, but he honestly had no idea. She seemed like a bright girl, but not overly so. He couldn't feel magic pouring off her. And her family had no money or powerful connections. He was at a complete loss. Ginny kept glancing at him from the corner of her eye and licking her lips. It made him think of their key. He wanted to laugh derisively. What they did could barely qualify as a key. Ginny could have been a statue for how into it she was. Her obvious innocence made him question momentarily what he was doing. Lord Voldemort's angry face flashed in his mind, as did the letter he had received from his father last night. He grimaced as the words he read screamed inside his mind. "Victor, you will not have our Lord to worry about should you fail." "Father." He pushed his thoughts away. He gulped down a glass of orange juice. He sat his glass down and looked at Ginny. "Care for a morning walk?" he asked. Ginny looked at him, she blinked as if she was trying to see. If he was real, I would like that. Victor stood up and Ginny followed. They were almost to the great hall doors when a redhead, a boy with sandy hair, and a tall black boy stopped in front of them. The redhead blinked once, then twice, then his eyes widened. "Bloody hell," the sandy-haired boy said. "You're Victor Crumb." "Guilty," Victor said, annoyance creeping into his tone. The redhead looked between him and Ginny and his eyes widened further. "What are you doing with him?" the redhead asked dumbly. Victor clenched his jaw. "This is Victor," Ginny said patiently. "I know who he is," Ron said. "How do you know him?" "He's my friend," Ginny said slowly. "We met at the World Cup," Victor said slowly, as though speaking to a child, when the boy still looked confused. "And we were just leaving for a morning walk." He turned away from the boy, not caring to speak to him anymore. Victor held up his arm for Ginny. "Shall we?" "I'll talk to you later, Ron," Ginny said, taking Victor's arm. Ron and the other two boys stared in shock, and Victor could tell Ron wanted to say something. In the depths of his eyes, he could see Ron warring with himself. Victor smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes, as he walked past the boys and out of the hall. Harrison watched in amusement as Ron stared slack-jawed after Victor and Ginny. He could tell that Ron wanted to stop her from going, but it was obvious Ron was forcing himself not to do anything. Harrison was surprised by Ron's composure. Of course, they'd been at school for 2 months now, and Ron had yet to attack the Slytherins verbally or otherwise. In fact, Ron, Dean, and Seamus had kept to themselves, and Hermione said she'd even seen them in the library once. That made him suspicious, so Harrison kept an eye on them. They were no doubt plotting something. He was pulled from his thoughts when thin arms wrapped around his midsection, and a head came to rest on his shoulders. "Guess who?" a voice murmured in his ear. Her breath smelt like strawberries. Harrison pretended to think. "Amber." Fleur scowled playfully. "Didn't your father ever tell you not to anger Avila?" Only once or twice, Harrison said nonchalantly. Fleur laughed, as Leo moved over so she could sit next to Harrison. She swung her waist-length blonde hair over her shoulder, as Harrison introduced her to everyone. When he was done he looked up and saw that Susan was staring at him from the Hufflepuff table, a hurt look on her face. Fleur followed his line of sight before looking back at him. "Who is that?" Fleur asked quietly. Harrison cleared his throat. "My ex, Susan." Fleur rose her eyebrows. "I can't picture you with her." "Oh," Harrison said. "Why is that?" Fleur snaked her arms again around his midsection. She placed her head so that her lips were an inch from his ear. "She isn't me," Fleur whispered. Harrison smirked. Fleur was going to make this too easy. He guessed what they said about villas was true. They moved quickly. He looked back at Susan, who stood up and stormed out of the Great Hall. Luna stared at the doors to the Great Hall, where less than 5 minutes ago Victor and Ginny had walked out. Her stomach felt as though she had swallowed hot lava. A feeling of dread washed over her and the stench of death filled her nostrils. She knew the stench was in her head, but she could smell it nonetheless. Luna had the horribly uneasy feeling that Victor and Ginny leaving the Great Hall together was the seal on their death certificates. She knew it was irrational, but she felt nauseous and guilty. After all, Victor was only tasked with seducing Ginny because of Luna. Luna grabbed her goblet and gulped down the remaining grape juice. She looked down at the table as a memory from nearly a year ago surfaced. "You cannot tell me why she is important?" Tom asked. Luna felt as if his eyes were piercing into her soul. "No," Luna admitted. "I can't explain any better than I have." A hint of frustration entered her normally airy tone. "Ginny Weasley, I don't know why, but she's important. I can't see it clearly, but if she's against us," a faraway look entered Luna's eyes. "If Ginny is against us, I don't know how, but it will be extremely detrimental. I don't think we can afford to have her stand with the Order." "The girl is useless," Tom said, eyeing Luna carefully. "She's smart enough. Severus says she's number 10 in her year. She isn't powerful, she has no connections or wealth. She is of no use to me." "I know," Luna admitted. "It's not that she'd be a match for you, or Harrison, or even the inner circle. It isn't her power that makes her dangerous," she trailed off. "I can kill her," Tom said thoughtfully. "No," Luna said adamantly. "I know, like I know my own name, that if she dies," Luna took a shaky breath. "If she dies, the loss is on our side." A shiver ran down Luna's spine. Luna didn't know how to explain it, but she'd never felt so certain of anything in her entire life. Ginny Weasley's life, the path she chose, or the one chosen for her, would lead to the end of this Britain and the beginning of the next. She looked into Tom's eyes. She pushed her emotions to the forefront of her mind, raw and honest. She saw something flicker in Tom's eyes. "She will join us, willingly," Tom stated, as if it was him who could see the future. "She's as light as they come," Luna said warily. "Love, Luna," Tom said slowly, "makes a person do things they never thought possible." Luna pulled herself out of her memories when several gasps rung out through the hall. She looked down at her plate where that morning's Daily Prophet was laying on top of her eggs and bacon. She wrinkled her button nose as she unrolled the issue. Tonks unfolded that morning's edition of the Daily Prophet and smiled as she looked at the large black and white photo. 6 Aurors could be seen carrying small objects out of a large, 4-story manor. Her smile faltered slightly when she saw who had written the article. Carrow Manor raided. By Rita Skeeter. My dearest readers, I can confirm that yesterday morning the home of James and Anna Carrow was raided by a team of 6 Aurors. According to Amelia Bones, the head of magical law enforcement, a room was discovered on the premises containing numerous dark and illegal artifacts. Alexander Lincoln, barrister to the Carrow family, made this statement last night. James Carrow admits and takes full responsibility for the artifacts that were discovered this morning in the basement of his North England home. Lord Carrow would like to make it perfectly clear that his wife, Anna, and his 5-year-old daughter Anna, had no knowledge of the hidden cache. I don't know about you, but I for one find Lord Carrow's admission of guilt to be an admirable thing. The fate of Lord Carrow is uncertain as there has been no word from the Ministry of Magic as to how they wish to proceed with charging him for possession of Class C illegal artifacts. One thing is certain, a cloud of unprofessionalism hangs over this case. One of the Aurors who partook in the raid was Nymphadora Tonks, an Auror who was recently captured, tortured, and released by Death Eaters. A source close to this case tells me that one of the reasons Aurors targeted the Carows is because Lord Caro, while unfounded, is thought to be a Death Eater by certain individuals within the Auror department. Allegations which Lord Caro has adamantly denied. Was this raid conducted in revenge against one unfoundedly thought to be a Death Eater? Should Nymphadora Tonks, given her no doubt shaky mindset, be allowed to wear the red robes and gold badge of an Auror? I for one, hope that there is an investigation done into this case, in order to ensure professionalism all around. I will keep you informed as this story progresses. Tonks' hair turned from purple to red, as she threw the paper down. That vile woman. Tonks, fists clenched together. How dare she use that horror against me? To question my professionalism. Angry thoughts spun tumultuously around Tonks' mind as she glared at the blue wall in front of her. She wanted to wrap her hands around Rita's throat and squeeze until the woman passed out, preferably into a lake. Tonks took a calming breath as she looked at the clock above the fireplace. It was almost 7. She took another calming breath, as her hands shook. It had taken months for her to recover after the ordeal she had been through. Something that had helped her had been becoming an Auror again, and helping people. She couldn't allow that to get thrown away because of Rita Skeeter. She pushed her seat roughly back and stood up. She needed to speak with Amelia. Amelia, please tell me you're joking. Tonks pleaded. He admitted to the objects being his. There were dozens upon dozens of illegal objects in his manor. Amelia held up her hand. What you said is true, however. Lord Caro's barrister came to me at 5 o'clock this morning to request the paperwork that precipitated the warrant. When I went to have my assistant retrieve it, she discovered that no such paperwork existed. A hard glint entered Amelia's eyes. As much as I want people like James Caro to spend the rest of their days in Azkaban, it needs to be done legally. We had a warrant, Tonks said stubbornly. That was obtained illegally, Amelia said. The look she was giving Tonks told her that she knew Tonks had known that. Tonks flushed. So Caro walks, just like that? Tonks asked angrily. No, Amelia said. The objects found in his manor were still illegal, and due to the illegally obtained warrant, although he cannot be sentenced to the usual punishment for that crime of Azkaban, he will owe a substantial fine, and be subject to legal random searches anytime over the next year. Tonks scoffed. The Caros are wealthy, they aren't going to care about a fine. And the searches? You know they won't keep anything illegal in their manor until that year is up. Amelia sighed. It's the best I could do. She looked at Tonks. Before you came in, I was going to request a meeting. Tonks' jaw twitched. About what Skeeter said. Is it true? Amelia asked gently. No, Tonks said. You know that long before what happened to me, I wanted to put those people, she spat the word, in Azkaban. I believe you, Amelia said after a moment of silence, but there will be those that will be watching you carefully, for any sign of bias. I know, Tonks said. Amelia eyed Tonks carefully before nodding, and straightening a folder on her desk. A knock sounded on the door, loud and quick. Come in, Amelia called. A petite bee-owned woman, with almond-shaped blue eyes stood at the door. Tonks recognized her as Amelia's assistant, Stella. Madam Bones, Stella said. You're needed at the ministry entrance. She looked nervous. Auror Shacklebolt just sent a message, they're about to release Lord Caro and there's a mob in the atrium. Amelia frowned. I was afraid something like this might happen. She pulled on her cloak. It's only been a day since the raid, and I can't count how many letters I've received demanding he be sent to Azkaban. Tonks was mentally demanding the same thing as she followed Amelia out of her office, into the elevator, and down into the atrium. The atrium was extremely large, with a highly polished, dark wood floor. Gold symbols were painted into the dark blue ceiling. The gold symbols moved around like birds flying around a dark sky. The walls on each side were dark wood, and each was lined with dozens of gilded fireplaces. Green flames would flare to life from within each fireplace and witches and wizards would walk out. On the right-hand side, short queues of wizards were forming before each fireplace, waiting to depart. Tonks saw a group of people, maybe 30 in total, standing in the center of the atrium next to a large fountain. Several golden statues surrounded a circular pool. A wizard, a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The statue had always made Tonks feel uneasy, as the last three were staring up reverently towards the wizard and witch. The only redeeming thing about the statue was the peaceful sound it made as the water shot from the tip of the witch and wizard's wands and into the pool. The group of people were shouting at a man with slicked-backed hair and an expensive-looking set of gray and black robes. Red stones, rubies no doubt, glinted from his cuffs and collar. Tonks recognized him as Alexander Lincoln, the sleazy and overpriced barrister to Death Eaters everywhere. The man seemed unperturbed by the screaming witches and wizards that were surrounded him, anger and disgust burning in their eyes. He should die a slow death in Azkaban. One man shouted. Money shouldn't buy freedom. A woman with a raspy voice snarled. Several Aurors were attempting to quell the small group, but the protesters didn't seem fazed. As Tonks and Amelia neared the group, a shout rang out and one of the protesters pointed towards them. Tonks thought they were pointing to Amelia, but then she saw Alexander Lincoln smile. Tonks spun around and saw James Carow, escorted by an unhappy-looking Kingsley, towards the group. "You bastard!" One of the protesters yelled and went to run towards James. The protester was grabbed by one of the Aurors, and the protester struggled against his grip. James sneered at the man as he walked up to his barrister. James then looked at the protesters who were booing and hissing at him. A chill ran up Tonks' spine as her eyes landed on one of the protesters. A small, older woman, who looked familiar. She was staring at James with hollow eyes, as if no soul resided in her body. Tonks furrowed her brows, while James and his barrister walked towards the nearest flow. Too late, Tonks realized where she had seen the old woman before. The woman, quicker than someone her age should have been able to, pulled out her wand and slashed it through the air twice. Two sickly blue lights flew from her wand-like quaffles and slammed first into James, whose body jerked as if pulled back by an invisible force, then crumpled to the ground, followed by Alexander. The atrium descended into pandemonium as people ran towards the many flows at extraordinary speeds. All of the Aurors simultaneously sent stunners towards the old woman, who didn't bother to block them. The woman crumpled to the ground. The other protesters ran, and some managed to make it to the flows, while several were stunned by Aurors. Stomping feet echoed off the floor, sounding as if a stampede of elephants were running rampant. An alarm blared overhead, adding to the cacophony. Tonks, wand out, followed Amelia over to James and Alexander, who were both lying unmoving on the ground. Tonks watched as Amelia bent down and felt James's neck. Amelia cursed under her breath, and waved her wand to cast what Tonks assumed was a diagnostic charm. Then Amelia reached over and did the same to James. "They're dead," Amelia said. A cold, hard note in her voice. Tonks knew that anyone dying, good or bad in the ministry, would infuriate Amelia. The ministry was supposed to be a safe place. Tonks swallowed hard. She had a feeling this didn't bode well for anyone. Is Umbridge a Death Eater? Yes, Dolores Umbridge is a Death Eater. I've mentioned that several times. Severus Snape is also a Death Eater. The other professors are not. Vector is neutral. Trelawney is light, but she isn't in the Order. McGonagall, Flitwick, Hagrid, and Sprout are in the Order of the Phoenix. The other professors are neutral, or at least not in the Order or a Death Eater. Why is Regulus alive and why does Sirius have the house? As I mentioned before, Regulus never betrayed Voldemort. He was loyal. He got married and had twins, a boy and girl, who have been mentioned several times throughout the story. Sirius has some money because he received a trust vault when he was 17 that contains a ridiculous amount of money. It drew interest and wasn't spent when he was in Azkaban. His parents left him the house when they died, before he went to Azkaban, knowing he hated it, and Regulus was left every other black property. Don't people know Bellatrix, Barty, and the Lestranges are Death Eater? Why are they walking around? No. In the book, Lucius Malfoy is thought by pretty much everyone to be a Death Eater, but he walked around free. So did not and many others, as there was no proof. In canon, Bellatrix and the Lestranges only were discovered to be Death Eaters for sure after they tortured the Longbottoms. In this story, Voldemort didn't die, so they weren't angry with grief when they attacked the Longbottoms, and so they were smart and didn't get caught. And as Igor Karkaroff is loyal enough and too scared of Voldemort to tattle, he never told anyone that Barty Crouch Jr. was a Death Eater. Which is the only reason why anyone in the books knew he was. So while many people suspect they are Death Eaters, as is mentioned multiple times, there is no proof. Aren't the teen couple moving too fast? No. Have you met teenagers these days? When I was 16, my friends would meet boys and they were a couple a week later. Even now in our early 20s that hold true. And for people like Harrison and Fleur especially, who were forced to grow up fast, it seems natural. Why is the dark so much more powerful? Believe me, the dark will have many losses. The light is barely now starting to fight back as they should. Voldemort shouldn't have feelings. In this story, he raised Harry as his own son. Of course, he loves him. He cares for Luna as well, but not to the extent he does Harry. In this story, he actually feels positive emotions. Dumbledore isn't stupid, he would know Harrison is Harry. I don't think so. Dumbledore knows Voldemort went after Harry because he feared Harry would end him. Why on earth would Dumbledore think that Voldemort would raise, and actually care about, the one person he thought could kill him? He knows Voldemort is intelligent and suspicious. Raising Harry is the last thing Dumbledore thinks Voldemort would ever do. I understand why Percy and the twins would join Voldemort, but why Bill and Charlie? Bill moved away to Egypt to get away from his overbearing mother and the responsibility of having to be the perfect older brother in this story anyways. He was always intelligent and curious, and working in Egypt with dark curses he learned that magic was all magic, light or dark. Charlie was sick and tired of his mother and father worrying over his job, and his mother trying to force him into being who she wanted. But they both want to live in a better world than the one they do now. They think Britain would be a better place if all magic was free. I'm actually planning on diving into their minds a bit later. Both of them are skilled Occlumens, although they don't know Legilimency. Why couldn't Dumbledore under a spell Harrison had cast? Dumbledore is too weak. It was because the spell in question was performed with parcel magic. In this story, Dumbledore doesn't know Parseltongue, and only a Parselmouth could undo the spell. Dumbledore is not at all weak. But look back to the books. Dumbledore tended not to act until he was forced to. Dumbledore wants to, and does, see the good in everyone, with the exception of Voldemort. But Dumbledore knows that a confrontation between him and Voldemort would no doubt lead to a draw, and merely hurt other people. Why would people join Voldemort, and live in a world where they'd be tortured for looking at him wrong? In this Voldemort isn't crazy. Yes, he punishes his followers when they fail him, but the world he is aiming for is more neutral, but of course him at the top. He wants magic to be free, both light and dark. He wants Muggleborns to be raised in the wizarding world, not all dead. I've said this multiple times in the story. Why hasn't Dumbledore told everyone that Tom is Voldemort? From canon you know how finicky the wizarding world is. Most people would say Dumbledore was crazy, and he would be thrown out. Those that did would be hunted down and killed if they made a ruckus over it. And Tom would deny it, and so would everyone who was loyal to him. He'd no doubt have someone pretend to be Voldemort and attack him in public, or something like that. Voldemort is far from stupid, and Dumbledore knows that. Inconsistencies. I try not to have inconsistencies, and when they're pointed out I go back to correct them. However, if you spot any, please tell me. Thank you. Why hasn't Dumbledore searched for Harry Potter? He has, and will continue to do so, he has just yet to have luck. Yesterday morning, while preparing to leave the Ministry of Magic, after being cleared of all charges on account of misconduct, James Carrow and his barrister, Alexander Lincoln, were murdered. James Carrow leaves behind his wife, Anna, and their 5-year-old daughter, Anna Jr. While Alexander Lincoln has no issue. I can confirm that at 7:45 yesterday morning, Lord Carrow and Barrister Lincoln were standing in the ministry atrium surrounded by dozens of protesters who were shouting profanities and spewing such vile hate that I dare not repeat it here. As they were preparing to leave, Dora Smith, age 93, cast the killing curse at both men, killing them instantly. Why would this woman want to murder Lord Carrow and his barrister in cold blood? As many of you no doubt will remember, 15 years ago Lord Carrow's father, Atticus, was accused of murdering Nathaniel Smith. Mr. Smith was the oldest son of Dora and Stanley Smith, and left behind a wife, Beth. While the late Lord Atticus Carrow was not found guilty, it is known that the Smith family believes him to have been guilty. My mother blamed the entire Carrow family for the death of my older brother, Lord Samuel Smith stated during a press conference last evening. While I do not agree that murder is an acceptable punishment, my mother's mindset must be understood. For 15 years my mother has believed Atticus Carrow's father murdered Nathaniel. This morning, my mother, who is an old woman, could not bear to see the Caro family get away with another heinous act. When I asked her why she too felt the need to murder his barrister, she would do nothing but look straight ahead. I fear that my mother has lost her grip on reality, and I ask for leniency. The press conference, held by the Lord Smith and his barrister, ruffled many feathers, including the lords of the majority of Britain's oldest and wealthiest families. Lord Lucius Malfoy was enraged by Lord Smith and last night had this to say. It is egregious that Lord Smith would compare murder with the procuring and stowing of dark artifacts. While Lord Caro should have known better than to purchase illegal artifacts, he in no way deserved to be murdered in cold blood in the middle of the Ministry of Magic. As for Alexander Lincoln, he was merely doing his job. How Dora Smith was able to murder not one, but two wizards in the ministry shows a complete lack of regard for basic safety procedures. I have spoken to my fellow lords and we are in outrage. Tomorrow morning we will be holding an emergency session of the Wizengamot, and I expect immediate action to be taken in order to ensure nothing of this nature happens again. Lord Malfoy asks a good question. Why, after the first illegal and unforgivable curse left Dora Smith's wand, was she not subdued before she cast the killing curse for the second time? There were more than enough Aurors in the ministry atrium, surely one of them could have subdued a 93-year-old woman. When asked during yesterday's press conference, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, had this to say. I want to assure the public that every Auror, and the entire Department of Magical Law Enforcement would have done anything to prevent today's deaths. I would like to personally send my condolences to the friends and family of both Lord Caro and Barrister Lincoln. As the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I will do everything in my power to ensure an event like this never happens again. Will Madame Bones stay true to her word? What new measures will be put into place to ensure nothing like this happens again? For now, one can only wonder why this horror was allowed to happen. Were the Aurors on site not adequately trained? Were some of the Aurors, including questionable Auror Nymphadora Tonks, unqualified to be walking around with a badge? Only time will tell. Lord Caro's siblings, Lord Amicus Caro and Lady Electo Caro, refused to comment until after today's emergency meeting of the Wizengamot, which Lord Amicus Caro will attend. Dora Smith will be arraigned this evening. It is expected that her son, Lord Samuel Smith, and his wife will attend the arraignment. It is not believed their son, fourth-year Hogwarts student, Zacharias Smith, will be in attendance. Harrison looked at the photograph that accompanied the article. James Caro and Alexander Lincoln lay motionless on the atrium floor while panicked witches and wizards ran in every direction. He flipped the Daily Prophet over. Poor Abigail, Jenna said quietly with a quick glance to the far end of the table. Harrison looked over at James Caro's niece. Abigail was sitting, her head slightly bowed, no emotion showing on her face. Harrison and Abigail had never been close, they were barely even friends, but he felt bad for her. Snape had barged into the Slytherin common room after breakfast the day before and pulled Abigail into the corner. Harrison could still hear her choked cries and see Millicent Bulstrode chase after her when Abigail ran for her dormitory. Abigail had stayed ensconced in her dormitory until dinner, and when she came down she refused to talk about her uncle's death with anyone. Although, Pansy told Harrison she had been up all night crying. At least she isn't letting the stairs get to her, Pansy said. She's put on a brave face. She needs to, Daphne said. Can you imagine if the Gryffindors saw her crying? They'd never let her hear the end of it. I still can't believe it happened, Jenna said, tucking a strand of strawberry bee-owned hair behind her ear. In the middle of the Ministry of Magic. Father was furious, Leo said. I could feel the anger radiating from his letter. Harrison blocked his friends out as he looked at the Gryffindor table. He saw Ron glaring moodily at Ginny and Victor, who were leaning in close and whispering. Dean appeared to be talking Ron down from getting angry. Harrison had been waiting for Ron to flip out and attack the famous Seeker, but so far he'd kept his displeasure down to glaring and the occasional muttering. Harrison had been watching Ron, Dean, and Seamus more, and he still couldn't figure out what they were up to. In potions, the three boys would occasionally glare and shoot suspicious looks towards the Slytherins, but they had yet to engage them all school year. Although, once Harrison and Fleur had begun to date, the glaring from Ron had intensified, and it was obvious he had a crush on the Vila. I just hope Mum doesn't do something crazy, Cass said quietly. Harrison pulled himself from his thoughts at Cass' worried tone. After Bellatrix lost her unborn child, she had been on the warpath, planning raids, demanding that Rabaston and Rodolphus duel her at their best together for practice, and cursing anyone who got in her way. According to Barty Crouch Jr., Bellatrix almost crucioed a new Death Eater to the point of his mind snapping when he didn't move out of her way fast enough. Harrison knew Cass was worried, especially because of the last bit. There was only so much Voldemort would tolerate her doing to his Death Eaters before he used his wand to teach her a lesson. "Aunt Bella will be fine," Harrison said. "She just needs some time." "Some time for what?" Fleur asked as she took the seat next to Harrison. "To tell us what she wants for Christmas," Leo said with a shrug and a side glance at Cass. Fleur looked at Leo in a way that said she didn't believe him, but she didn't say anything about it. She looked at Harrison instead. "My father heard about what happened yesterday," Fleur grimaced in sympathy. "He's not pleased." Harrison immediately snapped all of his attention to his new girlfriend. "Oh," Harrison said, with a disinterested tone. "He was worried about me coming to Britain for 8 months by myself," Fleur said. "Mother assured him I would be safe, and then 2 men are murdered in your ministry." "Pardieu." She shook her head. "He wanted me to come home immediately, but—" "The Goblet of Fire is a magically binding contract," Harrison finished. "Oui," Fleur said, with a delicate shrug of her shoulders. "What is your father going to do?" Harrison asked. "He wasn't going to come visit until the final task, but now he's decided to come for the winter holidays," Fleur said. "That's wonderful." Harrison was thinking it would be wonderful for him. He would be able to get a read on Fleur's father, and make a good first impression. He could get Fleur to invite her parents to the Malfoys for their Christmas ball, and since they were dating, her father would be obligated to speak to his father. Although the 2 men had met, it would be the first time Minister Delacour would see Voldemort as a father and not a Dark Lord. This could greatly benefit them. "My parents will bring my sister," Fleur grinned. "That will be nice," Harrison said. An idea hit him, something that had nothing to do with their fathers. "Fleur, do you want to see something unusual?" His eyes sparkled with mischief. "Must you ask?" Fleur teased. Harrison grabbed her hand and led her out of the great hall, ignoring his friend's inquisitive looks. Tonks sat motionless in a chair as everyone argued around her. "This is all a bunch of dragon dung," Moody barked. "You know they're Death Eaters," Sirius snarled. "They shouldn't be allowed to make the laws." "What is this going to mean for us?" Molly asked, wide-eyed. "I should've." "That's enough," Dumbledore said. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear the warning in his tone. His blue eyes were hard and his hands were sat unmoving on his armrests. "I understand that we are all upset by the new rules put into effect today." "Upset?" Moody barked. "You know very well we're more than upset. These new rules are going to stretch us Aurors so thin, Merlin knows we won't be able to protect anyone properly." Dumbledore sighed. "We all knew something like this would come to pass after what happened yesterday at the Ministry. Amelia ensures me that she will be hiring new Aurors as soon as next week. The number of Aurors will—" A loud swoosh sounded as several owls came swooping in through the living room window. A rolled-up newspaper fell into Tonks' lap. The words Special Edition Daily Prophet written in bold at the top. Tonks hadn't expected the special edition to arrive this early. "They printed this issue extremely fast," Remus murmured, as he adjusted his dress robes. Tonks thought he looked nice in his teaching robes, she blushed at the thought. "That surprises you," Moody growled. "We all know who really runs the Daily Prophet. Those bloody Death Eaters. Alistair," Dumbledore sighed. Tonks blocked out her fellow Order members and unrolled the paper. A picture of Cornelius Fudge, wearing his ridiculous bowler hat and grinning like a 5-year-old with a sugar high, stood behind a podium. Amelia Bones was standing slightly behind him, her hands clasped behind her back. You could see a dozen photographers and reporters asking questions and snapping photos on their cameras. Tonks knew she wasn't going to like what it said, but she began to read. Ministry of Magic implements new rules. By Rita Skeeter. This morning, the Wizengamot met for an emergency session which lasted a mere 3 hours. After the Wizengamot disbanded, Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, held a press conference. The press conference was broadcast live over the Wizarding Wireless Network, and transcripts can be requested. However, for my dear readers I will list the new rules that the Wizengamot has placed into effect. 1. All entrances and exits at the Ministry of Magic must be guarded by at least one Auror at all times. 2. No less than 10 Aurors will patrol the Ministry atrium in groups of 2 at all times. 3. All future victims, witnesses, and accused will enter and exit the Ministry of Magic through an unspecified and secure location. 4. All Aurors will undergo psychiatric evaluation to ensure they are able to perform all required duties. 5. The number of Auror patrols will increase at all public wizarding locations including, but not limited to, Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, Birch Lane, and Highgrove. Along with these new rules, which are all effective immediately, Madame Bones said, I will begin the process of hiring a new batch of Aurors. I have received hundreds of applications from qualified witches and wizards. The minister and I hope to see the number of Aurors double within the year. With these new rules put into effect, we, as citizens of Britain, can hope that nothing like yesterday's tragic events will happen again. These rules will also help ensure that all Aurors are mentally healthy enough to wear the red robes and golden badge representative of an Auror. With the recent speculation surrounding some of the Aurors, I see these rules serving to ensure our safety. And I for one am extremely pleased that the number of Aurors is increasing, as these are dark and dangerous times. Tonks threw down the paper in disgust. That vile woman, Tonks' spot. The dig Rita made towards her made her blood boil. She knew that everyone would know Rita was talking about her. The foul woman had only mentioned her by name in half a dozen articles. People know you aren't mad, Remus said gently, laying a hand on her shoulder. Tonks blushed and Remus quickly pulled his hand away, as if he were burnt. Sirius stopped glaring for long enough to give Tonks a pitying look. Tonks figured it was because he too had been on the receiving end of Rita's name smearing in the press, with the whole Regulus thing. Forget the new rules, Bill said. Did you read the article about Dora Smith? After their emergency meeting, Dora Smith was arraigned. She refused to be defended. She's going to Azkaban. Molly gasped. She should be receiving a medal, Moody growled. We all knew that was coming, Arthur said calmly. Death Eaters or not, James Carow and Alexander Lincoln were murdered, and with an unforgivable no less. The sentence was always going to be Azkaban. Sirius scoffed. Had Lucius Malfoy or one of those bastards killed someone, it would take them months to get arraigned, and an hour after their arraignment they'd be buying their way out of Azkaban. Dumbledore sighed. Be that as it may, what happened today cannot be undone. Dora is an old woman, a woman who gave up on life long ago. I'm afraid her life ended long before she was sentenced to Azkaban. Tonks shifted uncomfortably. What do we do? Remus asked. For the moment, we continue with our plans, Dumbledore said. These new rules will stretch the Aurors thin for the time being, until Amelia is able to add to their ranks. It'll take them a year to train, Tonks said glumly. And you and Moody are right, the Aurors will be stretched so thin. What if the Death Eaters plan a coordinated attack? Everyone will be sitting ducks. That has to be why Malfoy and the rest of the Lords voted for these rules. That's what happens when 60% of the Wizengamot is full of traitorous scum, Moody barked. Dumbledore held up a hand. Unfortunately, you are both correct, Dumbledore admitted, so we must be extra vigilant. This would be the optimal time for Voldemort and the Death Eaters to strike. We must listen for any whispers, or signs of whispers. I will speak with Severus tonight, Sirius snorted, and inquire as to whether Voldemort has told him anything. Sirius opened his mouth but Remus shot him a silencing look. Unless there is anything else, Dumbledore looked around the room and everyone shook their heads, then we should all return about our day. Dumbledore watched as everyone left the kitchen at Grimmauld Place except Moody. Dumbledore waved his hand and silencing words went up. Moody's magical eye spun quickly in its socket. What is it, Albus? Moody grunted as he opened his flask and took a swig. What did your sources say about Harry? Dumbledore asked. Moody grunted. None have heard anything of the boy. Not even a whisper. Dumbledore ran a hand over his face. He had been searching for Harry Potter for over a year. Ever since he had found out that the boy was still alive. He had searched records, and even went so far as to use legilimency. For a moment, he had thought Harrison Riddle was Harry Potter. That theory had been thrown out after Severus cast a paternity charm on the boy. No, Tom Riddle was Harrison Riddle's father. And as far as he knew, no spell could change your DNA. That left Dumbledore not knowing where to look. He had told no one except Alpheus Doge, McGonagall and Moody that Harry Potter was still alive. Alpheus was now dead, so that left two others who knew the truth. Both had been subtly trying to track Harry using old friends, but to no avail. Of course, without being able to actually use Harry's name, he hadn't expected much to come of it. I still think you should tell Black and Remus, Moody said. If they knew the boy was alive, they would move heaven and hell to find him. They could be your two greatest allies in this search. Dumbledore sighed. Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban. To get his hopes up would be cruel. And Remus, we're in the middle of a war. Moody barked. The time for sparing feelings is over. Moody looked at Dumbledore with both eyes. Soon, Dumbledore said at last. If we don't find him soon. He closed his eyes, then I'll tell them. Fleur laughed as Harrison led her out of the room of requirement. Fleur ran her fingers through her hair, because for the first time that she could remember, it was messy in public. Fleur looked at Harrison, with his gorgeous green eyes, and perfect arms, and wanted to drag him back inside that wonderfully magical room to continue their snogging. She loved the feeling of him pulling her in close and his lips on her neck. She wanted to go further than merely taking her top and beep off, but she wanted to wait until the time was just right. Fleur and Harrison rounded the corner, as Fleur was tucking her shirt back into her skirt. She couldn't believe she hadn't noticed her shirt was messed up. I must be losing my mind. Harrison, a voice said breathlessly. Fleur snapped her head up and came to a halt. A short red-haired girl, with freckles and a pale face was looking between her and Harrison. The ex, Susan. Fleur eyed the girl up and down, and her lips curled. She was a pretty girl, but nothing compared to Fleur. Susan's eyes widened on Fleur's half-tucked-in shirt, then they narrowed. Pardon us, Fleur said amusedly. Susan ignored Fleur and looked at Harrison. Is she why you broke up with me? Harrison sighed. Susan, you know that Fleur and I didn't started dating until almost a year after we broke up. She's 17, Susan said. She looked imploringly into Harrison's eyes. 3 years older than you. Fleur felt less amused. She hadn't seen Harrison and Susan talk at all since Fleur had arrived at Hogwarts, and now Susan wanted to talk. No, he is no longer any concern of yours, Fleur said coldly. The words sounded harsher with her accent. Harrison shouldn't even be a thought to someone like you. Excuse me, Susan said, her cheeks tinged red. What is that supposed to mean? Fleur once more looked her up and down, her eyes landed on her chest and she smirked. You are obviously a little girl. She smiled coldly, showing off white teeth. Harrison is mature for his age, he needs a woman. Susan looked embarrassed. The last thing Harrison needs is some French hussy. I would watch what you say, Susan, Harrison said warningly. Fleur placed a hand on Harrison's shoulder. There was nothing Fleur being Avila hated more than being called a whore. The part of Fleur that was Avila wanted to throw a ball of fire into the redhead's face. The part of Fleur that was a politician's daughter knew that it would hurt Susan more to see what she'd never have again. There's Susan, Fleur purred. I knew we would get to the root of your issue with Harrison and me. She slipped her hand off Harrison's shoulder and around his waist. She pressed herself into his side and Harrison wrapped his arm around her waist in turn. You want to be the one Harrison thinks about at night. The girl whose beasts are in his hands, and whose lips get to taste his. Fleur didn't think it was possible for anyone to become more red than a tomato, but Susan was proving her wrong. But you aren't. I'm Harrison's girlfriend, and Cherry, he'll never touch you again. I doubt he'll even think your name. Fleur pulled away from Harrison, grabbed his hand, and pushed past Susan. Fleur knew if she didn't get away from the redhead she'd burn her to a crisp. With the death stare Susan gave Fleur as she walked away, she knew she'd have to watch the girl carefully. Harrison would normally be against being dragged along, but he had to admit, Fleur being possessive was a turn-on. And Susan had been giving him puppy dog looks across the Great Hall and in class since they'd broken up last December, and it was grating on his nerves in a big way. When they were far enough away from Susan, Fleur spun around towards him and pushed her body to his. Fleur's lips crashed onto his, and Harrison pushed her against the wall. N escaped Fleur's lips as she pushed her hips forward against his. I can't believe you dated her, Fleur said, pulling back for air. Fleur pressed her lips against Harrison's neck, and ran her hand through his hair. I was 13, Harrison said, his hands digging into her waist. Let's say I was young and dumb. Fleur laughed, her breath tickling his neck. Something tells me you were never dumb, Fleur whispered, before her lips once more crashed to his. Susan stared in shock at the spot where Fleur and Harrison had just stood. When Harrison had broken up with her, she had been devastated. She had loved Harrison, she still loved Harrison. She had hoped that over time would realize that he loved her too, but now that French girl had her claws in him. She couldn't believe what Fleur had said to her, and it hurt that Harrison didn't say anything to Fleur in Susan's defense. They had dated, they had been friends since first year. Susan felt like crawling into a ball and crying for a week. A tear ran down her cheek, and she wiped it off. Two could play Fleur's game. Dumbledore sighed. He had lived for more than a century, but he had never felt as old as he did in this moment. He had run out of options. There wasn't a spell that could help him, and no one that could give him the answers he needed. The past few days, since his conversation with Moody, he had weighed the pros and cons of telling Sirius and Remus that Harry Potter was alive. He hadn't wanted to get them involved. He knew how they would react. But in the end, he knew that Alistair was right. Sirius and Remus would move heaven and hell to find Harry. They might know something that could help, without knowing it. More importantly, the longer he waited to tell them the truth, the more angry they would be. He looked at the old, cracked clock that hung above one of the fireplace in Grimmauld Place. He had told Sirius he would be arriving at noon, but when Dumbledore arrived, Creature said he had gone out, and it was 12:05. Suddenly, the fireplace roared to life. Sorry, Albus, Remus said, as he stepped through the flow. I lost track of time while grading papers. It's quite all right, Remus, Dumbledore said. The flow flared to life again, green flames roaring, and Sirius stepped out. Bloody goblins, Sirius muttered. He looked up and gave Dumbledore and Remus a lopsided grin. Sorry, Albus. Hey, Remus. Sirius, Remus smiled, as he took a seat near the fireplace. Sirius patted down his robes. So, Albus, what's all this about? He sat down and threw his feet up on a short glass table. I am afraid that you will not be happy with me after what I tell you, Dumbledore began. Remus looked bemused, and Sirius' eyes narrowed. Please know that I wasn't always aware. Dumbledore said honestly. Last June I went to Gringotts. In retrospect, I should have done so sooner, and know that I will always regret that I didn't. The war, the Order of the Phoenix, Hogwarts, and attempting to stay on top of everything else, it diverted my attention. It didn't seem important. He sighed. With James and Lily dead, and their son dying with him, the Potter estate would be sent to the ministry to be added to the emergency budget. Sirius growled at the mention of his friends, and pain flashed in his dark eyes. Remus' eyes flashed amber, and his hands gripped the armrest of his chair. That's why I failed to feel the need to speak with the goblins at Gringotts, Dumbledore continued. However, I wanted to ensure the Potter estate had, in fact, gone to the ministry and not into the vault of someone unscrupulous. That's when, as Harry's legal guardian due to your incarceration, Sirius flinched, I was told that the Potter vaults were still active. Still active? Remus shook his head. That isn't possible. There are no more Potters. What does it matter if it was still active? Sirius snarled. What's this all about? Sirius, Remus said, there must be a reason why Albus is telling us this. He looked questioningly at Dumbledore, his eyes flashing between brown and amber. A vault cannot be active unless an heir is alive, Dumbledore said. The room descended into silence, then the flames in the fireplace flickered and died. The glass table where Sirius' feet were shattered, and Sirius jumped up. A furious power radiated from Sirius, his eyes darkening until they looked like two lumps of coal. His face hardened until he appeared no more than a statue, a cold glare etched into his face. Remus' eyes had turned amber, and Dumbledore would swear to his last breath he saw the reflection of a wolf in their center. He too appeared frozen. Are you telling me, Sirius said quietly, his tone venomous, that Harry, that my godson is alive? That he's alive and you've known for more than a year? And do not start with the riddles, old man, I want the simple truth. Yes, Dumbledore said. A sound like a bomb exploding burst throughout the room as vases shattered, the marbles surrounding the fireplace went flying in every direction like shrapnel, and the chandelier hanging above their heads rained diamonds down on their heads. Dumbledore didn't cast a spell to shield himself, and he felt his skin cut open. He could feel blood trickle down his cheek, and could see blood blooming from his knuckles like a demented sort of flower. Dumbledore looked at Remus, who appeared to be frozen in shock. He too failed to place a protective charm, and blood was gently flowing down from his forehead and into his eye. Remus didn't seem to notice, and his breathing came out in shallow bursts. "Harry is alive," Sirius growled, his eyes boring into Dumbledore's. "Tell me right now why I shouldn't kill you." "You couldn't kill me," Dumbledore said. Another vase shattered. "You wanted the truth." Sirius' breathing was coming out ragged and a twitch danced in his cheek. "You're angry, Sirius, you're both angry. Believe me, I understand, I do. But what you don't understand is why I didn't tell you." Dumbledore waved his hand and the room began repairing itself. Bits of broken vase glued themselves back together, diamonds flew up into the air, linking together to form a glittering chandelier. "You weren't ready," Dumbledore said. "When I found out about Harry, you were still an escaped convict, and when you were discovered to be innocent, you were in a fragile state of mind. Do you see how you reacted now? Imagine how you would have reacted a year ago." And Remus, he blamed himself for everything, finding out Harry was alive, that he could have cared for him for all those years, that would have killed him. "You both deserved to know, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you. I would have, had I found Harry, but I've yet to locate him. I have yet to even decipher what happened that night. Who took him?" Sirius let out a choked sob as he fell back onto a chair. He buried his face in his hands. Dumbledore didn't say a word as Sirius attempted to rein in his emotions. "You ran out of options," Remus said quietly. Dumbledore hadn't expected the man to talk. He looked at Remus, whose eyes were still amber, and his hands were still gripping his armrests. "You ran out of options," Remus repeated, "and you thought that by telling us we would help you. Am I right?" "Yes," Dumbledore answered. "You want him because of that stupid prophecy," Remus accused, his voice void of all emotion. Sirius' head snapped up. "Like hell," he snarled. "Harry can defeat Voldemort," Dumbledore said. "Harry is a 14-year-old boy," Remus said. "A 14-year-old boy none of us have seen for 13 years. When we find him, the last thing he will need is to be put out in the vanguard. Who knows what he has endured all this time?" A low growl escaped his throat. "You've done enough, keeping this from us. We haven't found Harry, I cannot make him do anything he doesn't want to do," Dumbledore admitted. "However, Voldemort aside, James and Lily were my friends too." Remus and Sirius deflated a little. Dumbledore knew that reminding them that James and Lily had been on his side would tug at them. "I would do anything to find Harry," Sirius said. "But know this," Sirius said lowly, "I will never forgive you for this." "I only hope that in time you can understand," Dumbledore said. Sirius merely glared at Dumbledore, a tear falling down his cheek. Dumbledore looked at Remus, whose nostrils were flaring. Without another word, Dumbledore stood up, grabbed a pinch of flow powder and stepped into the fireplace. Remus watched as Dumbledore disappeared in a flash of green. Harry was alive. James and Lily's son was alive. After all these years of crying and screaming and wishing for a miracle, one had finally come. His cub was alive. Remus was furious at the situation. 13 years had passed since James and Lily had been murdered. 13 years since Harry had been taken Merlin knows where. He wanted to kill Dumbledore for keeping the fact that Harry was alive from him. The rational part of his mind knew that Dumbledore had only known for a year, but that part also knew that Dumbledore could have told him immediately after finding out. He understood why Dumbledore hadn't. Remus knows he wouldn't have reacted well, especially because last June he had thought Sirius was a murdering escaped convict. His mind would have led him down the road of thinking Sirius hidden Harry away, and his precious cub was being raised by Death Eaters. But he was still furious with Dumbledore. Once Sirius had been cleared of all charges, he should have waited until Sirius was of sound mind, then told them both. That was months ago, many months ago. They could have spent the past several months searching for Harry. "I want to kill him," Sirius growled. Remus pulled himself from his thoughts and looked at his best friend. Sirius looked almost as bad as he had immediately after Azkaban. His face looked aged, his cheek was twitching, and his eyes shone with a crazed madness. "Sirius," Remus forced himself to sound calm. He was furious, and he wanted to cry with both anger and joy, but he knew he needed to be the calm and rational one. "We can't change the past. Albus didn't tell us, and I can understand." Sirius rounded on him. Don't you dare defend him. Sirius roared. Remus raised up his hands like he was in front of an animal about to charge. I'm not defending him, Sirius, Remus said calmly. What Albus did was unforgivable, but we're in the middle of a war. We can't turn on Albus now. No matter how much you hate him right now, what will happen when we find Harry? No matter how hard we try to hide him, Voldemort will find out Harry is alive. If he doesn't know already. Whether you want to admit it or not, Albus is the only one who will be able to protect Harry. We can protect him, Sirius said fiercely. His face was contorted with a pain Remus had never seen before. It was as if Sirius was under the Cruciatus curse and having his heart broken at the same time. The look twisted Remus' stomach. You know I would die for Harry, Remus said, even after all this time. He's my cub. But Voldemort isn't considered the most powerful Dark Lord of all time because he's a big softy. Voldemort will come after Harry. Albus will be our best bet at protecting him. And we are still a part of the Order. So please, Sirius, curse Albus all you want in your head, shout out your hatred for him from the rooftops even. Remus looked at him imploringly. But we cannot turn our backs on him. We promised James and Lily we would do anything to look out for Harry. Anything. And right now, working with Albus falls under the category of anything, as unpleasant as that thought right now is. Sirius flinched, but Remus' words had the desired effect. Sirius deflated, he fell back into his chair and let tears flow down his cheeks. Remus' hand twitched as he watched his best friend cry. He wanted to strangle Dumbledore, or turn into his werewolf form on the full moon and rip his face off. But he couldn't. He needed to be rational if they were going to find Harry. The girl's smooth stomach glinted with a thin sheen of sweat as her hips swung from side to side. A tiny green and black plaid skirt clung to her hips and barely covered her firm ass. She reached one hand behind her back and then leaned forward, her green lace beak falling to the ground. A scrawny man watched as she ran her hands up her stomach before twisting them through the air as though she was twirling something. "Did you hear a word I said?" Lucius drawled. He gave the girl, who looked a day over 18, a disdainful look, before sneering at the man. "If you are going to insist on meeting at such a place, the least you can do is ensure my time here is kept to a minimum." Lucius looked around the small room and felt the urge to burn the place to the ground. Surely such a place was riddled with disease and other muggle filth. "I'm listening," the man said murmured. "You'll kill me if I'm wasting your time, blah blah blah." The man licked his lips as the girl bent over, her eyelashes fluttering. Lucius' eyes narrowed. He had received an owl from Timothy, a pathetic little man who spent his days attempting to rip people off in Knockturn Alley, telling him that he had important information for the Dark Lord in regard to Sirius Black. Lucius had been skeptical to say the least, but Timothy had given him true information in the past, so he had to look into it. "Timothy," Lucius said coolly. A threat issued with each syllable. Okay, Timothy pulled his gaze away from the girl. He licked his cracked lips. The girl continued to dance, a bored look in her eyes, her body moving mechanically. "I was in Knockturn Alley this morning, working," Timothy said. Lucius rose a brow at his choice of words. "I overheard someone talking, Sirius Black. And?" Lucius asked, when Timothy had paused. "Where's my payment?" Timothy asked. Lucius' eyes narrowed. "If your information is of any importance to the Dark Lord you will receive a fair payment. However," he said slowly, "if you are wasting my time." Lucius saw the girl out of the corner of his eye. She had frowned at the mention of the Dark Lord, and her dancing slowed. Lucius glanced at her and she jumped before dancing again, this time at a much quicker pace. "I wouldn't dream of wasting your time," Timothy said, his eyes shifting from side to side. The words tumbled out of his mouth. Sirius Black was there and he was talking to some man. I couldn't make out the guy's face, because I never saw him from the front, but Sirius was looking around. Obviously he didn't want anyone to see him there. "Obviously," Lucius drawled. "And you were not seen, how?" His eyes were narrowed. "I bought an invisibility cloak off old Mundungus Fletcher," Timothy said. Lucius felt a wave of revulsion at the mention of Mundungus. "Anyways, I couldn't hear much of what they said," he went on quickly when Lucius' hand twitched, "but I did make out a name." He frowned, as if he couldn't believe what he'd heard. Sirius Black said a name I haven't heard in a long time, not since. "What was the name?" Lucius said, his patience was wearing thin. "Harry Potter," Timothy said. Lucius froze. Sirius Black knew that Harry was alive. It was only a matter of time before Sirius was led to Harrison. The Mutt would never give up. Voldemort was going to go on a rampage. Lucius smoothed out his features. He pulled out a small silk bag from his cloak and tossed it to Timothy, a clink sounding. Timothy smiled, showing a missing tooth, as he greedily opened the bag. His eyes as wide as galleons. He stood and bowed mockingly. Lucius' mind was racing too fast to care and he waved Timothy away. "Hey!" the girl shouted, as Timothy opened the door to leave. "You didn't pay me." Lucius turned cold eyes to the girl. He pulled out his wand and the girl looked at him in confusion. Avada Kedavra. A green light filled the room and the girl slumped to the ground, her eyes wide. "I like that one," Timothy sighed. He walked out muttering, "Such a pretty little muggle." Lucius disapparated on the spot. Tom stared at Lucius, the bee-owned man attempting to look at ease. Tom could understand why. With the news Lucius had just delivered, he no doubt thought that Tom would kill whoever got in his way. It's true, he wasn't happy with the news, but it wasn't the end of the world. In fact, he had always known that one day the truth would come out. If Sirius Black found out the truth and told Dumbledore, he knew just how to deal with it. "Lucius," Tom said, "I will summon Severus, then tell you both the roles you will be playing should Harrison's identity be revealed." "Tomorrow is December 1st, Ginny said quietly. "Are you hinting that Christmas will be here soon, so I should buy you something?" Victor teased. Ginny glared at Victor then frowned. "Tomorrow is the day of the first task," Ginny said. "Aren't you scared?" "I'll be fine, Ginny," Victor said. "Hardly anyone has died in this tournament." He shrugged. Ginny went wide-eyed and smacked Victor on the arm making him laugh. He threw his arm around her shoulder and looked down into her eyes. "Tomorrow will be here and over before you know it," Victor said gently. "I know," Ginny sighed. Ginny didn't know how to vocalize it, but she had a horrible feeling in her stomach. She didn't know if it was about Victor and the first task, she just knew that something bad was going to happen. Ever since James Caro had been murdered along with his barrister a few weeks earlier, Ginny had the feeling that something big and horrible was looming on the horizon. The professors were more tense than ever, attacks on muggles were once again become more frequent, and even Ron had been acting more strangely than usual. "Is something else the matter?" Victor asked. "No," Ginny forced a smile. "I'll just be glad once the tournament is over." "Come then." Victor began leading her away from the bench where they'd been sitting. "It's cold out here in this snow, let us go inside." Ginny followed Victor inside, his arm around her providing warmth, as the dread in her stomach grew. Luna shut her eyes, hoping to block out the images. Since Halloween, Luna has woken up in the middle of every night to images flashing in her head. Different images of different possible futures, some good and others unspeakable. But since the night James Caro had died, the same images have floated through her head, the only difference is the order they appear. The whitest snow she has ever seen that's suddenly splattered with blood, blue and black silk, a peaceful lake, fireworks dancing across a starry sky, ice sculptures melting, faces so mangled that they're unrecognizable, and a large black dog. As the last of these images leaves her, intense pleasure flows through her core, followed by a sharp pain searing her hip and teeth marks appear. She's become accustomed to the pain, and she doesn't even k in a breath at the sting anymore, although she does grimace slightly. She had told Tom, but after a week of the same visions and the same pain, he told her to only write to him in their linked journals if the visions stop or change. She looked up at the ceiling, listening to the gentle breathing of her dorm mates, as the same feeling of dread she's felt for weeks floods through her. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, intent on falling asleep and forgetting her worries, if only for a few hours. The 31st of December 1994. The voice shouting at her barely registered in Luna's brain. Her head throbbed with such intensity that she was sure it would soon explode, brains and blood bursting through the air like a macabre firework. She felt someone grab her arms and shake roughly, her body moving back and forth like a rag doll. She couldn't tear her eyes away from her hands, shaking and covered in blood. Images flashed through her mind, for once the images weren't of a possible future, but of the terror she'd just witnessed. Where is Harrison? Luna had never heard words so cold and cruel, and their intensity pulled her back to reality. She looked into the glowing red eyes of Voldemort, and she could see the promise of death lurking in them. The reality of what just happened hit her like a tsunami, and tears fell down her face. I didn't want to leave them. Luna sobbed. Never before had she lost control to such an extent. Her breathing came out in quick, shallow gasps. Harrison made me. He threw that at me and, her voice caught in her throat, and no more words could come out. Luna pointed a shaking hand at something on the ground. Tom quickly bent down and picked up a glittering snake dangling from a long silver chain. His emergency port key, Tom said. No emotion could be found in his words. Where is my son, and why would he give? The door flew open, and a disheveled Narcissa ran inside. Luna had never seen the Malfoy matriarch look anything other than perfect and composed, but now she looked as if she were running for her life. Panic was etched in her face, and her eyes were wild. My lord, Narcissa said quickly, fear evident in her voice. Lucius and Severus have been trying to contact you. Something has happened. The children. The chandelier hanging above Luna's head shattered, the room went cold, and for the first time in her life, Luna felt as if the Dark Lord would kill her. The 24th of December 1994. Harrison stepped out of the flow and couldn't help being amazed. Every year Malfoy Manor was turned into a winter wonderland for their annual Christmas party, and every year the decorations became even more impressive. He smoothed down his black dress robes as he took in their transformed ballroom. The Malfoys charmed the ceiling to replicate the night sky, and fairies flew around the ceiling, making it look as though hundreds of stars were dancing. The walls were charmed to replicate a forest filled with snow-covered Christmas trees. Round tables covered in red silk. Tablecloths were adorned with glittering white candles, their flames burning blood red. Real icicles hung from tables covered in glasses of champagne, wine, and liquor. Harrison walked past an ice sculpture of a reindeer, and bowed politely before Key, dotting Narcissa's hand. The Malfoy matriarch looked stunning in a red velvet dress, adorned with a black bow. My darling Harrison, Narcissa said fondly. I was pleased to hear that your girlfriend excelled during the first task. Harrison smiled proudly. Fleur had come in first place during the first task. She had used her Vela charm to lull the dragon, then used her ability as a Vela to control fire to coat her body in flames in case the dragon woke up. She had been able to receive her egg 27 seconds faster than Victor, who had come in second place. Thank you, Aunt Sissa, Harrison said. He turned to Bellatrix, who had finally begun to behave like her old self. Although, he could still see the desire and need for vengeance in her eyes. Aunt Bella, you look wonderful. Bellatrix laughed. You've lost none of your charm, I see. Never, Harrison grinned. Fleur exited the flow to the sound of a live band playing Christmas melodies. She marveled at the beautiful decorations, as she looked for Harrison. There he is, Fleur grinned, as she led her family to the other side of the room past women in gorgeous gowns and men in dress robes. Laughter filled the hall, and the scent of freshly baked pies wafted throughout the room. Fleur, Harrison said, as she wrapped her arms around Harrison. You look gorgeous. She could see the desire in Harrison's eyes, and she smirked teasingly at him. She knew she looked good in her tight silk red dress. The front was low cut, and it accented her tiny waist. Her father had bristled disapprovingly when he had seen her in it, which made her love it even more. Merci, Fleur beamed. Harrison held out his hand. It's a pleasure to see you again, Minister Delacour. The pleasure is mine, Pierre Delacour said. He was a tall man, with a strong jaw, own hair, and eyes that shone with intelligence. Fleur says nothing but great things about you. You look beautiful, Madame Delacour, Harrison said, before Key, dotting Apolline Delacour's hand. She looked almost identical to Fleur, but with shoulder-length own hair. Aren't you sweet? Apolline said, her accent thicker than both her husband and daughters. Harrison, Fleur said, you've yet to meet my sister. She gestured towards a tiny little girl, another spitting image of Fleur. Gabrielle. Bonjour, Gabrielle said quietly. Bonjour, mademoiselle, Harrison said. Gabrielle blushed and hid behind her mother. Apolline laughed. She's shy, Fleur whispered into Harrison's ear. I gathered as much, Harrison whispered back amusedly. He looked at Gabrielle, whose own head was peeking out behind her mother's green ball gown. Gabrielle, would you like to come with Fleur and me to get a drink? Gabrielle's eyes widened, and she looked at her sister. Fleur had to restrain from laughing. Gabrielle had spoken nonstop all day about how cute Harrison was, and now that she was around him she couldn't even open her mouth. Gabrielle, it's impolite not to answer when spoken to, Apolline chastised gently. Oui, Gabrielle said quietly. Harrison smiled, and Fleur's heart fluttered when he reached out his hand towards Gabrielle. Her little sister immediately latched onto him and smiled. Fleur knew in that moment that even though they'd only been dating a few months that she loved Harrison. Tom watched as his son led the Delacour sisters towards a table laden with non-alcoholic eggnog. It's good to see you again, Apolline said politely. Tom looked into Apolline's face. Had anyone else looked at her, they would have seen a gorgeous woman with a confident smile and brilliant blue eyes. But Tom could see past the mask that she wore, of a politician's perfect wife, and into the depths of her eyes, where fear was lurking. It's always a pleasure, Tom said, as had Harrison. He grabbed her hand and at her knuckles. I am glad to see you here, Pierre. He reached out and firmly shook France's Minister of Magic's hand. I'm glad to be here, Pierre said. I must admit, Tom said, that I was surprised when Harrison told me you'd be coming to Britain for the winter holidays. One would think it would be difficult to get away for several weeks when running a country. Pierre frowned in disapproval. I felt it prudent to visit my daughter after that nasty business at your ministry. With all due respect, your ministry seems to be turning into quite the madhouse. 2 men murdered in cold blood. A lack of oars. Your government needs a serious overhaul. Tom smiled, and Pierre shook his head. You know that isn't what I meant. Out of the corner of his eye, Tom could see Apolline stiffen and her eyes go wide. Pierre must have seen her change in demeanor because the corners of his lips turned down and he cleared his throat. Tom laughed. There is no need to fear, Apolline, Tom said, purposefully lacing his tone with amusement. Your husband is entitled to his beliefs and opinions. He looked seriously at Pierre. However, given recent events in Britain, and the overall decline in governments throughout the wizarding world, a smart man would begin to question how things are being done. Pierre looked at Tom, and he could see the wheels spinning in the French man's gaze. Tom knew the minister was anything but a fool, and that it would take more than that incident, and various ministries' incompetence to make him drastically change his mind. I would be remiss to deny that recent events have made me question certain policies, Pierre admitted. However, once more I must say, with all due respect, I think that here is neither the time or the place for such a discussion. I quite agree, Tom said. We must speak before you return to France. We, Pierre said. His eyes darted off to the side. We must. Now that this matter is closed for the current time, Tom said, Apolline, do you care for a dance? Tom could see Apolline swallow harder than normal. I would be honored, Apolline said, plastering a large smile on her face. Fleur wrapped her arms around Harrison, so that her chest was flush against his back. I want you, Fleur whispered in his ear. Harrison turned his head to the side, but before he could say anything Fleur continued, there has to be somewhere for us to go and be alone. The way she said, alone, made heat soar through Harrison. Here? Harrison asked. Yes, Fleur whispered, her breath tickling his ear. Here's the perfect place. Harrison looked over to where Draco and Blaise were talking to Violet McNair and Anastasia Zabini. Come with me, Harrison said, as he grabbed her hand and led her out of the ballroom. The moment the thick doors shut behind them, the loud noise cut off. It was as if they'd been submerged underwater. They walked down a long marble hallway, lined with portraits of past Malfoy patriarchs. He looked back at Fleur, who was having a hard time keeping up with him in her tight dress. His eyes landed on her ample cleavage and his desire burned like an inferno. Harrison led her up a spiral staircase to the 3rd floor. He stopped in front of the first door and pushed it open. Harrison gestured for Fleur to go in before him, and he followed her into the guest bedroom. He pulled out his wand and cast privacy charms as he shut the door. Fleur stopped a few inches from the bed and turned to face him. Harrison wanted to push her onto the bed, rip off both their clothes, and end their time as pure in 3 seconds. But as he looked at her, he knew he'd never do anything to hurt her. Is this what you want? Harrison asked. Oui, Fleur said. Before Harrison could take a step forward, Fleur had shimmied out of her dress, the blue silk falling to the ground. Usually, she wore lace undergarments, something Harrison loved seeing, but tonight she had come wearing nothing underneath. You're killing me, Harrison said, as he drank in her perfect body. Firm and perky beasts, long legs, and toned stomach. Not yet, Fleur said. She threw her hair behind her back. Harrison walked towards her, his hands quickly undoing his buttons. He took off his black silk dress robes and threw them on top of Fleur's dress. He closed the distance between them, his arms wrapping around her body, and his lips crashing into hers. He lowered her onto the bed, as one of her arms wrapped around his torso, and her free hand gripping his hair, digging into his scalp. He pulled back and looked down at Fleur. The moonlight was streaming in through the large windows, adding a glow to her, making her own hair appear almost silver. Her pink lips were swollen, and her eyelids were heavy with want. "You're beautiful," Harrison said. Me, Fleur responded. Harrison didn't have to be asked twice. Fleur grinned foolishly as she rested her head on Harrison's chest. She didn't have to look at him to know that he was sporting the same look. They laid in silence as their breathing slowly went back to normal. Harrison ran his hand absent-mindedly down her back. Their first time had been everything Fleur had ever dreamed it would be and more. Yes, it had hurt, and it was quite uncomfortable at first, but soon the feeling of pleasure had overtaken the discomfort. Harrison had been gentle and the only word she could use to describe it was perfect. "I could do that all day," Fleur said contentedly. She let out a quick breath when Harrison quickly flipped her onto her back, her long hair flew into her face. "How did you do that so fast?" Fleur laughed, as she shook her head to move her hair out of her eyes. "I'm an athlete," Harrison said, puffing out his chest jokingly. Fleur looked up at Harrison straddling her and smiled. That smile turned into a frown when Harrison started laughing. "What's so funny?" Fleur asked. "Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa would have heart attacks if they knew that we had sex in one of their precious guest rooms," Harrison said amusedly. Fleur smirked. "That's what makes it even better." Harrison laughed even harder, before he looked back at Fleur. Something flashed in his eyes that Fleur couldn't make out. They fell into a happy silence, as she ran her hands up and down his back. Harrison ran a finger from her cheek down to her navel. A shiver ran through Fleur's body. "I love you," Fleur said. She blanched when she realized she said the words out loud. Harrison's eyes snapped up to hers. Once again, that unreadable look flickered to life in his eyes. It took her a few seconds, but she realized what it was, and her heart swelled to 3 times its normal size. "I love you too." The 25th of December 1994. Ginny took a deep breath as she looked out at the front lawn. Hogwarts always looked beautiful at Christmas, but the professors had gone beyond this year. The lawn in front of the castle had been transformed into a fancy grotto full of fairy lights. She relaxed as she watched the fairies fly around the various ice statues of Father Christmas and snowmen. The statues glinted in the moonlight, and if she hadn't known better she would have thought they'd been carved from diamonds. "You look wonderful," a voice behind her said. Ginny spun around, and when her eyes landed on Victor, all of the tension she'd been feeling left. Victor leaned down and gave her a chaste key. She blushed, as several girls sent her jealous looks. Her and Victor had only been dating for a month and a half, and they only went public a few weeks prior. She had yet to get used to all of the jealous and hateful glares she would get from her classmates. The only people who didn't seem to look at her strangely these days besides her family were her best friends Parvati and Lavender. "Thank you," Ginny said. "Champions over here, please," McGonagall called. "Shall we?" Victor held out his arm. Ginny smiled as she slid her arm through his. Harrison walked into the Great Hall, Fleur's arm linked through his, looking marvelous in a silver dress. Harrison looked around at the wonderful decorations. Silver frost covered the walls, making the room look as though it was carved from ice, and garlands of mistletoe and ivy hung from the ceiling. Lantern-lit tables had replaced the typical house tables, and a large tree stood in the center, a star the size of his torso glowing at the top. He could see guys from every house going slack-jawed as they stared at Fleur, but he didn't focus on anyone until his attention was caught by a flash of red. When he looked, his eyebrows rose into his hair. Susan's arm was looped through Ron's and she was staring at him with a challenging look. Harrison didn't know whether to laugh or roll his eyes. He had liked Susan, but it had been no more than a child's crush, and she was beginning to become weirdly obsessed. He turned away from her, and looked at Fleur, who smiled brightly at him. Fleur laughed as Cass grabbed her hands and danced around with her. Hermione, Daphne, Pansy, Jenna, and Tracy were dancing around them, their arms spinning in the air. Fleur couldn't remember a time when she had truly been happy with girls until she came to Hogwarts. Back home, every girl she went to school with didn't bother to get close to her thanks to her Vila nature. She spent her days alone, studying and reading books. As much as she learned and grew as a witch, it made for a lack of fun. Coming to Hogwarts and befriending Harrison's friends had been life-changing. Hermione liked her for her brain, Jenna and Tracy would discuss clothes with her for hours, Cass loved discussing magic, Pansy would ask her for help with homework and French, and Daphne was great to talk to about anything and everything. For the first time in her life, she felt as if she had friends. People who didn't look at her and see a threat. As she danced around with them, oblivious to the jealous stares from other girls and lustful ones from the male students, she had never felt happier. Especially when she looked at Harrison and saw him staring back at her, with love, and not the looks she was used to receiving from the opposite sex. The group walked over to a far-off table and sat down with cold drinks. Blaise blew Fleur a key, and she laughed. Harrison's close male friends were the only guys not drooling all over Fleur, and she loved the normalcy of it. "Don't even think about it," Harrison said mock-angrily. Blaise held up his hands in pretend surrender and the guys laughed. "You really are a hussy," a voice said. Anger surged through Fleur as she looked up. Susan was standing with a owned girl she recognized as Hannah Abbott. "Watch your mouth," Cass said warningly. "I appreciate you coming to my defense, Cass, but what is it you English say?" "Don't waste your breath," Fleur said. She was furious that the redhead wouldn't give up, but she felt a swell of joy that her friend stood up for her. "Susan's merely upset that it's me who spent a wonderful Christmas Eve with Harrison and not her." She heard Theo choke on his drink. She knew that everyone knew what she was implying. Fleur looked at Harrison, she felt a surge of guilt for not making sure it was okay she'd told anyone that they'd had sex. Although, she was surprised that he hadn't told his best friends. However, Harrison merely looked amused. Susan obviously understood what she was implying, because she turned as red as her hair, and her eyes widened. "You French whore!" Susan yelled. Fleur forced herself to remain calm, although she could feel the Vila part of her wanting to rip Susan's face off with her bare hands. "Harrison is my boyfriend," Fleur put emphasis on the last word. "Having sex with my boyfriend doesn't make me a whore, and only a prudish little girl would imply otherwise." Pansy tried and failed to stifle a laugh. "How dare you!" Hannah yelled in defense of her friend. "How dare she!" Harrison said, walking up next to Fleur. "Susan, you and I dated. You were my childhood crush. I had thought we ended things amicably. I tried to be nice, because I thought we could still be friends, but all you've done since Fleur and I started dating is glare at and verbally attack her. Then tonight you show up with Ron to what? Make me jealous." "Well, I'm not jealous. I'm with Fleur, not you. We were barely teenagers when we dated, Susan. You're a sweet girl. Go find someone who likes you for you. I'm sorry, but that someone isn't me." Harrison held out his hand. "Fleur, may I have this dance?" "We," Fleur smiled. Fleur ignored Susan as she followed Harrison back onto the dance floor. Susan watched Fleur and Harrison walk away, and tears welled in her eyes. She felt like a complete and utter fool. Harrison had been her first and only boyfriend. He had been so kind and caring, and she thought that what they had could one day be something real and long-lasting. But as she watched them walk away, and felt her heart rip in two, she knew that Harrison and her would never be friends again, let alone anything more. Harrison was the kind of guy who would always end up with a girl like Fleur, not Susan. Susan looked back at Harrison's friends, and she could see the dislike in their eyes. Except for Hermione, who looked at her with pity. She didn't know which was worse. "This isn't like you, Susan," Hermione said gently, calling someone a whore. Susan looked into Hermione's eyes, and felt tears fall down her cheeks. Hermione was right, she's not that kind of girl. She wanted to get away from these people, to where she could think. She turned from the group and ran from the hall. "Susan, wait," Hannah called after her. Susan pushed past groups of dancing and laughing students, and didn't stop until she ran into someone. She went flying backwards onto her butt. She looked up into the confused eyes of Ron. "I've been looking for you," the words died in Ron's throat when he saw her face. "What happened?" "This was a mistake," Susan said, ignoring his hand to help her up. I'm sorry, Ron. She looked into his confused brown eyes. I'm really sorry. Wait, Ron yelled. But Susan kept on running. The 29th of December 1994. I don't care, Sirius snapped. I need to find him. Remus sighed. Do you think that I don't care about finding him? You know I do. Then you shouldn't suggest we. I'm not suggesting that we stop looking for Harry, Remus said, exasperated. All I'm saying is that at this time we've exhausted every avenue. You're exhausted, Sirius. You've barely slept, and you haven't done anything for you. He held up a hand and glared when Sirius went to interrupt him. I'm worried about you, as are Tonks, Molly, Arthur, and everyone else. They don't know about Harry, so they're starting to think you've gone off the deep end. You need a break, just for a few hours. You know you won't be any good to Harry if you've lost your mind. He looked imploringly at Sirius. Please. Sirius looked older than he did when he first escaped from Azkaban. Remus was dying inside over not being able to find Harry, but seeing Sirius on the road to self-destruction, refusing to sleep, eat, and drinking too much fire whiskey, was killing him faster. Sirius would be no good to anyone if he went mental. Sirius looked at his best friend. He knew that he'd been acting crazy since finding out his godson was alive. It was killing him knowing that James and Lily's son was out there somewhere, and he didn't know if he was okay. Merlin, he didn't even know what he looked like now. But he knew that Remus was right, he wasn't going to be any help finding Harry in his current state of mind. Fine, Sirius acquiesced. What do you suggest? Tonks gave me this, Remus said. Sirius grabbed the parchment from Remus and looked down at the fancy purple letters. The Ministry of Magic is proud to sponsor a New Year's Eve masquerade blowout at Hogsmeade Lake. Come dressed in your warmest sweater and most creative masquerade mask. Food and drinks will be provided from 8 p.m.-1 am, and there will be entertainment for all ages. Sirius didn't bother to read the rest of it before tossing it onto the table. A masquerade blowout, seriously? Sirius asked. Sirius, Remus chided. It will be fun. Tonks will be there, and the Weasleys. It will be good for you to get out. Sirius looked at the parchment and rolled his eyes. Fine, Sirius said. I'll go, but I'm not staying that long. Remus smiled and tucked the flyer back into his pocket. The 30th of December 1994. For your sake I hope you're joking, Amicus Carrow said lowly. Brother, Alecto said slowly, he's young. He's a Death Eater, Amicus said coldly, he shouldn't fear death and destruction. I don't fear death and destruction, Eric Anderson said defensively. I fear the Dark Lord's wrath if this angers him. Amicus narrowed his eyes. Do you think I would have suggested something like this had I not thought of the consequences? Of course not, but, Eric said. No buts, Amicus said. Tomorrow we will strike fear into the hearts of our Lord's enemies, and we will kill anyone who stands in our way. He swept his gaze over the 10 other men in the room, before his eyes flicked to his sister. Now go, all of you. Sleep, you'll need it. And if anyone is having second thoughts, don't bother showing up tomorrow. Everyone disapparated without a sound except for John Dawlish and Alecto. Have you received a change of orders from Bones? Amicus asked. No, Dawlish said. I'm to report for duty at the ministry from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening. I'll be there at 10 sharp. Good, Amicus said, make sure you keep an eye on the others. The young ones worry me. Of course, Dawlish said. He inclined his head at Alecto then disapparated. Alecto swallowed hard before looking at her brother. Are you sure about this, brother? Alecto asked. If something goes wrong, we have families. Children to think about. I am thinking about our families, Amicus growled. After James was captured by the ministry and killed by that woman, our Lord has looked down upon us. We were this close, he held up his fingers, to be invited into the inner circle, and then, he clapped his hands together, it all disappeared. And you know what happens when our Lord has no more use for his followers. He looked at the fireplace in disgust. Our Lord values initiative, he said so himself. He's been wanting to make a splash. What better day to do so than New Year's Eve? I have a bad feeling about this, Alecto said warily. Are you a seer? Amicus sneered. Alecto shot him a cold look. Then your feelings don't matter. He stood up. I will return to our Lord's good graces, and tomorrow in Hogsmeade is the way to do it. He held up a hand when Alecto went to speak. I'll hear no more on the matter, sister. Amicus gave her a sharp look then disapparated. Alecto knew her brother was right. If they didn't find a way to get back onto their lord's good side, there was no telling what would happen. And the way the Dark Lord had looked at her lately, with disgust and distrust, made her feel worthless. She looked at the mantle and her daughters smiled from inside a silver frame, their own hair framing pretty faces. She knew there was no other option. The 31st of December 1994. Where are they? Blaze asked. I don't see them, Harrison said. Harrison couldn't see Fleur's long own hair anywhere, or any of his other friends. He and Blaze walked through the crowds of people, pushing past groups huddled together for warmth. The pure white snow was littered with candy wrappers, and the scent of butterbeer wafted through the air. Harrison and Blaze reached the edge of the lake, away from the hundreds of people who had come to Hogsmeade to celebrate the new year. It looked peaceful, you could barely make out the thin sheet of ice covering the lake. Had Fleur been here he would have said it was romantic, which was odd given the loud and boisterous atmosphere. They did say to meet by the lake, didn't they? Blaze asked. He leaned against a tree. This is why we should have came together. Harrison threw Blaze an annoyed look, that he knew his friend couldn't see. He adjusted the mask he was wearing. He hadn't wanted to wear a masquerade mask, but Fleur had told him it would be fine. What she hadn't told him was that it would itch like crazy. He could see Blaze adjusting his mask. At least he wasn't the only one who found them uncomfortable. A loud explosion rang through the air, and cheers broke out. Harrison looked up to see fireworks dancing across the starry sky. A large red sparkling dragon flew around a blue and green castle, red sparks shooting from his mouth, as yellow stars sparkled around. The fireworks were scheduled to go off at 10, Harrison said, and we were supposed to meet them at 10 till. He frowned. It's not like them to run late. You know how the girls get when they're having one of their girl days. Blaze shrugged, and Theo wasn't going to be done with dinner with his dad until around now. Draco and Leo, well, you never know with those two. Yeah, I guess, Harrison said slowly. Hi. A high, musical voice said. Luna, Harrison smiled. He looked behind her and frowned. Where are the others? They went to the Three Broomsticks for butterbeers, Luna said. Fleur told me to tell you that she's very excited for this evening. From her tone I think it's safe to assume she means sex. Blaze burst into laughter. Harrison rolled his eyes. Where's your mask? Harrison asked, to change the subject. It was itchy, Luna said plainly. Yeah, Blaze said with a snort, we've noticed. A rush of magic settled over Harrison's skin and he frowned. He saw Luna stiffen. What? Blaze asked, looking between Harrison and Luna. Anti-apparition wards, Harrison murmured. It can't be happening, Luna said quietly, her eyes going wide. Things have changed. Luna, what are you talking about? Harrison asked sharply. What are you two going on about? Why would anyone? Blaze was cut off by a loud explosion, harsher and louder than the fireworks. Luna spun around, Blaze pushed himself off the tree, and Harrison looked towards Hogsmeade Village. It took a moment, but suddenly, everyone realized. Something was wrong, and screams broke out like wildfire. Harrison and Blaze exchanged a look. Death Eaters? Blaze asked. No, Harrison shook his head. Nothing was planned. A cold feeling wrapped around his heart. Fleur. He looked at Blaze. We need to get to the girls now. And we can't apparate, Blaze cursed under his breath. Stay close to me, Harrison told Luna. Harrison ran towards Hogsmeade Village, Blaze and Luna right behind him, their wands falling into their hands. Harrison pushed past frantic people, all of whom must have realized they couldn't apparate. Kids were yelling for their parents, and Harrison heard a wail that made his stomach clench. Every shout sounded like Fleur, and every set of panicked eyes reminded him of her. He hated that the Three Broomstick was 3 miles from the lake. The closer they got to Hogsmeade Village the worse things looked. Curses were sailing through the air, screams echoed from every direction and the snow was stained red with blood. A broken and twisted body was lying in front of a quaint cafe, its white trellis splattered with the victim's blood. Harrison was running, his breath coming out ragged and his eyes darting left and right. Blaze was next to him, his black hair more messy than usual. A look of confidence radiated on Blaze's face as he ducked a red stunner. Are you sure the Three Broomsticks? Blaze asked as a loud explosion filled the air. Smoke could be seen rising up behind several buildings and the screams intensified. Yeah, Harrison was cut off by a loud bang. Harrison, Blaze, and Luna were thrown backwards, and they slammed into a gray stone wall. A loud crack could be heard as the three teenagers slid to the ground. Blaze's head was resting on his shoulder and his wand was no longer in his hand. Luna rolled a few feet away from him, but she looked okay. Harrison's head snapped up as he began coughing. Harrison scrambled onto his hands and knees as his coughing turned violent. Blood poured from his mouth as he rolled onto his side. Harrison winced. It hurt to breathe, as if he'd broken several ribs. He wiped his mouth on his sleeve. Harrison's emerald eyes went out of focus. He closed them for a second before they opened. His eyes glowed Avada Kedavra green as he took in his surroundings. Shards of wood were surrounding him and the snow was tinged red, brown and yellow. Harrison froze when he saw Blaze. A hiss escaped his lips when he stood up, and walked towards Blaze. Blaze, come on, we need to go. Harrison knelt down towards Blaze. When he touched his shoulder, Blaze's body slumped back. The color drained from Harrison's face. No, Harrison's voice sounded desperate. Blaze, Luna grabbed his arm, and quickly pulled them away. Her hands were stained red with his blood. No, she shook her head. No, this can't be happening. I wasn't here. I thought I'd stopped it. Things are different now. He can't be. Her head shaking became violent. Harrison could see that Luna was going into shock, and he cursed under his breath. You need to go, Luna, Harrison said. Now. Luna shook her head, but before she could speak, Harrison reached inside his shirt, pulled out his silver snake pendant necklace, muttered a word, and thrust it into Luna's hands. He saw her disappear, and internally breathed a sigh of relief knowing she'd be okay. Harrison. Harrison spun around and saw a terrified Hermione staring at him. Her red sweater was ripped in several places and tears were rolling down her cheeks. He won't move, Theo won't move. Hermione fell to her knees and buried her head in her hands. A choked sob escaped from her as her body trembled. He told me to leave, his wand was broken and I couldn't find mine. I couldn't levitate him. Hermione's body shook harder. Everyone was running and screaming. I couldn't see straight. Hermione started to hyperventilate. Harrison went even paler. He glanced at Blaze, pain flashing over his face before his expression hardened. Harrison looked murderous. His eyes glowed almost inhumanly as he briskly walked towards Hermione, ignoring the searing pain that shot through his body. Where is he? Harrison asked urgently. A coldness crept over him. Where's Fleur? Where is anyone else? There, a loud gong-like noise reverberated through the air. Harrison cast a protection shield over him and Hermione as the sky was illuminated. A thick white smoke flew towards them. It shattered Harrison's shield, sending them both flying backwards. Hermione landed on the ground in a heap, her neck twisted at an awkward angle. Harrison landed 5 feet away, blood trickling down the side of his face. This conversation has been enlightening, Pierre Delacour said, to say the least. While we have yet to reach an agreement, I am pleased that I have been able to see a different side to you. I must admit, when I found out my daughter was dating the son of the Dark Lord. He laughed awkwardly. It was quite the shock. I can see how that would be, Tom said. Tom smiled, even though what he really wanted to do was smirk. He had always known Pierre was intelligent, but he had failed to realize just how much of a politician the man really is. Pierre did a good job of hiding that side of him, preferring to be seen as the incorruptible family man, but Tom had finally seen deep down into the man's soul. He didn't have Pierre yet, but he would soon. The smile slipped from Tom's face when he felt a tug on his magic, signaling that Harrison had used his emergency portkey. Harrison, Tom said quickly before disapparating. Tom apparated to the lounge and the fear he had felt upon feeling Harrison's emergency portkey activate turned into confusion when he saw Luna sitting on the ground, her head shaking from side to side. That confusion once more turned to fear when he saw that Luna was covered in blood. Luna, where is Harrison? Tom asked quickly. Luna didn't appear to hear him, but she did stop shaking her head. She was staring straight ahead as if in a trance, or more likely, shock. Her skin was more pale than normal, and her hands were shaking. Luna, Tom snapped. He grabbed Luna's arms and shook her, but she didn't seem to register that he was even touching her. Tom felt his patience snap. Where is Harrison? Tom asked, his voice laced with venom. Luna's eyes came into focus, and tears began to fall down her face. I didn't want to leave them. Luna sobbed. Her breathing came out in quick, shallow gasps. Harrison made me. He threw that at me and, her voice caught in her throat. Luna pointed a shaking hand at something on the ground. Tom quickly bent down and picked up a glittering snake dangling from a long silver chain. His emergency portkey, Tom said. No emotion could be found in his words. Tom had hoped that it was a misunderstanding, but he couldn't deny it. Harrison knew the seriousness of activating his portkey. Tom had given Harrison that necklace before his first year at Hogwarts, and Harrison knew he should always wear it under his shirt, and never take it off. He couldn't think of a reason why Luna would have it. Where is my son, and why would he give? The door flew open, and a disheveled Narcissa ran inside. Narcissa looked as if she were running for her life. Panic was etched in her face, and her eyes were wild. Tom felt a fear grip him that he didn't know was possible. My lord, Narcissa said quickly, fear evident in her voice. Lucius and Severus have been trying to contact you. Something has happened. The children. The chandelier hanging from the ceiling shattered, and the room went cold. If his son was injured he would kill everyone involved. Where is my son? Tom asked, his words coming out like a hiss. Hogsmeade, Narcissa said. Tom dropped the necklace and disapparated. Fireworks exploded, bright colors painting the night sky. A red dragon soared through the air, sparks shooting from his mouth. It reminded Ginny of the first task, seeing Victor dodging scorching hot flames as he tried to get an egg from a nesting mother. A shiver ran down her spine at the thought. The dragon exploded, dissolving into smaller fireworks which formed dozens of glittering flowers. They're beautiful, Ginny said in awe. Yes, you are, Victor whispered in her ear. Ginny blushed, but she couldn't hide the silly grin on her face. She leaned in closer to Victor as a chill ran through her. She hadn't wanted to join the huge crowd near the lake, because she didn't want to be pushed and shoved. Now she was wishing she had chosen to slip into the crowd because at least she wouldn't be cold. Do you want me to cast another warming charm? Victor asked. I'm okay, Ginny said with a grateful smile. As more fireworks burst into the sky, illuminating the happy faces around her who had also chosen to stay away from the crowd, a loud scream pierced through the noise. Ginny had thought she was hearing things until she saw Victor's wand drop into his hand, and his free hand wrapped around her wrist. Victor what? Ginny never got to ask her question, because a bench several feet away shattered into hundreds of pieces. The wood flew through the air like shrapnel. She flinched, but nothing hit her. She looked over and saw that Victor had cast a protective shield. Victor looked at her, his expression furious. Someone put up anti-apparition vards, they need to get out of here. Get your wand out, Victor said sharply, his accent coming out thick, and stay next to me. Ginny shook as she pulled her wand from inside her coat. Victor pulled her away from the direction of the lake, and she couldn't believe how fast Hogsmeade had descended into mayhem. She felt as if she had been transported into a war zone, as she stepped on blood-soaked snow. She thought her head would explode from the high-pitched screams and explosions coming from every direction. They ran past a woman whose face was contorted in a silent scream, as she rocked a bloody body, whose face was half gone, back and forth. Ginny felt bile rise in her throat, and tears fell from her eyes. Death Eaters. Ginny gasped. A wizard wearing a black cloak and a bone-white mask was exchanging spells with two shop owners. Victor's hand on her wrist tightened at her words, and he pulled her so hard she thought he might pull her arm out of its socket. She was about to pull back when Victor stopped and she ran into him. A Death Eater shot a curse at Victor, who threw up a shield before casting a curse of his own. Ginny knew she should keep going, but something held her still. She couldn't move her eyes away from the spells going back and forth at a dizzying rate. Suddenly, the Death Eater shot a barrage of spells, purple and yellow sickly lights coming at Victor fast, and he appeared strained as he put up a powerful shield which flickered at each hit. Then the Death Eater sent a neon blue spell towards Ginny. She felt like she was seeing and moving in slow motion. Ginny cast a protection shield, but it wasn't strong enough and she was blasted backwards. A pain she didn't think was possible shot from her head through her shoulder, and a scream so loud she thought her throat was going to explode ripped through the air. Her arm felt as if someone was simultaneously dipping it in hot lava and ice. She looked down and saw that her right arm looked as if it had been skinned from the tip of her middle finger to right under her shoulder. Her arm appeared to be convulsing, and another scream fled her. Ginny felt her stomach drop and her back arched as her stomach emptied its contents. The pain was too intense and she couldn't force herself to sit up, so vomit cascaded down both sides of her face. She started choking, and she started to think that this was how she would die, when someone came behind her and pushed her up more roughly than she wanted and a whimper escaped her. "Breathe," Victor said, a trace of worry in his clipped tone. Victor pointed his wand at her throat, and she gulped in air. She began coughing, and every move felt like it would kill her, causing more tears to flow down her face. "They need to get you out of here," Victor said. "How?" Ginny croaked. Victor cursed in Bulgarian, as Ginny watched as two adults and a teenager dueled with a Death Eater. Her breathing began to speed up, as she realized that death and destruction was going to be the last thing she saw. With her good hand she clawed for Victor's robes, and she dug her fist into the soft fabric. She felt herself going cold, and several times Victor had to cast a shield charm to protect them from flying debris. "Go," Ginny gasped out. "No," Victor said sharply. "I will not leave you." Ginny felt a flood of emotion for Victor swell inside of her, and the pain she felt intensified. She let out a strangled whimper at the thought of him dying. "You can't die." Ginny's voice died in her throat when a loud crack popped through the air. "The Vards are down," Victor said. Ginny saw several people disappear, and dozens of oars popped into existence. A relieved cry rang out from somewhere behind her. Victor wrapped his arm around Ginny's waist. "This will hurt." Ginny closed her eyes, a sharp pain coursed through her, and her vision went black as they left Hogsmeade behind. Tom let out a furious growl as he slashed his wand through the air. A loud crack signaled that the anti-apparition wards had fallen. From the far side of the lake he could see buildings engulfed in flames, and see small figures running. He didn't know where Harrison was, and he wasn't going to waste time running around, so Tom pushed aside all thought and concentrated on his son. He disappeared without a sound and landed in the middle of mayhem, which he ignored as his eyes immediately landed on Harrison. Tom's fury intensified as he saw that his son was struggling to stand up, and that blood was trickling down his face. He was going to murder everyone involved in this. "Dad," Harrison's weak voice said. "You have to help them." Harrison hissed as his leg gave out, sending him crashing to the ground. Tom flicked his wand and Harrison's body went stiff as a board. He didn't want Harrison to move and aggravate his injuries. Tom ignored the screaming all around him as he moved quickly to his son. Harrison was having trouble keeping his eyes open. Tom absent-mindedly ran his hand over Harrison's head to reassure himself, as he assessed his injuries. Harrison's eyes were going in and out of focus, and Tom could tell he was struggling to remain conscious. "Hermione," Harrison rasped. "Blaze. Dad, you are my only priority," Tom said, his tone clipped. "Please," Harrison said imploringly. His emerald eyes dimmed. A surge of frustration at his son's stubbornness surged through him. "Mipsy," Tom called. Harrison's house elf appeared and her eyes widened upon seeing him lying stiff as a board and covered in blood. Her round eyes bulged out her head. "Master Harrison," Mispy squeaked. "What has happened?" "Mipsy," Tom said, his voice laced with venom. "Take Harrison to our healers, and inform them that if he isn't back to perfect health by the time I return, I will murder them along with their entire families and everyone they've ever met." Mipsy nodded her head furiously. "Yes, Master." Harrison's eyes fluttered closed, and Tom's right eye twitched as he controlled his magic that was begging to lash out. Harrison and Mipsy disappeared. Tom looked around and his eyes narrowed when they landed on several Death Eaters fighting with the newly arrived Aurors. His son was injured, and his own Death Eaters were responsible. He hadn't thought his own followers were behind the attack, as they know he would kill anyone who so much as touched Harrison. He reached out with his magic, using their dark marks to discern their identities. His fury turned to shock, then back to fury when he learned the Caro siblings were among those fighting the Aurors. The many ways in which he would make them suffer before they died flashed through his mind when a voice broke through his thoughts. "Harrison." A weak voice slurred. Tom turned around and his eyes immediately found a disoriented Blaze, and an unconscious Hermione. He cursed under his breath, as he walked swiftly towards his son's best friends. While doing so he used the mark to call Severus and Barty to him. Within a few seconds his two Death Eaters arrived. Tom didn't utter a word before Barty bent down and began casting diagnostic charms on Blaze and Hermione. "Tom," Severus said. Tom knew Severus couldn't call him, "my lord," in public. "We were alerted by Lucius as to the attack. I take it you weren't aware. Tom gave Severus a look so cold he wouldn't have been surprised had he froze into a statue. Severus nodded, then looked around at the destruction. Were any of the Death Eaters captured? I don't know, Tom said, his voice void of all emotion. Once the anti-apparition wards had fallen, most of the people had fled, taking children with them. The only ones left were the Aurors, as by now the Death Eaters had fled. Wails could still be heard as a few of the people who stayed behind mourned lost loved ones, or were too injured to apparate. I need to return to the manor, Tom said. Harrison was injured, and I need to see to his recovery. What? Severus asked sharply. He had gone deathly pale. His injuries were numerous, but not life-threatening, Tom said. A tinge of relief in his tone. But before I deal with the responsible parties, I need to see him. You two need to find his friends, and have them sent to the infirmary wing at the manor. Of course, Severus said. Tom nodded swiftly before disapparating. Cass jumped over an overturned chair as a loud explosion sounded behind her. She didn't look back, even when she heard blood-curdling screams. Her heart was pounding, as she tried to search out for her brother. She rounded a corner and in the distance she could see Theo and Hermione. A wave of relief washed over her, but it was short-lived, because the ground at her friend's feet erupted, sending Hermione and Theo flying into the air and crashing back down. She ran towards her friends as shrapnel rained down on them. Cass could see Hermione struggling to stand, but Theo didn't move. She pushed herself to move faster when a spell flew towards her from seemingly nowhere. She threw up a shield and spun in the direction she thought the spell had come from. A tall figure stalked towards her, donning the Death Eater uniform. Shock jolted through her when the wizard cast a curse towards her. She deflected the curse, and was about to yell at the man that her mother was going to skin him alive, when she realized that with her mask the Death Eater didn't know who she was. Another curse sailed towards her and she deflected it back, sending several cutting curses at the wizard in quick succession. He must not have expected a teenager to curse him back, because the first two hit him and he staggered backwards. Cass used that moment to send a blasting curse at him, and the Death Eater went flying backwards, crashing through a window and sending glass cascading down onto the snow. Cass spun back around, and her eyes searched frantically for her friends. She could no longer see Hermione, but her eyes landed on Theo, who still hadn't moved. Cass' stomach jumped into her throat as she ran towards her friend. She pushed past screaming children, and dodged flying debris. Cass tripped over a fallen bucket and landed a foot away from Theo. She looked up and froze. A killing curse could have sailed straight at her and she wouldn't have noticed. Her eyes were transfixed on Theo, not on his ashen face, but on the foot-long piece of wood that was sticking out of his chest. His white shirt was stained with blood, and his chest wasn't moving. A loud crack broke through the screams, and dozens of pops could be heard, breaking Cass out of her shock. Theo, Cass said urgently. Cass grabbed Theo's arm, and his head lolled to the right. His eyes open, but void of any life. No, 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 Cass pleaded. She could see that the blood had stopped coming out of his chest, and she knew what that meant. With a shaking hand she cast a diagnostic spell and a sob tore through her body when her fear was realized. Not caring about anything, Cass pulled Theo tightly against her body, oblivious to his blood staining her dress. She rocked back and forth, her eyes glazed, and her hands entwined in Theo's shirt. Theo, Cass repeated over and over again. Sobs racked Cass' body, and a pain so intense it threatened to obliterate all thought consumed her. She lost a brother she hadn't even got to know, and now one of her best and oldest friends was dead, at what appeared to be the hand of Death Eaters. Cass shook her head in denial, as a chill coated her like a second skin. Cass thought an eternity had passed, but was in reality only 5 minutes when a pair of strong arms pulled her away from Theo. She didn't look to see who it was. Death himself could come for her, and she wouldn't care. Theo was dead. She didn't know where her brother was. Or Harrison. Or any of her other friends. What if they were dead too? What if they were lying all alone somewhere, their bodies twisted and mangled? What did living matter without the people she loved? Breathe, a deep voice said. A hand stroked her hair, and Cass recognized the arms that were cradling her. Daddy, Cass said in a small voice, the word coming out choked. Cass hadn't called her dad by the childish name in years, but in that moment she felt as if she were 2 years old again. Sobs racked her body as she spun around in his arms, winding them around his neck. She was sure she was cutting off his circulation, but he didn't move away. He's dead. Cass wailed. The word tasted foreign and wrong on her tongue. Cass' body shook with a force she didn't think was possible, as Rodolphus picked her up. I know, Rodolphus said gently. Cass opened her eyes at her father's words, and barely registered that she was no longer in Hogsmeade, until she saw a figure sitting with his head in his hands. Cass extricated herself from her father and ran at the figure. Strong arms wrapped around her, and hands dug into the fabric of her dress. I couldn't find you, Cass whimpered. The hold Leo had on her tightened. I'm here now, Leo whispered so only she could hear. Cass continued to cry into her brother's shoulder until the door slammed open, and Leo pulled away. Mum, Leo said. Cass couldn't remember the last time she had heard so much relief in her brother's voice. Although, she had to admit, hearing her mum's voice made her feel for a fraction of a second, as if her world wasn't crumbling. Bellatrix marched in, a tiny cut on her right cheek. Her eyes were glowing with anger, and a worried-looking healer trailed behind her. Bellatrix engulfed the twins in a hug, and Cass could feel the relief pouring off of her. Cass knew her mum wasn't into showing worry, so Bellatrix had to have been extremely worried. Cass felt a fresh wave of tears roll down her cheeks. Bellatrix pulled away and her eyes narrowed on the blood covering Cass' dress. Examine my children immediately, Bellatrix snapped. Cass didn't move, or even think, as the healer cast diagnostic spells over her and Leo. She barely heard the healer tell her parents that they were fine, only in shock, and to get plenty of rest. Cass didn't even notice when the healer left, or when her mum magicked the blood on her dress away, or opened her mouth and made her drink a calming draft. Cass stared blankly into the roaring fireplace, as Leo wrapped his arm around her shoulders. After 20 minutes her tears slowed, until they stopped completely. Occasionally a dry sob would escape her throat, but other than that she made no noise. She didn't know how long she had been staring ahead, when suddenly images of sitting in the Slytherin common room with Theo and her friends flashed into her mind. Everything came back into focus and her head snapped up to her parents, her red-rimmed eyes sharp and focused. She couldn't believe she hadn't asked. They had been all she could think about, yet she didn't know if they were okay. Where's Harrison? Cass asked quickly. Where is everyone else? Harrison was injured, Rodolphus said, but quickly went on when Cass and Leo went deathly pale, but the healers fixed him right up, although they did tell him to rest for a few days. The others had injuries as well, but nothing permanent. Bellatrix looked sideways at Rodolphus and Cass swallowed thickly. She felt Leo's arm around her tighten. Who died? Leo asked. Cass was grateful that Leo asked, as she couldn't bring herself to do it. The Dark Lord called for a meeting in 20 minutes, we'll be informed of the final deaths then, Rodolphus said, but there were 2 Slytherin deaths that we know of besides Theo. Cass's breathing sped up, and she felt Leo stiffen. Miles Bletchley and Odette Warrington, Rodolphus said gently. No, Leo said. Cass didn't outwardly react, she was out of tears to cry. Instead her mind flashed to images of Miles flying around the Quidditch pitch with Harrison, winning the Quidditch Cup for Slytherin, and of Odette running around the Slytherin common room, talking to everyone about anything. Their families were going to be devastated. Cameron Warrington doted on his twin sisters, and Odette had been inseparable from her twin Ophelia. Astoria and Karina are going to be crushed, Leo said quietly. Cass closed her eyes, she had forgotten about Odette's younger sister, and Astoria and their cousin Karina's best friend, Melody. She adored her big sisters. The pain Cass was feeling was eating her up inside. Miles had recently gotten a job at the Ministry of Magic, and now he would never reach his full potential. Odette would never fall in love and Theo would never make her laugh again. She would never see his brown eyes dance with amusement when Blaise arrogantly boasted, or Draco knocked Ron and his friends down a peg or 12. I can't do this, Cass said, as she bolted from her seat. Cass ran from the room, and as she rushed down the hall she heard her dad say, leave her be. This way, Remus yelled. Remus gestured wildly for people to run into the 3 broomsticks, where he was defending it from the Death Eaters along with Sirius, Arthur, Tonks, and Molly. He waved a young mother and her son into the restaurant, as a shimmering shield sprang to life in front of him. He nodded his thanks to Arthur before returning fire to the Death Eater who had sent a curse towards him. The Death Eater flicked his wand, and fire spiraled towards the 3 broomsticks. Remus knew that if the restaurant caught fire everyone inside would burn to death. He concentrated on pulling his magic. Sirius, now! Remus yelled. Remus slashed his wand and a powerful shield flared to life, joining with a shield cast by Sirius. The fire crashed into the shield, spreading out and instantly adding 10 degrees to the temperature, before the shield's caught the fire in and disappeared. Sirius watched as the fire disappeared. He twirled his wand, sending a curse at the Death Eater. The bone-masked wizard dodged the spell, but was hit with a spell sent by Tonks. Sirius grinned, when a mane of black hair caught his attention. He turned and saw Bellatrix running in the opposition direction. His eyes narrowed, and he took off after her. "Sirius, where are you going?" Remus shouted. Sirius ignored his friend as he ran after his cousin. He was surprised that his cousin wasn't joining in on what he knew she considered fun. All he could see her doing was peering down alleys and blocking the occasional spell. He felt a surge of hatred for her and he pushed himself to run faster. Sirius caught up with Bellatrix and he cast a silent spell. Bellatrix spun around and flicked her wand, causing Sirius' spell to evaporate. A tornado of hatred tore through Bellatrix as she blocked her cousin's spell. She wanted to cast the killing curse and end him for the child he stole from her. But they were surrounded by witnesses, she wasn't wearing a mask, and she had her 2 children to think about. She had tried locating her children via magic, but it wasn't working. Bellatrix knew one of the reasons why it wouldn't work is if they were weakened, and the thought of them lying scared and hurt made her feel terrified. A feeling she was anything but used to. She didn't have time to deal with Sirius. She needed to find her children then kill everyone responsible for putting them in harm's way. Attacking a lady in public, Bellatrix sneered, "I would be careful if I were you, cousin. You know how the press can be." Sirius' eyes flashed with anger and annoyance. "You and I both know you're no lady." Bellatrix smiled, a cold smile that showed no warmth. "Then go ahead and do your worst," Bellatrix said. "Give me a reason to kill you, or stay out of my way." Bellatrix stared into Sirius' eyes and something flickered in their depths. Bellatrix looked at Sirius as if he were a disgusting spider she would love no more than to step on. Sirius knew that if he attacked her again she would attack him with all she had. The brash part of him wanted to do it, to send a spell soaring towards her, but she was right, someone would see that he attacked her and he'd be right back in Azkaban. And he'd never find Harry. As much as he wanted to see Bellatrix dead or in Azkaban, he wanted to be with Harry more. Sirius mentally cursed himself for going after her in the first place, but he had a hard time controlling himself when Bellatrix was involved. Sirius stared back at her, and Bellatrix smirked before running off. Sirius watched her leave and a shiver ran down his spine. The large marble room felt small and the air seemed thick. The meeting chamber was packed with Death Eaters. Anger and confusion was palpable as Alecto and Amicus Carrow, John Dawlish, Eric Anderson, and 8 other Death Eaters were marched into the room, their hands magically bound. Tom's eyes roamed over the room, and he could see that many of his followers were having difficulty hiding their anger. Bellatrix stood in the front and he could see the warring in her eyes. She wanted to kill them outright, but Tom had ordered his followers to do nothing, yet he could see her desire to end them. Tyler Bletchley stood off to the side, his face frozen. Samuel Knott, a member of his inner circle, and one of the most stoic men Tom knew, was shaking slightly in anger and grief. Behind Samuel stood Craig Warrington, the usually sour man kept glancing to his right where his son normally stood. Tom knew Cameron Warrington before he had become a Death Eater, back when he played Quidditch at Hogwarts with Harrison. Tom knew the young man would have a hard time controlling his emotions around the people responsible for his sister's death, and Tom didn't need his followers' emotions getting in the way today. The meeting hall was silent, not a breath could be heard as the 12 Death Eaters reached the dais and knelt before Tom. It was nearing 3 in the morning, and all of them bore marks from last night's battle. Tom didn't care if they were in any pain, and he knew some of them were. There was no reason for a dying man to be made comfortable. Tom stood from his seat and Alecto flinched. He could feel the fear pouring off the 12 traitors. Eric glanced sideways at Amicus and Tom strode towards the eldest Carrow. "Stand and move forward, Amicus," Tom ordered coldly. Amicus stood, his countenance confident, but his posture betraying his fear. Amicus took a few steps forward. Tom walked around him once, not saying a word. He could see Amicus tense up further. Tom still didn't say anything as he walked back up the dais and sat on his intricately carved throne. Nagini slithered up the back of his throne, and her tongue flicked in and out near his face. Tom reached up and stroked her head. Amicus swallowed. "Do not for 1 second think of using fancy words to trick and deceive," Tom said. "Tell me why you thought you could don the robes and mask of my loyal followers and lead an unauthorized attack that resulted in the death of children to followers loyal to me. It was your idea after all, Amicus, was it not?" "Yes, my lord," Amicus said, his voice faltering. Tom's eyes bore into his. "I did it for you, my lord. We did it for you." "For me?" Tom asked, his words coming out almost as a hiss. "We wanted to please you," Amicus said hurriedly, sweat beading around his forehead. "You prize initiative, my lord. We struck fear into the hearts of Britain, as you wanted." "As I wanted," Tom said slowly, his voice quiet, but still everyone heard him. "If I want something I get it, I don't need the likes of you to do so for me." Amicus flinched, and Tom continued to stroke Nagini. "What you did wasn't initiative, it was betrayal." "Never," Eric yelled. "Silence," Tom ordered. "I wasn't speaking to you." Tom didn't spare the young Death Eater a glance, and continued to look at Amicus. "Your initiative," Tom sneered, "led to my son being injured." Amicus swallowed hard. "I would never have intended." "But you did," Tom roared, his eyes flashed red. "And you were responsible for the deaths of 3 of my followers' children." Nagini hissed and Tom stroked her scales. "What you accomplished, Amicus, wasn't the striking of fear into Britain. It was the destruction of months of my planning. Attacking at such an event, not caring who you murdered, it does nothing but hinder my goals. Dozens of neutral witches and wizards are now dead. You and the fools who followed you didn't care who you struck down." The kneeling Death Eaters grew more pale with every word Tom said. "Instead of killing those who oppose me, you slaughtered those who wouldn't defy me," Tom said, "and those who stood by me. Nearly 100 witches and wizards injured, and do you know how many light witches and wizards you murdered? 15. Do you know how many neutral you murdered? 30. Children. 7. Out of those 7, 4 were under the age of 11. 3 of those, children of wizards here. Murder Muggle children, that is of no consequence to me, but magical children. That will do nothing but hinder people from supporting me. Amicus began, but Tom held up a silencing hand. "I will not hear your sniveling apologies," Tom sneered. "All of you betrayed me, but you most of all, Amicus." Tom gestured to Amicus and spoke in Parseltongue, "A present, my dear." Tom saw the moment Amicus realized what was going to happen. He scrambled backwards and tripped, his head smacking the marble floor with a thud that echoed around the room. Nagini opened her mouth, her fangs dripping with venom, and she sunk them into his torso. Amicus screamed, and the remaining traitors were frozen in shock and horror, with the exception of Alecto. Alecto closed her eyes, and a single tear fell down her cheek, as she tried to block out what was happening to her brother. Tom watched in fascination as Nagini took another bite from Amicus as he attempted to get away from her. A few of the Death Eaters looked ill, but no one turned away. After a minute, Amicus began to convulse, and his skin turned green from the poison. A whimper-like sound escaped Amicus' throat, before Nagini unhinged her jaw and began to swallow him beginning from his head. Tom looked around the room and saw the satisfaction on Bellatrix's face. The room watched in horror and awe, as Nagini finished her meal, no one uttering a word. Several minutes later, Nagini let out a satisfied hiss and slithered up the dais. Tom stroked Nagini when she slithered back up his throne. "Good girl," Nagini hissed in pleasure. Tom looked towards the still kneeling Death Eaters and stood. He had never seen such fear, and the looks made him smile maliciously, which compounded their terror. "I want everyone to see what happens to traitors," Tom said. "To those who think they know what it is I want. When you act without orders, that is the fate that will await you." His gaze landed on Alecto. "I must confess myself disappointed in you, Alecto. I thought you cared about your family more. Please." Alecto threw herself forward. With her arms bound she fell awkwardly onto her arms. "Leave my children alone. They're children. You killed children," Tom said coldly. "Why should I not take yours in return? Please." Alecto lost all composure and began to sob. "Not my children, not my children." "Enough," Tom sneered. "Begging isn't becoming." It took her a minute, but Alecto forced herself back up to her knees. None of you, Tom said, thought of your families. Had you, none of you would have been foolish enough to partake in this little power-hungry scheme. For that is what it was. His eyes scanned the 11 now extremely panicked-looking Death Eaters. But I am a merciful Lord. Tom wanted to laugh at their relief. I will spare your families. He paused. But the cost of your actions will be your lives. My Lord, I beg of you, John Dawlish said, his eyes wide. Spare us, Dawlish, Tom said contemptuously. I am disappointed in you most of all. You are an Auror. You know more than most how the average wizard would see the murders of wizarding children. He looked to Samuel, Craig and Tyler. Your children were murdered at the hands of these traitors. I will allow you a chance for retribution. He waved his hand in a come-forward gesture. No, please, Dawlish begged. I'll do anything. I will not tell you again, Tom said coldly before looking out at his Death Eaters. Rabastan, you were instrumental in ensuring all of these traitors were brought before me to pay for what they've done. You may take Miss Caro to the dungeons and do with her as you wish. Alecto whimpered as her shoulders slumped. But ensure she's dead by evening's end. Rabastan smiled with pleasure as he grabbed a shaking Alecto by the arm, and she began to shriek. Alecto knew what Rabastan was capable of, and she tried to fight him off. Rabastan laughed as he dragged her from the room. Samuel, Craig and Tyler walked forward, their wands falling into their hands. Do as you wish, Tom said, with a careless wave of his hand. You didn't let us explain. Eric shouted. I'm loyal. Please, save your energy, Tom said callously. You're going to need it. Tom watched as curses flew from the 3 wizards' wands. The 10 traitors yelled in pain, and begged for their lives. Tom was pleased that the 3 wizards chose to play with them first instead of outright killing them. Tom smiled at Samuel's creativity when Dawlish's skin began to bubble and melt off. The screams echoed, making it sound as if 100 men were shouting. Tom continued to stroke Nagini, and the Death Eaters watched as the minutes turned into an hour. Finally, jets of green began to shoot from the 3 wizards' wands and 10 badly mangled bodies laid lifeless on the marble floor. Samuel stared at the bodies before walking up to the dais. He bowed low. If it pleases you, my lord, Samuel said, I need to see to my son's funeral arrangements. Of course, Tom said. Samuel inclined his head respectfully before disapparating. Craig and Tyler did the same, leaving Tom with the rest of the Death Eaters he'd summoned. Let this be a reminder to all of you, Tom said, his eyes scanning his followers. I will not tolerate betrayal. Next time I won't be so lenient. His eyes flashed red. Tell those of my followers who are not here today what you witnessed. Their absence will not be an excuse for this sort of treachery. He waved his hand. Go. The Death Eaters disapparated with the exception of his inner circle. They walked forward, stepping over the dead bodies of their former allies, as if they were no more than muddy puddles they wished to avoid stepping in, until they were directly in front of the dais. What is it you need us to do, my lord? Severus asked. Tom tapped his long fingers against the arm of his throne. Lucius, Tom said, his eyes focusing on the bee-owned, I need you to meet with Rita Skeeter immediately. Ensure that this morning's daily prophet includes an anonymous tip about these followers acting against my orders. Tom turned to Evan Rosier. Take Dawlish's body to the ministry morgue. Forge paperwork making it look as if he died protecting someone in Hogsmeade. It can never be known that he was a Death Eater. Severus, Tom continued, go to Dumbledore and see what he knows. Report back to me as soon as you can get away. Tom looked at Walden McNair. The Caros were known to experiment with magic. Take Alecto's body along with Eric's to Amicus Manor, and make it look as if they had an accident. The bodies will be burnt beyond recognition, and magical testing will be impossible. The ministry won't realize one of those bodies isn't Amicus. You will, Tom continued to Thorfinn roll, dispose of the rest of the bodies. Mix their corpses with those who died in Hogsmeade. Tom stood up. The rest of you, keep your eyes and ears open. I want to know what people are saying about this event. Dismissed. The rest of the Death Eaters disapparated, and Tom walked briskly from the room, Nagini slithering at his side. Although still furious over the previous evening's events, Tom found himself wanting to laugh at the discomfort on Pierre's face. Fleur and Harrison had insisted on staying with each other, and after the death of one of his best friends, Tom couldn't bring himself to crush his son. Fleur's father felt that after her having to witness in his words, uncalled for horror, that he should do anything to make her happy. So they found themselves having breakfast together a few hours after Tom had dealt with his traitorous followers, as the Delacours would be staying in their manor for a few more nights before returning to Paris. Pierre was reading a French newspaper, but Tom could see the discomfort written all over him at having breakfast with the Dark Lord. Although Tom was pleased that thanks to the bloodbath at Hogsmeade, Pierre admitted that something drastic needed to be done. Pierre agreed that when Tom succeeded in taking over Britain, he would give his support, if only to prevent the mayhem that comes along with anarchy. Much to Tom's amusement, Pierre had said with a sigh, "It will be better to align myself with the devil than attempt to fend off a dozen at once." Normally Tom would enjoy torturing someone for such a remark, but he needed Pierre on board, and he found the Frenchman's honesty amusing. Allies now or not, Pierre still appeared to be walking on eggshells around him. A fluttering sounded, and Pierre looked up from his paper. Several issues of the Daily Prophet were dropped onto the table. Tom immediately snatched one up. Bloodbath in Hogsmeade, by Rita Skeeter. My dearest readers, it is with a heavy heart that I inform you of the events that transpired last night, at Hogsmeade's New Year's Eve masquerade bash. Hundreds of witches and wizards had descended upon Hogsmeade Village to watch fireworks and celebrate the new year with entertainment and good food. However, merriment was soon replaced with terror. The number is not known for certain, but is estimated that between 10 and 15 Death Eaters attacked, but not before putting up anti-apparition wards from Hogsmeade Lake to the edge of the village. The revelers were caught unaware, and in the shock of not being able to disapparate, were slaughtered mercilessly. The murder count is estimated at 60, while more than 100 people were taken to St. Mungo's Hospital to be treated for injuries ranging from mild to the severe. It is confirmed that the attackers were Death Eaters. However, I can confirm that a source within the Ministry of Magic has definitive proof that the Death Eaters in question weren't working under Voldemort's orders, and were in fact punished for the attack. As the investigation is still ongoing, no evidence can be given publicly. Immediately following the attack, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, had this to say. Unfortunately, our Aurors were stretched thin, and due to the anti-apparition wards, Aurors could not immediately respond to the scene. Because of this, we were unable to capture or identify any of the Death Eaters responsible for this evening's atrocity. However, I am thankful to be able to say that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has sent out a plethora of Auror acceptance letters. These individuals will begin Auror training on the 5th of January. In 6 months' time, there will be a new batch of well-trained Aurors ready to defend the citizens of Britain. I will keep my readers informed as this story develops. Tom smiled. He could always count on Rita to twist stories in his favor. Luna's breathing evened out, as Harrison stroked her hair. Harrison looked down into her strained face and felt a pang in his stomach. He hadn't slept at all last night. After everything that had happened in Hogsmeade, he had been in shock. He had spent hours blowing things up and screaming. Even when Fleur dragged him onto his bed and they had sex, he felt miserable and empty. He had forgotten about Luna until she had walked into the room, a vacant expression on her face. In that moment he had felt guilty for forgetting that Luna was hurting, and that she blamed herself for Theo and the others' deaths. Harrison spent hours telling her all the reasons why what happened wasn't her fault. He knew Luna, had she been able to prevent it she would have. Harrison was furious for Theo's death, but not at Luna. She had thought she had prevented the deaths she had seen. It turns out she had prevented all but one. We should go now, Fleur said quietly. Harrison nodded absent-mindedly as he leaned down and kissed Luna on the forehead. A few of the worry lines on her forehead disappeared, and Harrison stood up. He followed Fleur into the hall and gently closed the door behind him. You look exhausted, Harrison, Fleur said. We should get some sleep. I can't, Harrison said, not yet. He didn't want to tell Fleur that he doubted he would be able to sleep even if he laid down. He didn't want to dream about Theo. You've seen all your friends, Fleur said gently. They're okay. Not all of them, Harrison said coldly. Fleur flinched, and Harrison sighed at her reaction. He pulled her into his arms. I'm sorry, Harrison said. I know, Fleur whispered. Harrison pulled away as guilt welled up inside of him. Images kept flashing through his mind. Theo talking animatedly, Odette giggling, Miles giving him a high five after they won a Quidditch match. He kept wondering if he could have done something to prevent their deaths. He swallowed before looking at Fleur. Cass has been having a horrible time lately, and I'm worried about her, Harrison said. You need to worry about yourself, Harrison, Fleur said worriedly. You need to sleep. I just need to make sure she's okay, Harrison said seriously. Okay, Fleur sighed, but I'm coming too. You didn't have to come by, Leo said, his face etched with exhaustion. I know, Harrison said. Leo gave him a grateful smile as the three of them walked to Cass' room. I tried sleeping, not even a draft would work. Leo ran his hands through his hair. I don't know what to do without. A heavy silence filled the hall. I know, Harrison said finally. They reached a set of tall double doors. Leo knocked, and didn't wait for a response before pushing them open. For a moment Harrison wondered if he had been hit on his head harder than he thought last night and that he was hallucinating. What the hell? Cass yelled, grabbing a silk blanket and covering her beefy body. What the F? K? Leo roared, as he stalked towards the four-poster bed, stepping on a discarded robe. Leo, Blaze was cut off when he had to dodge a jet of red light coming from Leo's wand. Harrison watched as a beefy Blaze began fumbling for his wand in a pair of wad-up slacks. Fleur's gasp pulled him out of his shock and Harrison waved his wand. Leo and Blaze immediately froze like statues. Undo the spell, Harrison, Leo snapped. I need to kill him. Don't touch him, Cass snapped. Tears brimming her eyes. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Leo growled. What's wrong with you? Sleeping with Blaze. He glared at Blaze. You're supposed to be one of my best friends, and you go and have sex with my sister. I can do what I want, a furious Cass yelled. Cass stormed over to her brother, a silk blanket barely covering her body. She got in Leo's face. Don't you dare treat me like I'm a baby, Leo, Cass snapped. I can make my own decisions. You, Leo began. Enough, Harrison shouted. I'm going to take the spells off, and if any of you attack each other I am going to do worse than cast a freezing charm. He waited a few seconds before ending the charms. Blaze immediately grabbed his green boxers and hurriedly put them on. Leo's hands were balled into fists as he glared between Cass and Blaze. Look at me, Harrison said. No one did. Look at me, Harrison yelled. Everyone turned to look at him. Cass looking both mortified and hurt, Leo furious, and Blaze looked guilty. What has gotten into you three? Harrison demanded. Last night our friends died. 3 people we cared about died. He looked at each one in turn. Theo is dead, and he isn't coming back. The 3 of you are sitting here yelling at each other, and threatening to kill one another. This is the time when we need to be there for each other more than ever. Leo, what would you do if Blaze actually did die? Leo blanched. Exactly. You know Blaze, he wouldn't intentionally hurt Cass, ever. If they want to have sex because they like each other or just want comfort, who are you to tell that they can't? Leo looked away. I'm not a child, Cass said. Not that I have to explain myself to any of you, but I needed comfort in Blaze. She looked at Blaze. I don't know what this is, okay? But I do know that it isn't your business, Leo. Tears fell down her cheeks. What I do know is that for 5 minutes I wasn't thinking about holding Theo's dead body. Seeing his lifeless eyes staring up at me, knowing that he wasn't seeing me at all. Blaze walked over and put an arm around Cass. Harrison saw Leo stiffen, but the Lestrange heir didn't move. Blaze began to rub Cass' arm. I wouldn't hurt her, Blaze said. He looked at Leo, and Harrison could see the sincerity in his eyes. Leo nodded stiffly, but he still looked angry. Are you okay, Cass? Harrison asked. I will be, Cass said quietly. We should probably go, Fleur said, with a glance towards Cass. Leo, Harrison said. Fleur's right. All of our emotions are high right now. We need to rest before we say or do things we'll regret. Leo jolted to attention. Right. Leo looked awkwardly at Blaze and Cass before walking quickly from the room. He'll be fine, Harrison told a worried-looking Cass. Harrison grabbed Fleur's hand before following Leo from the room. Are you sure you don't want any more pumpkin juice? Molly fretted. I'm fine, Mum, Ginny said exasperated. Bill forced an amused smile on his face, as he watched his mother smother his little sister. It had been almost a week since the attack in Hogsmeade, and Molly was still treating Ginny as if she were a toddler. He knew Charlie, Percy, and the twins were sick of it too, but Molly wouldn't let the twins leave until Christmas break was over and they had to return to school, and she had been insistent on the older boys coming over for dinner every night. Bill wanted to say no, but he knew Voldemort wanted any information he could get, and as Percy worked most nights, and Charlie was currently out of the country for work, it meant Bill had to go alone. So here he was listening to the Molly complains and worries for an hour show. "Leave her alone, Mum," Ron complained. "She's fine." Bill felt a twinge of disgust every time Ron spoke. Bill had learned of Theo's death when he had been at St. Mungo's with Ginny along with the rest of his family. He had felt as if someone had stabbed him in the stomach, and for the first time since they were children Fred and George had cried. He could still remember the look of disgust and confusion on Ron's face when he asked why they were crying over a Slytherin. Charlie and Percy had to hold the twins back, although he could tell they wanted to let them attack Ron. Molly had yelled at Ron for almost an hour, but Ron still didn't get it. Ron truly didn't understand that a 14-year-old dying was sad no matter what their house. But in a true Ron fashion, he only felt sad over the deaths of those not in Slytherin. "Ronald Weasley," Molly barked. "Your sister was in excruciating pain for an entire day while the healers worked on fixing her arm, and it still isn't completely healed. She could have died." "Mum," Ginny said, "the healers said that I'll be back to 100% in a month." "I'm fine, honestly." "Exactly, in a month," Molly said, "which means you still need to be taking it easy." Ginny sighed, as she picked at her dessert. "Molly, dear," Arthur said gently, "Ginny doesn't like to talk about that night, and she says she's fine. We should leave her alone, and if she needs something she'll tell us." Molly glared at Arthur. "Dad," Bill cut in, "Dumbledore didn't have much to say the other day, is there any more news?" "Bill," Molly chastised. Finally, Fred said. "Something interesting," George finished. "Oh, no you two don't," Molly said. "Kids go to your rooms." "Mum," Ron whined, "we know what's going on, it's in the papers." "The papers don't tell you everything, Ronald," Molly said, "now go to your rooms." Molly shooed the kids away and Arthur put up silencing charms. "Bill, you know better than to bring up order business in front of," Molly began, but was cut off by Arthur. "Molly, he's just worried, can't you tell?" Arthur said. Bill forced a sheepish look onto his face and he rubbed the back of his neck. Molly sighed, stood up, and began clearing off the table. "Well, Bill," Arthur said, as he leaned back in his chair, "there isn't much new information to report I'm afraid. Dumbledore did find out something interesting, but he doesn't know what to make of it." "Oh," Bill said. "It wasn't reported in the papers," Arthur said, his brows furrowed, "like the Carrows' deaths were, but nearly a dozen suspected Death Eaters were found mixed in with the rest of the bodies from Hogsmeade." "Really?" Bill asked. He had been wondering if Dumbledore had learned about the bodies Voldemort had mixed in with the rest. "Yes," Arthur answered. "Dumbledore has a source at the Ministry morgue who told him that he didn't believe they were really killed in Hogsmeade. Apparently there were signs of prolonged torture. And you know that what happened in Hogsmeade was over in less than 20 minutes. That doesn't make any sense," Bill said. "Exactly," Arthur said. "Something's up. We just can't figure out why Voldemort would kill a bunch of his Death Eaters then make it look like they themselves were murdered by Death Eaters. It doesn't make any sense. So Dumbledore and the Order were clueless then. That was good to know." "It sure doesn't," Bill agreed. "Well," Moody barked. Dumbledore looked over at one of his oldest friends and released a sigh. The events that had transpired on New Year's Eve were still fresh on the forefront of his mind. When he had been informed of the attack he had hoped he had heard wrong. Unfortunately, he had gone to the Ministry morgue and had seen for himself the mangled bodies of those that had been killed. He had trouble containing his shock when he saw that several children of men he knew were Death Eaters had been killed. His shock had turned into confusion when he had been informed that several bodies were found to have suffered prolonged torture up until the moment of death. He knew that meant they couldn't have been killed in Hogsmeade. That those bodies were all men he suspected to be Death Eaters had confounded him. Dumbledore didn't know what was going on amongst the Death Eaters, but he knew Voldemort well enough to know that the attack on New Year's Eve didn't seem like something he would have authorized. He had theorized that the attack had been performed against Voldemort's wishes, and that the strange bodies from the morgue were those who had taken part in the attack. Voldemort must have assumed no one would look closely at the bodies that had been recovered. Moody had come to the same conclusion, and had spent the better part of an hour telling him that now was the time to strike. They're fighting each other, Moody continued. They'll be less prepared. What if that's what Voldemort wants us to think? Kingsley asked rationally. Moody's fake eyes spun around wildly before landing on Kingsley. Kingsley makes an excellent point, Dumbledore said. That is what I myself fear. Does it matter? Moody growled. We must act now. The longer we do nothing, the more time Voldemort has to plan and carry out an even worse attack. Dumbledore feared that Kingsley was right, but he also knew that Moody was too. The Ministry adding more Aurors to their ranks wasn't doing enough, and neither were the new laws in regard to allowing Aurors to use the killing curse in battle. Those two things did nothing unless the Death Eaters actually attacked. What is it you supposed we do, Alistair? Kingsley asked patiently. We aren't Death Eaters, we have to do things by the book. Unless we are attacked, we can't attack them. We arrest the bastards. Moody snarled. Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, and the rest of that horrid lot. We know they're Death Eaters. Not according to the Ministry of Magic, Kingsley said. You know that in the eyes of the law they're nothing more than upstanding citizens who donate millions of galleons a year to various charities. It's time the world saw them for what they really are, Moody said, scum. These people have carefully constructed their images over decades, Kingsley sighed. It would be their word versus ours, and we all know who everyone would believe. So we just wait for them to strike out against us. Moody growled. Great plan. There's no need for that, Alistair, Kingsley said, his voice taking on a stern edge. I want Voldemort and his Death Eaters to pay for what they've done, but we aren't them. The last time we went around the laws, a Death Eater was arrested then released for obtaining an illegal search warrant. The entire Auror department was made to look like fools. All it did was make our job more difficult. The Wizengamot, Dumbledore interrupted the two men's arguing. What about the Wizengamot? Kingsley asked. The Wizengamot is meeting tomorrow, Dumbledore answered. If an idea to identify and capture Death Eaters is presented it will, without doubt, pass. Because those who vote against the idea would risk incriminating themselves, Kingsley surmised. Although, you'd have to make sure that what you propose is 100% above board. If not you'll risk its acceptance being postponed until the next meeting. Amelia, Moody grunted, as he leaned against his staff. Have her propose the idea. As the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, no one will suggest that she's going against the laws. She'll know how to word it. You're right, Dumbledore said. It appears as if I'll be visiting the Ministry this afternoon. Dumbledore looked around the large meeting chamber and 100 pairs of eyes stared back at him, some bored while others were intent and focused. Before this afternoon's session of the Wizengamot comes to a close, Dumbledore began, does anyone have any proposals for consideration? The meeting chamber was silent until Amelia cleared her throat and stood up. Madam Bones, Dumbledore smiled kindly, you have the floor. Thank you, Chief Warlock, Amelia said respectfully. Her sharp eyes scanned the chamber, and she clasped her hands behind her back. You are all aware of the egregious attack that took place on the 31st of December. Several murmurs sprung out. Dumbledore looked over to where Lucius and his close associates were sitting. He could see the wheels spinning in their heads, as they tried to guess what Amelia was going to say before she said it. Rodolphus' lips fell into a thin line as his eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. As the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia continued, I take the safety of each and every citizen of Wizarding Britain seriously. Although, with the blessing of the Ministry of Magic and this esteemed body, measures have been put into place to help ensure safety, it has become quite evident that an increase in the number of Aurors and additional security is not enough. Lucius' eyes snapped over to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore merely smiled in response. The Malfoy Patriarch's eyes seemed to glow for a moment, before his lip curled slightly and he looked back to Amelia. This most recent attack, at the hands of Death Eaters led to the death of dozens of innocent witches and wizards, Amelia continued, including members of the Wizengamot and defenseless children. It never should have taken such a tragedy to show us that more needs to be done to stop the Death Eaters and the self-titled Dark Lord Voldemort. Several gasps echoed throughout the hall, but Amelia ignored them. Since the attack, the Ministry has been inundated by complaints and concerns that we are not doing enough to protect them, Amelia said. It is unfortunate that they are correct. The Ministry of Magic not only should, but needs to, identify and capture every last Death Eater. To do this we must be able to trust everyone within. That is why I propose that all Ministry of Magic employees be subjected to a mandatory questioning, in addition to having their homes searched for any illegal activities. More murmurs sprung up. These searches should be at random and with no warning. That's outrageous. Cornelius spluttered. We are not criminals. Why should our homes be invaded by Aurors? These are dark times, Minister, Amelia said sharply. Mistrust is rampant, and the Death Eaters appear to know when and where to attack with the least amount of Aurors. It is quite obvious that someone on the inside is feeding them information. Cornelius opened and closed his mouth, looking like a fish out of water. Hem, Umbridge said. All eyes turned towards the toad-faced woman. I agree with Amelia. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. There is nothing to fear, Minister, because we have nothing to hide. If these searches will help catch those plotting against the Ministry of Magic, it would be detrimental for us not to allow them. She gave Amelia a smile. Dumbledore could see no sincerity in Umbridge's words or demeanor, although everyone else appeared to believe her concern. He watched as Umbridge continued to smile while altering the large pink gem that sparkled on her finger. He had been watching Umbridge carefully since she had begun working at Hogwarts. Umbridge seemed exceedingly loyal to Fudge, and that made Dumbledore wonder if he was the only person she was loyal to. Dumbledore moved his eyes away from Umbridge and onto Lucius, who was staring at Amelia while Rodolphus whispered something in his ear. Lucius nodded sharply once, then Rodolphus sat back properly in his seat. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Do you have anything more to add, Madam Bones, or shall we put your proposal to a vote? I am not quite done, Chief Warlock, Amelia said. It is also my belief that for their safety, a dozen Aurors should be stationed at Hogwarts at all times. By Merlin, Amos Diggory exclaimed. Do you really believe that necessary? You know who can't get into Hogwarts. As far as we know, Voldemort, Amelia put emphasis on his name, cannot get into Hogwarts. However, that does not mean him or his Death Eaters will not find a way. And with children, is it not better to be safe than sorry? No one said a word as Amelia looked around the hall, daring someone to contradict her. Amelia nodded as though her point had been made. Now I am finished, Amelia said, as she sat down. Dumbledore rose to his feet. We will now vote on Madam Bones' proposal. All around the chamber wands were raised into the air. Amelia's wand tip glowed blue, as did those around her. Dumbledore looked at Lucius, who stared haughtily back at him. Lucius raised his wand and the tip glowed blue. He had to give Lucius credit, the man didn't look furious, although he no doubt was. Cornelius looked around the hall before his wand too lit up blue. Dumbledore smiled as not a single wand lit up red. Madam Bones' proposal has passed. Dumbledore banged down his gavel. Meeting adjourned. Cass watched as rolling green hills turned into snow-capped mountains. A chill ran down her spine and she pulled her velvet cloak tight against her body. For the first time, it felt strange sitting on the Hogwarts Express. She usually spent the journey from King's Cross to Hogwarts laughing at her friends' silly jokes or talking about how they were going to spend their weekends down by the lake. But as she looked away from the window and at her friends, she saw that no one was so much as smiling, and no one looked as if they cared to discuss future plans. Draco was sitting opposite her, looking out the window. Although, to Cass it seemed as if he wasn't seeing anything. His eyes were glazed over, as though he was lost in thought. Leo was staring down at a book, but he hadn't turned a single page since entering the compartment. Blaise was leaning back, staring at the ceiling, and occasionally running his hand through his hair. Jenna was looking around the compartment, her eyes slightly red. While Daphne, Pansy, and Tracy were trying to sleep. The only one who didn't look completely miserable was Harrison, which was a surprise to Cass, as she knew Theo's death had devastated him. We can't keep on like this, Harrison said suddenly. Everyone looked at Harrison. Theo is dead. Cass flinched. Harrison continued, Theo is dead, and us being miserable isn't going to bring him back. We're going to be at Hogwarts soon, and we can't walk in there as nothing more than zombies. We're Slytherins. We represent more than ourselves. People die every day. This is war. Theo won't be the last to die. We need to accept that and keep going. Harrison, Daphne said sharply. No, Daph, Harrison said, his tone even sharper. It's the truth. All we can do is protect ourselves and the people we love the best we can. We all know that it's going to get worse. The storm is coming, sooner than it was supposed to. Do you not think it hurts me being here without Theo? It does. But the longer we spend grieving for him, the longer we go without getting ready. If we aren't ready, he looked around the compartment. I don't want to lose any of you. Daphne touched Harrison's arm. You aren't going to. That's what Theo once told me, Harrison said sadly. Cass felt as though her stomach had grown arms and was trying to punch its way out of her stomach. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Theo had died, and she still saw images of his dead body every time she closed her eyes. Blaze placed his hand on her knee and Cass shot him a grateful smile. She didn't know what was going on between her and Blaze. She hadn't meant to sleep with him, it had just happened. Then it happened again, and again. Blaze had been one of her best friends since before she even understood what that meant. She had always found him attractive, but she had never seen him as more than a friend until he had come by to check on her the day after Theo had died. She had suddenly seen him in an entirely new light. Whether or not it was her guilt and sadness that drew her to him she didn't know. And at the moment she didn't care. All she knew was that when she was in his arms she felt like everything would be okay. I agree with Harrison, Cass said. Everyone looked at Cass in surprise. She hadn't said anything all morning. She swallowed. She had been so angry over her mother's miscarriage, then sad and guilty over Theo's death. She was starting to feel as though she was drowning from all of the negative emotions she was experiencing. But she knew that if she didn't want to lose anyone else she needed to fight her way to the surface. I can't lose any of you, Cass said quietly. She looked out the window, a beautiful frozen lake in the distance. I couldn't survive it. The cart descended into silence, and Blaze slipped his arm around her shoulders. The atmosphere in the great hall was thick with tension as students got up and began to make their way towards their dorms. Dumbledore's announcement that Aurors would now be stationed around the school, and roaming the grounds had been met with mixed reactions. Some of the students had looked relieved and others wary. As Ron walked out of the hall he passed several wizards flanking the large wooden doors, wearing the red robes and gleaming gold badge of an Auror. The Slytherins didn't seem pleased to see the Aurors, Seamus mused. Of course, they didn't, Ron scoffed. You have to feel a little bad for them, don't you? Dean asked. Ron and Seamus looked at him as though he had 3 heads, so he elaborated. Some of their friends and parents died. Slytherins are not, that has to hurt. Their parents are Death Eaters, Ron said stubbornly. Still, Dean said uneasily. You're a Muggleborn, Ron said, you don't know what it's like to have lost your family to those monsters. My uncles, grandma, and grandfather were all killed by Death Eaters. I have no sympathy for them. Ron has a point, Seamus said uncomfortably at Dean's affronted look. You've only heard and seen the things that have happened in the past few years. We grew up hearing about the Death Eaters. Seeing their victims' faces in the Daily Prophet. I find it hard to feel bad myself. Their parents, I understand, but the kids? Dean asked. They never did anything. Nott was practically a Death Eater, Ron said. He would have grown up to be as bad as his father. The 3 Gryffindors rounded a corner and stopped upon being confronted by 4 furious faces. Harrison's eyes looked inhuman as they glowed green. I would stop talking, Weasley, Leo said coldly. Shove off, Lestrange, Ron said. Don't, Harrison said, when Leo opened his mouth to retort. Let the little Gryffindors keep talking. I want them to give me a reason to wipe those stupid looks off their faces. Speaking of faces, I wonder what Knott's looked like when he died, Ron said. Seamus and Dean both looked at Ron in shock. Ron had never seen so much hate radiate off a person until now. Harrison's eyes glowed even brighter. Draco's eyes narrowed into slits, and his cheeks turned red. Blaze's nostrils flared, and Leo's hands balled into fists. Ron thought for sure one of the boys would attack him. Leo suddenly relaxed his hands and smiled. His face looked better than your sister's when she's getting F. Ket in the A.S. by Victor Crumb. Ron's face turned red and he pulled out his wand. The 4 Slytherins were faster, and their wands were out before his was. But before anyone could think of casting a spell, a shimmering shield formed between the Gryffindors and Slytherins. What is the meaning of this? Snape asked, after appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Ronald here thought it would be a good idea to speak ill of the dead, Harrison said coldly. Snape's eyes narrowed. Did he now? He said my sister, Ron was cut off. Do not speak, Mr. Weasley, Snape said sharply. The three of you will serve detention with me for the entire week, and I will deduct 20 points from Gryffindor. The three Gryffindors widened their eyes. Each. What? Seamus said. That isn't fair. Do not speak about fair while you stand here alive, Snape said lowly. His eyes flickered over all of the fourth years. To your dormitories immediately. Ron had to bite his tongue from making a retort. He glared at the Slytherins before pushing past them and walking towards the Gryffindor common room. I can't believe that git, Ron snapped. That was low, Dean said. Ron spun around. Are you taking their side? What? No, Dean said. But you didn't have to mention not. Who cares about not? Ron said. Did you hear what they said about Ginny? His ears turned red. They were just messing with you, Seamus said awkwardly. They better have been, Ron mumbled. Leo shook with anger as his narrowed eyes watched the Gryffindors walk away. He didn't need his wand, he would tear Ron apart with his bare hands. A calming hand came to rest on his shoulder. I'm angry too, but the time will come when he will get what he deserves, Harrison said quietly. He'll pay for his words before this ends. Leo nodded stiffly, as Harrison gently tugged his arm towards the Slytherin common room. I don't like the way they keep staring at us, Pansy said, with a glare behind Harrison. Harrison glanced over his shoulder. Two Aurors were standing on either side of the great hall doors, their expressions impassive. Their eyes scanned the entire hall, but Harrison noticed that they looked more frequently at the Slytherin table. Let them stare, Harrison said. Fleur sniffed disdainfully. I agree with Pansy, it's uncomfortable. I've never been looked at that way before. You're stared at all day, every day, Jenna said slowly. Her eyes still red-rimmed. Yes, but not as if I was some criminal, Fleur said sourly. They're Aurors, Blaise said, while buttering a slice of toast. They're suspicious of everyone. He nodded his head back towards the Aurors. Look, that one on the right is eyeing the Hufflepuff table as if the Dark Lord himself is sitting amongst them. Harrison snorted at the thought, but the sound was drowned out by flapping wings. Harrison watched as owls soared to every table to deliver the morning post. The Daily Prophet landed in front of him, but he didn't pay it any mind. Oh Merlin, Tracy gasped. What? Blaise asked. Tracy pushed her copy of the Daily Prophet forwards as gasps and murmurs sprung up around the hall. Harrison looked down and read in large, bold print, dozens of ministry employees arrested for questioning after ministry-ordered searches. Aidan Jones enjoyed watching Moody's fake eye spin around and around in its socket. The speed at which it traveled didn't seem possible, but the more annoyed the gruff Auror became, the faster it spun. I'd wipe that smirk off your face, Jones, Moody growled. No less than 24 dark artifacts were found in your manor. Aidan's smirk grew, and he leaned back in his chair. Don't smirk at me, boy. A low growl emanated from Moody's throat when Aidan continued to stare at him as though the situation did nothing but amuse him. Don't answer my questions then, Moody said. Moody's face broke into a grin, highlighting the grotesque scar that ran down his right cheek. A few nights in Azkaban will loosen your tongue. A guttural laugh burst out of Aidan's throat. I won't be seeing the inside of Azkaban. Moody's eye began to twirl even faster and he opened his mouth, but before he could say a word a siren rang out. The blaring noise echoed around the room, the sound nearly deafening, and Aidan could see people running past the small window set in the door. Moody's good eye narrowed and he jumped to his feet, surprisingly fast for someone so old. Moody pulled the door open and grabbed the arm of a young Auror running past. What's going on, lad? Moody barked. The Auror looked petrified, his eyes round as quaffles. The young man's eyes darted to Aidan then back at Moody. There's been a breach in interrogation rooms 1 and 2. Moody growled as he limped out the door and slammed it shut behind him. Aidan felt a tingle in the air, it was no doubt Moody putting up wards. Fool, Aidan thought. Aidan stood up, pushing the uncomfortable silver chair back as he did. He walked around the rectangular table and stood off to the side of the door. He looked out the window, and watched as 3 more Aurors ran past. The alarm grew louder. A tight sensation flooded his body and a tingle went down his spine. He smiled at the flare of magic. The metal door opened and closed, but there was no sign of anyone there, and there was no noise, not even a low rustle. A flicker of the light and Rabaston Lestrange appeared, an invisibility cloak in his hands. It's good to see you, Aidan said, but then his smile faltered as his eyes narrowed onto the cloak. Will we both fit? Why would we both need to fit under the cloak? Rabastan asked. It took Aiden too long to recognize the sadistic gleam in Rabastan's eyes. Before he could think to run, Aiden found himself slammed against a wall. Pain radiated throughout his body, and his airway constricted. Rabastan tilted his head to the right and his eyes glowed an unearthly amber. Choking sounds escaped Aiden's lips as he raised his hands to his throat and began to claw at it. Can't be breathe, Aiden gasped. That's the point, Rabastan said. The friendliness that used to lace his words when he spoke to Aiden was gone, replaced by the tone he used when torturing muggles. He looked at Aiden as though the two had never met. The Dark Lord ordered all dark artifacts to be hidden, and for everyone to be careful. And what do? You leave illegal objects, darker than any wizard who wasn't up to something they shouldn't be wouldn't have. Aiden felt his throat constrict further. You knew that the ministry was going to conduct searches. Aiden's vision went blurry, and he had to force himself to stay semi-conscious. You put yourself in a position to get caught. And worse, you put yourself in a position to compromise the Dark Lord. Aiden's fingers dug into his flesh. He could feel warm, sticky blood begin to coat his fingers. He wanted to yell at Rabastan that he was wrong, that he would never compromise the Dark Lord, but he couldn't even manage to produce a whimper. Rabastan's smile grew as Aiden lost the little remaining color he had. Aiden felt his body go cold. His arms fell limply to his sides, and he looked at Rabastan with an empty expression. For that, Aiden, you must die, Rabastan said coldly. The last thing Aiden saw before he suffocated was the look of merriment in Rabastan's eyes. Dumbledore's eyes were narrowed in thought, his lips in a tight line, and his body so rigid it looked as though she had been petrified. His demeanor was that of a man deep in serious thought, and only his deathly pale skin gave away the worry he felt. Tonks looked around the room, and everyone else wore a similar expression. Tonks' hands were shaking and she shoved them into her pockets. She could scarcely believe what had transpired. Even for Voldemort it was a sickening display of depravity. 25. That was the number of men and women murdered in the ministry interrogation rooms in less than 20 minutes. People from various departments in the ministry, of different age groups and backgrounds. All had been found to own illegal objects, and suspected to be Death Eaters. All without a doubt, murdered on the orders of Voldemort. And that didn't include the Aurors who had been killed. 2 men with wives and children, who were merely doing their jobs. Tonks' stomach twisted as a horrendously vivid memory from that morning flew unbidden into her mind. 6 hours earlier, Tonks rounded a corner and pulled open the door leading to the hall that housed the interrogation rooms. Immediately the smell of copper flooded her nostrils, and dread flooded her body. On instinct she pulled her wand out and her eyes landed on the bodies of 2 Aurors, their wands laying at their sides. Tonks cursed and flicked her wrist, her wand swishing through the air, and an alarm sounded. A door at the end of the hall opened and several Aurors flooded out, their wands at the ready. One of the Aurors stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth fell open, and he was only shocked back into reality when another Auror crashed into him. Check the interrogation rooms, and secure the suspects, Kingsley ordered sharply. His eyes flashing with pain momentarily when they landed on the dead Aurors. Tonks ran to the nearest room, pulling the heavy metal door roughly and sending a shooting pain up her arm. She bit her tongue as she stepped into the room, where she froze in shock and horror. Tonks' stomach flew into her throat and she stumbled sideways where she fell on her knees and dry heaved, never more thankful for skipping breakfast. Tonks steadied herself with her left hand and slowly pushed herself up. Blood and something sour filled her nostrils and her chest heaved. Her breathing came out in ragged bursts. She swallowed hard and forced herself to turn around, her left hand flying up to her cover her nostrils. Tonks couldn't bear to look at the eviscerated body for more than a few seconds, but she had seen enough to realize that whoever killed this woman had taken pleasure in it. Her intestines had been yanked out of her, and placed around her body, neatly, as though she were a piece of art on display. Her tongue had been sliced out of her mouth and tossed off to the side like garbage. Her hand hardly helped block out the smell, and she could taste the copper in the air. She turned around quickly, stumbling over her own feet, and threw herself towards the door. 6 hours earlier. We look like bloody fools. Moody barked. His harsh tone pulled Tonks back to the present. Alistair, Kingsley said calmly, but with a slight warning to his tone. No, Moody yelled. I will not be patronized, Kingsley. Moody slammed his fist onto the table and Tonks flinched. Somehow Voldemort or his Death Eaters were able to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic and kill every single person we arrested. The Ministry is supposed to be secure now. How did they get in? How were 2 of our Aurors slaughtered before they could sound the alarm? Moody looked at everyone in turn, his good eye boring into them with suspicion. These new laws were supposed to work in our favor. Instead we now have Fudge demanding answers from Amelia, blaming her for what happened, and the citizens of Britain clamoring for answers. Merlin knows what the Daily Prophet will be saying about this in the morning. As much as I hate to say it, Sirius said, his arms folded over his chest, and a sour look on his face, the old man's right. Moody's good eye narrowed on Sirius. Sirius, Remus sighed. This isn't the time. Sirius held up his hands. Alistair has a point, Arthur said. He took off his glasses and ran his hand down his face. I too would like to know how the Ministry was infiltrated. It had to have been an inside job. No one from the outside would have known that the Ministry had moved 2 Aurors to station that hall, when before it wasn't monitored. Had they not known, they wouldn't have made it past the guards. You think it was an Auror, Tonks said in horror. Maybe, Arthur said, or maybe it was someone who had gained inside information from an Auror. As much as I don't want to admit it, Kingsley said, Arthur is most likely right. We've all suspected that there are Death Eaters amongst the Aurors, and this cements that. Who can we trust? Tonks asked. Ourselves alone, Remus answered. Anyone outside of the Order is suspect. Moody grunted. Pettigrew was in the Order. Sirius jumped to his feet. Don't you dare bring him into this. Remus put a hand on Sirius' shoulder. Sirius, he didn't mean anything by it. He just meant that anyone can be a Death Eater. That's something you know just as well as anyone. Sirius' hands clenched into fists, but he didn't say anything. What are we going to do? Tonks asked in a bid to diffuse the tension. Once she's done being reprimanded by Fudge, Kingsley answered, Amelia's going to increase Auror patrols, and once again increase recruitment efforts. And I'll be calling an emergency meeting for this evening. I don't want Aurors to patrol in less than a group of 3. That's all? Sirius asked incredulously. More Auror patrols. This will be the 3rd time this year Amelia has done that, and look how much good that has done. Unfortunately, there isn't much we can do, Kingsley admitted. We can attempt to increase the number of Auror members, but we need to be careful when doing so. Dumbledore, who had remained silent until now, stood up and said, I think that's all we have to discuss for now. You all know what you're supposed to do. He turned to Kingsley. May I have a word? Tonks' brow wrinkled at the hesitant look that flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, but she said her goodbyes. Kingsley watched as everyone left the room except for Dumbledore and Moody. He glanced at Moody who was staring at him with both eyes, his jaw clenched, making his scar more pronounced than usual. You want to know if I've given it any more thought? Kingsley asked without preamble. Dumbledore looked at him over his half-moon glasses. I know your concerns, Kingsley, but Alistair is right. I've tried to put it off for as long as I can, and as much as I dislike the idea, Dumbledore steepled his hands. It's for the greater good. Kingsley sighed. The greater good is an excuse people use to justify their actions. Dumbledore remained silent, his chin came to rest on his hands. In that moment, Dumbledore looked older than he had ever seen. The lines in his face were deep grooves, and even his lips were pale. It's going to happen whether or not you approve, Moody grunted. But out of respect we want you involved. He leaned on his staff. We will never win as long as we play by the rules Voldemort expects us to. This is no longer about doing what's right. It's about doing what needs to be done to ensure future generations even have a choice. If we do nothing, I give it a year before Voldemort declares himself Minister of Magic. Kingsley looked at Moody with disapproval. He didn't like what they had suggested. It wasn't safe for anyone involved. But he couldn't deny that what they were currently doing wasn't working. All of the Auror patrols in the world wouldn't stop Voldemort. The madman grew stronger by the day, and soon there would be nothing they could do. They needed inside information, and they needed it now. Do you have someone in mind? Kingsley asked. Moody grinned, making his scar look more sinister than ever. Harrison stood with his body pressed against a giant oak tree. He was as silent and still as a petrified mouse. Very few people came this way, but he couldn't risk being heard or seen. His father had been in a foul mood ever since the ministry had arrested 23 Death Eaters nearly 2 weeks previously. Everywhere from Hogsmeade to Diagon Alley was crowded with Aurors, people were terrified to go out, and even the students at Hogwarts were on edge. Now Tom wanted his plans to progress quicker, which is why Harrison found himself underneath an invisibility cloak on a Saturday afternoon, waiting for Victor and Ginny to come. Harrison didn't know why they always met on the far side of the Black Lake when everyone knew they were dating, but Harrison assumed it was for privacy. Even though Victor had been at Hogwarts since October, girls, and even some boys, fawned over him everywhere he went. Harrison heard a twig crack in the distance followed by quiet arguing. "Why not?" Ginny asked. Harrison could hear a faint trace of accusation in her tone. "You have nothing in common," Victor snapped. "But Daphne was nice enough to invite me," Ginny said. "You don't know her," Victor said ominously. Harrison's eyes narrowed and anger surged through him. Victor was supposed to be convincing Ginny to spend time with his friends, not the opposite. Harrison's right hand twitched. Betrayal and anger coursed through his body, and it took great effort to remain calm. Victor was supposed to be his friend, and a loyal supporter of his father. Luna's words flooded into his mind. "You will be betrayed by ones you call friend." Harrison shook the words away. Victor had always been loyal, he had to have a reason. "What's that supposed to mean?" Ginny asked. "Nothing," Victor said. "Obviously it means something or you wouldn't have said it," Ginny said, her words clipped. "Ginny," Victor began. "Forget it," Ginny snapped, hurt. Harrison heard footsteps stomping against the frozen leaves, followed by a heavy sigh. Harrison pulled his invisibility cloak off. "What the hell was that, Victor?" Harrison said lowly. Victor spun around, his eyes going wide momentarily, as shock and fear flashed briefly in their depths. "Harrison," Victor said in surprise. "That are you doing here? My father can't afford to have you fail in your mission, and I was sent to ensure its success." Harrison's wand fell into his hand. "And it seems that was for the best." He pointed his wand at Victor. "Harrison," Victor said slowly. "Don't," Harrison said coldly. "I'm going to give you one chance to tell me why you were trying to convince Ginny not to go with the girls to Hogsmeade, and if you lie it will be the last thing you ever do." Harrison could see Victor swallow thickly, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. "She isn't ready yet," Victor said quickly. His voice pleading. It was strange to hear coming from him. "She's heard nothing but bad things about them from her housemates. We haven't been together very long. I don't think she'll believe me when I tell her that they're good people. She'll be suspicious. We need them to become friends, to feel a bond," Harrison said, "not get married and ride off into the bloody sunset." "Harrison," Victor said. "Enough," Harrison said. He lowered his wand. Harrison looked at Victor and his father's words floated into his mind. "Love, lust, it doesn't matter. To the common fool they're the same thing, and either will make a person do things they never thought possible." Harrison smiled. "You care for her, don't you?" Victor opened his mouth and Harrison's eyes narrowed with a deathly promise. "Yes," Victor said. Harrison wanted to strangle Victor with his bare hands. Out of all of his friends he never would have thought Victor would fall for his assignment. His father would not be happy to find out about this. For some reason they needed that foolish girl on their side, and Victor wasn't going to ruin it. Victor would hate him for it, but the Durmstrang champion would either have to understand or die. In this moment, Harrison was too angry to care which. "You're lucky I'm not my father," Harrison said, and held up his hand when Victor went to speak. "Go back to your ship, lock yourself in your room, and stay there until morning. Speak to no one. That are you going to do?" Victor asked, concern thick in his voice. "Don't worry," Harrison said coldly, "Ginny needs to stay alive." Victor looked as though he wanted to argue, but he clenched his jaw, nodded his head, and walked away. Blaze laughed. It was colder than a Siberian winter, and his eyes glowed with sadistic pleasure. "And Victor has no idea?" Cass asked. "He'll find out soon enough," Harrison said. "He deserves nothing less," Leo said. "What he did is nothing short of betrayal." "Your father's going to kill him," Daphne said. "Maybe, maybe not," Harrison said. "If this works we'll still need him alive." "Going against your father's wishes," Draco said. "It doesn't matter if he needs to be alive, you know he'll still pay." "When Victor finds out about this, I think it'll be punishment enough," Jenna said. Her nose wrinkled in disgust. Don't tell me you feel bad for the blood traitor. Cass asked in shock. Merlin, no, Jenna said, an insulted note in her voice. But I do feel slightly dirty about it. I don't know why you would. Leo is the one who should, Cass said with a smirk. Leo scrunched up his face. Unfortunately. Harrison rolled his eyes and poured a thick brown potion into a goblet. Emeralds sparkled from the golden goblet as Harrison handed it to Leo. Remember, although this potion has been altered to give you more time, you'll still only have 3 hours, Harrison said. That's more than enough time, Leo said smugly. Cass snorted, and Leo glared at her before downing the potion. He grimaced at the awful taste. A tingling sensation began in his fingers, and he felt oddly detached from his body. He barely noticed Harrison looking at the Marauder's map to find Ginny, or his other friends looking at him in fascination. He felt his chest widen, his legs lengthen, and his head felt like it was being massaged as his hair shortened. How do I look? Leo asked, and Victor's voice came out. His accent thick and heavy. Like a world-famous Quidditch player, Pansy said with a smirk. Ginny sat with her legs up to her chest, her arms wrapped tightly around them. She watched as the snow fell from the sky and she shivered. She felt like a fool. From the moment he had first spoken to her, Ginny had felt that Victor was too good for her. Too rich, too famous, too everything. But slowly she had begun to allow herself to think that maybe he wasn't too good for her. That maybe he was just right for her. Then he told her not to hang out with his friends and she couldn't remember ever feeling so horrible. Was he embarrassed of her? Sure, she was only 14, but she wasn't stupid. She knew she wasn't the prettiest girl in the entire world, and she knew that her B-cups weren't impressive, and that they hadn't done more than key, but she thought that Victor didn't care. Apparently he did. A tear fell down her cheek and she wiped at it with the back of her hand. Don't cry, a heavily accented voice said. You're too beautiful to cry. A shock jolted through Ginny and she jumped up and stumbled over her feet. Strong arms grabbed her around the waist to stop her from falling. Victor, Ginny said in shock. What are you doing here? She frowned. How did you find me? No one comes up to the 7th floor. Leo looked at her sheepishly and let go of her waist. I asked the ghosts to help me find you. I've asked worried about you. You were? Ginny asked. Yeah, Leo said. I didn't mean to upset you. I've asked. He rubbed the back of his neck. Jealous. Ginny couldn't help it, she laughed. You were jealous. Leo blushed. Then I found out Daphne and the others wanted to spend time with you. I thought that if you veer to become friends I would be replaced. He shrugged and looked at her imploringly. I'm sorry, Ginny. Ginny looked up at Victor and he smiled at her. He raised his hand to her cheek and leaned down, his lips gently touching hers. Ginny felt herself melt. You don't have anything to be jealous of, Victor, Ginny said. She took a deep breath and steeled herself for what she was going to say. Something she had felt since Christmas time. She took a shuddering breath. I think I'm falling in love with you. Leo smiled at her, it was a grin so large it threatened to split his face in half. Do you mean that, Ginny? Leo asked. Yes, Ginny said. Leo grabbed her hand. I feel the same for you. Ginny's cheeks turned as red as her hair, and her chest swelled with emotion. She had read dozens of magazines about this moment, but she never thought she'd experience it with someone like Victor. She felt strongly for him and she would do anything to make them work. Come with me, Leo said. Where? Ginny asked. Trust me, Leo said. Ginny nodded and followed Victor down the hall. They stopped in front of a bare patch of wall. A giant painting with trolls dancing around in tutus was the only one nearby. Close your eyes, Victor said. Ginny looked confused, but she closed her eyes. Less than a minute later she felt him grab her hand again and he led her forward. Open, Victor said. Ginny gasped. They were standing in a room as large as the Gryffindor common room. The walls were made of gray stone, the floor was white marble, and black fur rugs were littered across the floor. A fireplace taller than Ginny stood against one wall, and next to it was a large bed covered by a thick red comforter and gold pillows. Victor, where are we? Ginny asked. Ginny felt Leo come up behind her, and he pressed his body flush against hers. His right hand came to rest on her hip, and his left arm wrapped around her stomach. He lowered his lips to her ear and a shiver ran up her spine when he spoke. Tonight it's our place, Leo said in a low voice. Leo spun Ginny around before she could say a word and key-ed her. He used his tongue to part her lips and he wound his hand in her hair. Ginny made a slight mewling sound before relaxing into him and grabbing his shirt. Leo found her to be a mediocre key, or at best, and he wanted to tell her that she needed to learn to use her tongue, but he forced himself to make a sound of pleasure. He pulled back and looked down at her. She looked up at him as though he were a god, her lips pink and her cheeks tomato red. Ginny was the opposite of his type. She looked to be barely a B cup and he knew that she was a pure. It wasn't in his nature to be gentle, but she would be expecting Victor to be caring for her first time. But all he wanted to do was force her down and finish this. He didn't like Ginny, and he didn't trust her. The idea of hurting her didn't bother him one bit, but he couldn't fail. His Lord or Harrison. He forced himself to smile. Ginny nervously slipped her beep off, not daring to look up at Leo. A finger raised her chin and she looked into his dark eyes. "You're perfect," Leo said, as he brushed a thumb over her nipple. Ginny flushed and a shiver ran through her as though she'd been electrocuted. Leo pulled her body against his and lowered her to the bed. Ginny's breathing quickened as his hand trailed from her collarbone, over her bare east and down below her waist. Victor, GinnyMo.Ned, as Leo burrowed his face into her chest. Leo walked into the room just as the polyjuice potion began to wear off. He felt his legs begin to shorten and he almost stumbled to much laughter from his friends. "Shut up," Leo said through gritted teeth. "Such a bad mood for someone who just got laid," Blaze smirked. Leo shot his friend a filthy look as he slumped backwards onto a chair. Everyone looked at him expectantly. "I don't know what Victor sees in her," Leo said with a grimace. "I don't know how I got it up." Cass wrinkled her nose. "I'm going to pretend I never heard that. What was your excuse for leaving after?" Harrison asked over Draco and Blaze's laughter. "I told her that Karkaroff was expecting me back," Leo said. "Good," Harrison said. "Now she'll be even more infatuated with Victor, and she'll forget about yesterday afternoon." "What if Victor says something to her?" Pansy asked. Harrison's face hardened. "If he knows what's good for both of them he won't say anything." Ginny's face hurt from smiling so much. As she walked to the great hall for breakfast her head was held high and her eyes were sparkling. She had stayed up all night going over what had happened with Victor, and she still couldn't believe it. Her, Ginny Weasley, had lost her pure .T to Victor Crumb. Ginny was too busy thinking about Victor's hands on her that she didn't realize when he stepped right in front of her. "Sorry," Victor said, as he caught her from falling. "Victor," Ginny said happily. Ginny threw herself into his arms and at him. She felt Victor freeze and she pulled back. "Are you okay?" Ginny asked. "Am I okay?" Victor asked. "I thought you were mad at me. I hurt." "Oh," Ginny interrupted, her cheeks staining pink. "It didn't hurt." She frowned and looked around to make sure they were alone. "Well, it did, but not as much as I thought losing my pure .T would." Victor froze and Ginny's frown deepened. "Victor, are you okay?" Victor swallowed as Ginny's words sunk in. The moment the words had left her lips anger coursed through him and only years of occlumency stopped him from exploding. He didn't have to be told, he knew exactly what had happened. Why Harrison had told him to stay on his ship. So that he could. Victor couldn't even bring himself to think about it. He had never meant to fall for Ginny. She had been just a young girl, a simple assignment. But he had fallen for her quick wit, her shy smiles, and her occasional bursts of confidence. And because of that her innocence had been stolen by someone who was supposed to be Victor's friend. Victor should have been her first, or a nice boy, not in such a twisted way. Victor's hands clenched into fists. He had thought he could see her get hurt. He had thought he could do his lord's bidding. He was wrong about the former, so was he wrong about the latter. He had never before cared about causing people pain, but knowing that Ginny could have been hurt, it made him feel like throwing up. He didn't know if he could continue on doing this. Why had Harrison done it? As punishment for Victor falling for Ginny. Because Victor had tried to keep Ginny away from the Slytherins. Victor knew that he would be punished for going against the dark Lord's wishes, but he had never thought Ginny would be the one to suffer. A gentle touch pulled him out of his thoughts, and he looked into light brown eyes. He knew he couldn't tell her the truth, or both of their lives would be forfeit. "Ginny," Victor said in response to her concerned look. "I'm glad I didn't hurt you." He grabbed her hand. "I'm sorry, but I have to be somewhere this morning, it's for the second task." He smiled at her. They will meet for lunch, yes. Okay, Ginny said. She looked confused. If you're sure you're okay. Positive, Victor said. He leaned down and keyed Ginny gently. He watched as she walked away before storming towards the Black Lake. Harrison and Fleur always went for walks down there on Sunday mornings and Victor wanted answers. Fleur's laughter sounded like a tinkling wind chime, but it died in her throat when she saw the look on Harrison's face. Harrison was looking over her shoulder, his emerald eyes hard as stone. She spun around and saw Victor striding towards them, his face etched with fury, and his body wound tight. Harrison, Fleur said, what's going on? Harrison didn't answer, which sent a wave of concern over Fleur. What the hell, Harrison? Victor snarled. Harrison didn't flinch as Victor stormed up to him, stopping a mere inches from Harrison's face. Victor, Harrison said quietly. Before you say or do anything else, remember who it is you're standing in front of. Victor was breathing heavily as he looked at Harrison. Fleur looked at the Durmstrang champion in shock. Victor, what are you doing? Fleur asked. Why don't you ask your boyfriend? Victor said through clenched teeth. Harrison's eyes sparked. You didn't tell her, did you? That you spent last night sleeping with my girlfriend. Nothing could be heard but the rustling of the wind for several seconds before Fleur burst into laughter. It wasn't the beautiful tinkling sound that normally rang out from her lips, but a haughty chuckle. Harrison and Ginny? Fleur asked. What are you talking about? Her French accent was heavy with disbelief. Fleur looked at Harrison, who said nothing. He merely continued to look at Victor. Fleur felt her stomach drop as disbelief waved over her. She never thought that Harrison would cheat on her. But he refused to look at her, and her throat went dry. Fleur took a step backwards. Harrison, Fleur said in a strangled voice. What is he talking about? I didn't touch her, Fleur, Harrison said. Fleur saw dawning comprehension flash in Victor's eyes. Of course, Victor said, and he took a step backwards. You voted to the dirty vork yourself. Vi rip away Guinea's innocence when you could have someone do it for you. Vo vas it. Does it matter? Harrison asked coldly. Harrison, what is? Fleur's voice died in her throat. A horrified look began to form on Fleur's face, as the meaning behind Victor's words became clear to her. I merely facilitated what needed to be done, Harrison said with no remorse. Victor refused to play his part, and Ginny was about to be lost to us. We need her to trust you. To love you. To blindingly follow you. So you had one of your friends pretend to be me and sleep with her. Victor snapped, sounding both furious and devastated. Harrison, Fleur said in a strangled voice. We need her, Harrison said. I won't apologize for it. It was for the best. Had you not fallen for her, had you done the job my father had entrusted you with, none of it would have happened. Victor looked as if he'd been punched. If that is what you believe, then there's nothing more for us to say, Victor said. There is one more thing, Harrison said. My father wants to see you. Now. Fleur could feel the fear radiate off of Victor. I too want. Apologize for what I've done, Victor said. Victor glanced at Fleur. This is the real Harrison. It always has been. Harrison's eyes flashed and Victor walked away, his shoulders tense. Silence descended once more and Fleur looked at Harrison, who watched as Victor walked towards the Durmstrang ship. Don't say it, Fleur, Harrison said. You know who my father is. You know that things like this happen. She didn't know it wasn't Victor, Fleur said quietly. That's, a tear fell down her cheek. Since the beginning of time my people, the Vila, have been raped and forced into marriages. Forced into. This is different. She willingly slept with him, Harrison said coldly. She willingly slept with Victor, not whoever was pretending to be him, Fleur said with emphasis. This is why I didn't tell you, Harrison said. You don't need to worry about it. Harrison, Fleur said. That's going too far, you aren't a Death Eater. No, but I am the son of Lord Voldemort, Harrison said, his eyes and voice devoid of emotion. Fleur took a step back. Harrison sighed and stepped towards her, and she took another step back and stumbled into a tree. She hissed in pain and Harrison rushed towards her. Fleur, are you okay? Harrison asked. Fleur looked at him, and for a moment fear shone in her eyes, and Harrison flinched backwards. I would never hurt you, Harrison said gently. Fleur looked at him, her blue eyes full of confusion and hurt. Harrison stepped forward, placing his hands on the large tree trunk, one hand on either side of her. He leaned into Key, His lips landed on hers, and for a moment she wanted to give in, to wrap her arms around him and just accept what he had done, but she couldn't shake the thought of Ginny and a polyjuiced Victor. His hands left the tree, one flew to her waist and the other underneath her right east. Fleur felt as though ants were crawling over her skin and nausea hit her like a wave. Fleur turned her head, and Harrison sighed. "I need time to think," Fleur said, as a single tear trickled down her cheek. Harrison took 2 steps back, and Fleur ran towards the Beauxbatons carriage. Victor hissed in pain when he tried to stand up. His entire body felt as though it were on fire, and his right arm kept twitching. It took him 5 minutes to stand up, but he lost his balance almost immediately and fell onto his back. "Get up," hissed Voldemort. Victor raised himself onto his knees, then crawled to a nearby chair. He was slowly able to stand up, and he used the chair to remain balanced. His eyes spasmed, and he coughed, sending blood down his chin. "I hope our talk here has shown you the error of your ways," Voldemort said lowly. "And I hope you realize that nothing but death awaits those who stand against me." "Do you stand against me, Victor?" "No, my lord," Victor said, his words slurred. "I apologize for my actions, my lord." Voldemort's red eyes flashed, and his nostrils flared. He reached out his right hand to pet Nagini, whose tongue flicked in and out at a dizzying pace. "I will give you one last chance, Victor, because the Weasley girl is in love with you, but know this," Voldemort pointed his wand at Victor, "if you fail, or deviate from my orders even once, I will kill you and Ginny Weasley. Do you understand?" Victor looked at Voldemort, and he swallowed the blood in his mouth. Before this moment he hadn't realized the extent of his feelings for Ginny. He didn't merely have strong feelings for her. He turned to the right where his father was standing, disappointment and disgust written on his face. Anger obliterated his pain. As usual, his father chose the Dark Lord over him. He looked back to Voldemort and bowed his head. "I do, my lord," Victor said. "Good," Voldemort smiled. Crucio. Victor fell to the ground, pain flooded his body, as he jerked and twisted on the ground. The pain was so intense that it threatened to obliterate all thought. The only thing that penetrated his mind as he lay on the ground writhing and screaming in pain, his throat ripping, was that he had made a grave mistake, and he needed to save Ginny, no matter the cost. Thomas Davies looked over his shoulder before pulling up the hood of his cloak. Ezekiel Smith following right behind him. They made a sharp right and turned down a dark alley, stepping over puddles and a broken bottle. They walked until they hit a dead end, then Thomas pulled out his wand and tapped the 10th brick from the bottom 3 times in a row. The wall began to bubble, as if the bricks were melting, and a minute later a doorway appeared. Thomas and Ezekiel walked through the doorway into a small coffee shop. The chairs were up on the tables, and the lights were dimmed. The shop was closed, so there was no one behind the counter. They walked towards the back of the shop and up the narrow staircase that led to a small attic. Thomas pushed open the small door and stepped into a brightly lit room. The change in lighting momentarily blinded him. "Took you long enough," Moody barked. "We had to make sure we weren't followed," Thomas said, his blue eyes scanning the dingy room. "I thought you'd understand given you're always going on about constant vigilance and whatnot." Thomas noticed Ezekiel's grimace and looked down to see that his fellow Auror had stepped on a broken bottle. Moody barked a laugh, then turned serious. "It's been 3 weeks, did it work? Are you in?" Thomas's lips pursed, and he slowly raised his arm. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a new tattoo. A snake slithering through a skull. Moody looked at Ezekiel, who enthusiastically did the same. Moody smiled. They were in. The 13th of February, 9:45 p.m. Red and orange flames twisted together to form a snake that slithered in the air. More flames twisted in the air, and joined together to make a phoenix that flew around the snake while it writhed and hissed. The crackling flames were quiet, but to Harrison sounded like bomb blasts. He flicked his wrist and both the snake and phoenix exploded into dozens of tiny wisps that sizzled out with a light hiss. "After all these years," a low voice said, "the control you possess over your magic still amazes me." Harrison glanced at Barty Crouch Jr., as the man sat down in the plush leather chair to his right. Harrison leaned back, allowing his body to relax into the sofa, and stared up at the ceiling. "You aren't going to ask why I've come to your house in the middle of the night without an invitation?" Harrison asked. He counted the diamonds on the chandelier. 13. Why I'm not at Hogwarts tucked safely away in my bed. Harrison didn't bother trying to hide the agitation in his voice. You wouldn't have come if you didn't need to, Barty said, his tone inquisitive. I was never this person, Harrison began, the kind of person who allowed themselves to be controlled by their emotions. He sat up and looked at Barty, who watched him with shrewd concern. Fleur, Barty guessed correctly. Harrison had told him what had transpired shortly after the new year. Barty had been furious at Victor, and concerned that Fleur could no longer be trusted. She still isn't speaking to you. His voice was tight. She's speaking to me. Harrison's lips fell into a hard line, but she won't say more than a sentence at a time. His eyes once again fell on the fireplace. It's been nearly a month, and she still hasn't moved on. His right hand balled into a fist. I have too many things to worry about. Theo's death is still. Harrison trailed off and shook his head. I've been having to keep a close eye on Victor. The Aurors at school are watching everyone, especially as Slytherins, through a microscope. Father has been sending me twice the amount of study materials as usual. Harrison stopped talking and stood up. He walked over to the mantel and looked at the painting that hung above it. A dark forest, trees that reached up and out of reach of the frame stood out in stark contrast against the gilded frame. The trees rustled from within the portrait, and every so often something would dart across the bottom, ruffling the leaves on the ground. I don't have the time to deal with Fleur's mood swings, Harrison continued. I care for her, Barty. I've never felt this way before, but I've realized that she'll never be okay with the things that come along with dating the son of the Dark Lord. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his robe. But I can't change how I feel. Harrison fell silent, and neither of them spoke for 10 minutes. Why did you come here, Harrison? Barty asked. Why did you come to me and not Lucius or Rodolphus? Harrison knew what Barty was really asking. Why did he come to a single man, a man who, unlike Severus, who was also single, had never been in love? Is it possible, Barty? Harrison asked. Harrison could see it in Barty's eyes, the understanding and pity. Harrison hated pity more than almost anything else in the world. He spun around and walked towards a small table that was covered in random objects. He picked up a silver hourglass. Fluorescent green sand slowly fell to the bottom, glinting like stars all the while. You're the son of the Dark Lord, Barty said with emphatic respect. From the moment you became Harrison Riddle, your life became Lord Voldemort's. One day, sooner than you can imagine, you will stand by his side, as the world falls to their knees before him. Harrison could hear the unadulterated joy in his voice. You will be more than just a powerful wizard. You will be a king, a god. Harrison set the hourglass down and slowly turned towards Barty. You will have more responsibility than should be expected of a dozen wizards, Barty continued, let alone one. That power, mixed with your wealth and looks, will make girls willing to curse off their right arm to be with you. The joy in Barty's eyes dimmed as he continued. But you will never be able to give yourself over to anyone completely. You can't afford to. Love, Harrison, makes people weak. You know that's why your father never married. You know that's why the inner circle, myself included, were in shock when we were introduced to you. We never thought the Dark Lord would voluntarily inflict himself with a weakness. For love was the biggest weakness in the Dark Lord's eyes. Barty smiled. But he does love you, Harrison, and that is something I never thought was possible. Then why can't I have a weakness? Harrison asked. His words sounded childish to his own ears. Fleur's reaction when she found out what you had done was disgust, Barty reminded him. Do you not think that's how most girls would react? Daphne and Cass didn't, Harrison said. Jenna, Pansy, and Tracy, they got a good laugh. Barty looked at him sharply. They were raised like you, Barty pointed out. Most children, even the children of Death Eaters, aren't raised that way. They're sheltered from the pain and horrors, from the truth, until they're older. And when they do learn the truth, it's different from having learned it as a child, not quite so jarring. Harrison bit his tongue, and the taste of copper filled his mouth. They'll want you to change, Barty said. Fleur, and every girl that comes after her. They'll want to be the one to change you. To make you into something you aren't. To make you their happily ever after. Barty's eyes darkened. You're no one's happily ever after, Harrison. You can't be. So I'm just supposed to be alone forever? Harrison asked. A celibate wizard until the day I die. Love and pleasure are two different things, Barty said. You're the son of Lord Voldemort. You can take what it is you desire. Harrison sighed. I thought that Fleur understood. She can't possibly, Barty said. No one can. Barty walked towards Harrison, and stopped in front of him. Your feelings for Fleur, they feel real now, but that supposed love you feel is merely attraction. One day, that attraction will fade, and you'll be left with nothing but power. That power is what's real. Harrison locked eyes with Barty, and in that moment he felt his heart constrict, like Nagini had wrapped herself around it. The 13th of February 11:30 p.m. Fleur tapped her finger against the surface of the Black Lake. The water felt like ice and a shiver ran down her spine. She pulled her fur coat tight against her body, and looked out across the water. The moon was nearly full and shone down onto the dark waters like a spotlight. Fleur sniffled in the cold air as her mind spun around in circles. It had been nearly a month since Harrison had shocked her with his horrible actions. Fleur had known who his father is, and she had known what Harrison was capable of, but what he had done to Ginny went too far. All Fleur could think about were the thousands of innocent Vila who had been raped or forced into marriages over the centuries, and it made bile rise in her throat. She hadn't thought that Harrison would go that far. Fleur wrapped her arms around her stomach. She wasn't this girl. Her entire life she had faced people wanting to fall over themselves for her, and girls hating her for her looks. She had developed tough skin, and the words, and actions, of others had ceased to bother her. But Harrison was different. His words, his opinions, his very being, could cut through her with ease. She hated it. A hand on her shoulder caused her to jump up and spin around, nearly sending her flying into the Black Lake. Daphne, Fleur said in shock. Her hand flew up to her chest and her eyes went wide. What are you doing out here? I couldn't sleep, Daphne answered. She eyed Fleur, and the look made her shiver. Why are you out here? I was thinking, Fleur admitted. Harrison, Daphne stated, as if she could read her thoughts. Fleur remained silent. If you aren't going to forgive him, Daphne said quietly, her words barely audible above the wind, you need to let him go. Fleur felt as though she had been slapped. Many scenarios had ran through her head over the past 4 weeks, and the one of her breaking up with Harrison made her feel queasy. I love him, Fleur said forcefully. If you loved him, you wouldn't have spent the past month ignoring him and treating him as though he did something wrong, Daphne said coldly. He did do something wrong, Fleur said, shocked that Daphne could be so cold. What he did to Ginny, Fleur shook her head. He's the son of the Dark Lord, Daphne said. Do you expect him to sit around all day writing you sonnets? Fleur flushed at her mocking tone. What he did. Harrison did what needed to be done, Daphne said. It's a simple fact. Harrison will always do what needs to be done. No matter the cost. Fleur continued to shake her head, as if she couldn't comprehend what Daphne was saying. You know it's the truth, Daphne said. You've always known. Fleur's throat constricted, and it felt like she was trying to swallow a quaffle. I know he's better than that, Fleur said. Better than that? Daphne asked. Fleur could see the anger dancing in her blue eyes. Someone is getting too comfortable on their pedestal. Fleur felt angry and insulted at her words, but Daphne held a hand up to forestall her from speaking. You never had a problem with the things that went on before, Daphne said. You had no problem with Victor seducing Ginny. Daphne pulled her collar up over her neck. Why are you so upset now? Because it was Harrison's idea. Fleur didn't answer, because Daphne's words were true. Fleur knew that Voldemort was a cruel monster, but she hadn't known that Harrison was the same. She had thought that Harrison had a good heart. That beneath the insults, hexes, and love for dark magic, there lied a good person. But could someone with a good heart do what he did? Daphne's beautiful face twisted in disgust. She looked at Fleur, who looked away. Fleur didn't so much as glance in her direction as Daphne walked away, but she could hear her feet crunching on the snow. The sound, quiet in reality, but to Fleur sounded like one explosion after another. Another shiver ran down Fleur's spine, but this time it wasn't from the cold. The 14th of February 8 a.m. Fleur looked out the window, and watched as laughing Hogwarts students made their way down the winding path that led to Hogsmeade. She subconsciously smoothed down her red silk robes as she watched couples walk hand in hand. Her stomach twisted. Fleur, Harrison said. Fleur spun around, took a step backwards and bumped into the window. The sound reverberated around the empty stairwell. The cold from the window seeped through her thin robes as she took in his appearance. Over the past few weeks, Harrison had looked to be in a perpetual state of annoyance, bordering on extreme agitation. Although Fleur knew to most people he merely looked indifferent, but she had grown to know all of his looks in the time they'd been together. Now though, Fleur thought he looked resolute and confident, the way he normally did, and it bothered her. "Harrison," Fleur said, her voice sounded breathy. "You came. You told Cass that you wanted to speak to me," Harrison said. His indifferent tone cut through her like a knife. "I've missed you," Fleur said. For a moment she thought she saw a flash of regret in Harrison's eyes, but it was gone in a second, as if it had never been there at all. "Can we talk?" "Talk," Harrison said. "Harrison, why are you acting like this?" Fleur asked. "Why am I acting like this?" Harrison asked. "Why have you been ignoring me for a month? Why are you acting as if you weren't full aware of who I was when you got into bed with me?" Fleur flinched and her cheeks tinged pink. "Harrison, I love you. I just needed time." Harrison stared at Fleur, and she could see it in his eyes, he was battling with himself. She took a step towards him. "You don't have to be your father," Fleur said quietly. "You can change." The moment the words left her mouth she knew she had made a mistake. Harrison's eyes flared with anger, and his shoulders tensed. Before Fleur knew what was happening, Harrison had spun her around and his body had pushed hers into the window. Fleur's hands were shoved against the window, one of Harrison's pressed them roughly onto the cool glass. His other hand had dug roughly into her hip. "Harrison," Fleur said. She couldn't keep the tremor from her voice. "You say you love me," Harrison said lowly. She could feel his breath on her ear. Fleur's breath came out in shallow gasps as she looked down at the Hogwarts gate. A few students still trickled out towards Hogsmeade. Harrison's fingers dug further into her hip, and she tried to move away, but he was much stronger than her. "If you loved me," Harrison said, "you wouldn't want me to change." "Harrison, this isn't you." "I know it isn't," Fleur said. Quietly. "I'm the son of Lord Voldemort," Harrison said. "This is me. It's always been me." A tear slid down Fleur's cheek. "You thought you could change me. Make me into some storybook hero." Harrison's hand moved from her hip, and slid into her robes. Fleur made a strangled sound when his fingers moved into the waistband of her skirt. "If this was a story, Fleur, I'd be the villain." Harrison's fingers glided into her underwear and Fleur tried to push away. "Harrison," Fleur said, her tone begging. "Stop trying to make me hate you." Fleur felt Harrison freeze for what seemed like an eternity, but was only a few seconds before his fingers thrust inside of her. Fleur felt a sting as he twisted his hand, and more tears fell down her cheeks. "Tell me to stop, Fleur," Harrison said, "and I will." Fleur's body had begun to shake, and not just from the fear she felt. Her mind was a mess of emotions, as disgust, lust, love, hate, and pity coursed through her. She knew that Harrison had feelings for her, no matter what he said. She knew that Harrison wanted her to end things. To make her the bad guy in their relationship, so their end wasn't his fault. For her to hate him so much that there would never be a possibility that they could be together. Harrison began to thrust his fingers in faster, and Fleur leaned her head against the cool glass. She hated who Harrison had become, what he was capable of. But she loved him. She didn't know if she could ever look past what he had done, but shouldn't she try? "Harrison," Fleur said breathlessly, "stop." Harrison stopped, and immediately took a step back. Fleur continued to lean against the window for a minute before she turned around to face him. Harrison's face was completely blank. Fleur took a step towards Harrison, and raised her hand to his cheek. Harrison's eyes didn't soften, and his face didn't even register that she was touching him. The look he was giving her hurt more than words could say. Fleur knew that if it didn't work out today, in this moment, it never would. Fleur crashed her lips onto Harrison's, as her hands fumbled to take off her clothes. Harrison responded enthusiastically, his hand twisted in her own hair. Fleur yanked open her shirt, not caring that she sent the buttons scattering down the stone steps. She gasped when Harrison pushed her BPD body against the window. Harrison's breathing began to slow down, and he took a step back from Fleur. The Vila, light-headed no doubt from her orgasm, lost her balance and stumbled, crashing into the window and sliding to the ground. Fleur looked up at him, and he could see the hope shine in her eyes. Harrison zipped up his trousers and ran a hand through his mussed-up hair. As he looked at Fleur he knew that Barty had been right, she had wanted to change him. He knew what she was thinking, that she had won, that he would sweep her into his arms, and they'd go back to being a fun-loving couple. That her love could soften him. It was a fact he should have known long ago, but was too blinded by her pretty face, killer body, and the way she made him feel. She was a weakness that he couldn't afford. Harrison couldn't deny that he cared for Fleur. That he didn't want to see her in pain. That they would make decent enough friends. But he knew that he would never be able to be around her without craving to be with her. Harrison's eyes roamed over her beefy body, as Fleur managed to get herself back to her feet. Harrison could feel himself getting hard as images of all the things they'd done together floated into his mind. He forced himself to look at her face. "Goodbye, Fleur," Harrison said. His voice resolute. Fleur's face crumpled, and pain filled her eyes. "Harrison, please," Fleur begged. "I love you." Harrison continued to walk down the stairs, even as Fleur shouted his name. Once again, Fleur slid to the floor. Sobs racked her body, and she pulled her knees to her chest. She didn't care that she was BPD. She didn't care that someone could walk by at any moment. All she cared about was that the one person who had looked at her like she was a human being, and not a piece of meat, had left her. Fleur's body shook as she began to pound the large concrete step she sat on, her palms bright red. The 14th of February, 10 a.m. The quaint village of Hogsmeade was coated in a thin layer of soft white snow. For the first time in weeks, the sun was shining and it sparkled off the snow, which created a diamond-like effect. Ginny squinted against the glare as she dug her hands into the pockets of her blue jacket. Ginny didn't know why she was so nervous. She had met Victor's friends before, and no matter what Ron told her, they had seemed nice. She had told Victor that she was fine to meet them alone, and he had seemed slightly hesitant, but had in the end encouraged her to go and have fun. "Ginny!" A voice shouted from the distance. Ginny turned around and saw Daphne smiling at her. Ginny grinned in response, even as a wave of inferiority floated through her. Daphne was drop-dead gorgeous, and as she walked towards Ginny in a pair of form-fitting jeans and pink sweater that was much tighter in the chest area than Ginny's, heads turned to watch her walk past. "I'm so glad you decided to come," Daphne said. Daphne surprised Ginny by pulling her into a hug, which she returned slightly stiff, and Ginny got a whiff of her rose perfume. "Thanks for inviting me," Ginny said. When they pulled apart, she asked, "Where are the others?" "Change of plans," Daphne said. "We've decided to go to the Three Broomsticks instead." She smiled again, showing off perfect teeth, that Ginny would swear were whiter than the fresh snow. "I hope you don't mind." Ginny laughed and found herself becoming relaxed. "Not at all." 2 hours later, Ginny stumbled out of the Three Broomsticks laughing harder than she had in recent memory. Her cheeks hurt from smiling so much, and she felt like a fool for ever feeling nervous. Daphne, Cass, Pansy, Tracy, Jenna, and Luna had been extremely kind, intelligent, and funny. "Did he really do that?" Ginny asked between bouts of laughter. "He did," Pansy said. "You should have seen Draco's face afterwards." "Oh, Merlin," Ginny said. "What the hell?" Ginny stopped as if some unseen force was holding her back as the voice registered in her mind. Ron, Dean, and Seamus were standing in front of them, bags of candy in each of their hands. "What are you doing with them?" Ron demanded. The anger and disgust on Ron's face momentarily made Ginny at a loss for words. Ron had been furious at her relationship with Victor, but she had never seen him look so angry. His face was redder than his hair and his eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Ginny heard several cracks as Ron closed his fists and the candy in his bag was crushed. "Dating Crumb isn't bad enough for you?" Ron asked. "That's enough, Weasley," Daphne said. Her beautiful voice turned dark. "Ginny can spend her time with whoever she likes." Daphne laid a hand on Ginny's shoulder, and Ginny felt a wave of gratitude. She found her voice as Ron opened his mouth to no doubt say something rude. "Leave me alone, Ron," Ginny said. Ron reared back his head. "You can't possibly be picking them over your own brother." "I'm not picking anyone over you, Ron," Ginny snapped. "You're making it out that I am, the same way you did it to Fred, George, and Percy." Ginny didn't think it was possible for Ron's face to turn more red, but it did. "They're my friends, and if you can't accept that, then that's your problem, not mine." Ginny crossed her arms angrily over her chest. "Don't you dare try to blame it on me. Mum and Dad, don't bring them into this," Ginny shouted. "Mum and Dad didn't say I couldn't date Victor, and they wouldn't say that I can't be friends with Slytherins." They have nothing to do with this. You have nothing to do with this. This is my life, Ron. If you want to be a part of it, then knock it off. Ron looked as though she had tried to hit him with the killing curse. Ginny felt bad, but she was tired of Ron giving her a hard time about who she chose to date and befriend. Ron had always had a temper, and a hatred for everything he deemed inappropriate or dark, which half the time was in reality neither of those things. It angered and hurt Ginny that Ron didn't trust her to make her own decisions. She loved Victor, and he loved her. Victor's friends were nice to her, so why shouldn't she be nice in return? Ron had it in his head that all Slytherins were evil, but that was a ridiculous belief. Daphne, and the rest of the Slytherins that Ginny had begun to spend time with seemed like good people, and she couldn't believe that any of them would sympathize with you-know-who or his Death Eaters. After all, Theo had been one of their best friends, and he had died at the hands of Death Eaters. To Ginny, it was cruel to say that his friends were junior Death Eaters, and completely wrong. "Mate, come on," Seamus said. "Not here." Ginny could see a tick in Ron's jaw. "I hope you know what you're doing," Ron said. Ginny didn't say a word as her brother walked away, his friends whispering to him as they went. The 14th of February 8 p.m. Moody grunted, announcing his displeasure towards Thomas Davies and Ezekiel Smith. It had been a month since the two Aurors had infiltrated the Death Eaters and they hadn't learned anything of value. "Are you truly surprised, Alistair?" Kingsley asked, exasperation leaked into his deep voice. "Voldemort is many things, but stupid isn't one of them. Did you truly believe that he would simply trust them after 1 month of service?" "Of course not," Moody barked, insulted. "But I expected them to use some ingenuity and find out something, anything. They've come to us again with nothing." He slammed his hand against the wooden table. "We're fighting a war here, and we have nothing to use." "Nothing. We aren't exactly invited to their weekly lunches," Ezekiel muttered. Kingsley frowned. "Weekly lunches. Every Monday the inner circle meets for lunch at Malfoy Manor," Ezekiel said. Moody frowned, his scar pulled tight against his jaw. His good eye narrowed. Severus had never mentioned weekly lunches. He glanced towards the doorway where a disillusioned Dumbledore stood. "And you didn't tell us this before." Moody growled. "It didn't seem important," Thomas said. "Everything is important," Moody snapped. "Is Voldemort there?" Kingsley asked into the tense room. Kingsley's tone made Moody glance quickly at him. His good eye narrowed further. "No," Thomas answered. Kingsley sighed. "I have an idea, but I don't like it." Moody's frown turned into a grin. "Care to share?" "Polyjuice potion," Kingsley said. "It just might work," Moody said, as he leaned against his staff. "We couldn't use Polyjuice ourselves, besides the wards at Malfoy Manor would know our dark marks weren't real." He looked at the two Aurors. "But your dark marks would be real." Thomas and Ezekiel wore twin expressions of horror, even as both of them subconsciously reached for their dark marks. "If they find out we're dead," Thomas said. "Worse than dead. You both signed up for this willingly," Moody said. Thomas's right eye twitched. "I wanted to make a difference," Ezekiel said. "Help people. By doing this you'll be helping more people than you could ever know," Moody said. Moody frowned in concentration. It was a risky mission, but it could be extremely rewarding. The reward definitely outweighed the risk. In his mind he imagined the inner circle, or at least those he was aware of, and discarded those like Bellatrix, who they wouldn't stand a chance of impersonating. He smiled. "Barty Crouch Jr., Moody said. "The man's mood is mercurial to say the least. You've said so yourselves that on the few time you've seen him he's acted differently on each occasion." "They would need to study him," Kingsley said. "We can't send them in there if they don't stand a solid chance." Moody ignored the incredulous looks the two Aurors were giving them. They knew what they had signed up for. Did Moody want to send them into the proverbial lion's den? No. But they needed an advantage if they were going to win this war. Moody tapped his cane against the ground. "You have until June to study Crouch. His mannerism, his speech patterns, the way he interacts with others. Whichever one of you is more believable will go in. That's all." Thomas asked. "It's 4 months too long," Moody said. "A storm is brewing, boys. We may not have enough information, but we know enough to know that he has something big planned for this summer, and we need to find out what it is." He looked at each man in turn. 4 months is all we can afford." After Ezekiel and Thomas had left, Dumbledore stepped forward and cancelled the disillusionment charm that shielded him from view. Moody didn't give him the chance to say anything before he barked. Why didn't Severus tell us about these weekly lunches? Moody asked. Dumbledore looked sharply at Moody. We must not jump to the conclusion that Severus knew about them, Alistair. Moody looked at him in disbelief. I will speak with Severus. If he did know, then I am sure he had a good reason for withholding the information. Moody barked a condescending laugh. You still trust him? With my life, Dumbledore answered. Kingsley cleared his throat. Do you think what we are doing is wise? Dumbledore stroked his long white beard before allowing his hand to fall to his side. I fear, Kingsley, that we don't have a choice, Dumbledore said. Kingsley made a sound of frustration. You say that this is all for the greater good, Albus. But is it really? You know what they had to do to get marked. Torture, Albus. Torture. How is this all for the greater good? When this is over, what will be left of them? We allowed this to happen. What will be left of us? Dumbledore sighed. He didn't like any of it any more than Kingsley did, but it had to be done. Every life was precious, but if one person, or 12, had to die so that millions could live, it was necessary. Unfortunate, but necessary. If we do nothing, Kingsley, Dumbledore said, nothing will be left at all. No man, woman, or child. Nothing. I still don't like it, Kingsley said. Kingsley stood up and walked towards the flow. The 5th of March, 6:45 a.m. Ministry of Magic still has no answers. By Rita Skeeter. My dear readers, it has been 2 months since 24 men and women were murdered from within the safety of the Ministry of Magic. Dozens of people from the Minister of Magic down have looked into this atrocity, and yet no one can say for certain just how someone was able to bypass the ministry's heightened security to kill the detained ministry employees. We have yet to ascertain how the perpetrator or perpetrators entered the interrogation rooms, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, said during a conference yesterday evening. However, I can assure the people of Britain that myself, along with the entire Department of Magical Law Enforcement, are doing everything in our power to uncover how they gained entry to prevent another incident like this occurring. Madam Bones referred to the slaughter of 24 citizens of Britain as an incident. I for one think that what happened was far too heinous to be classified as a mere incident. I am fed up with the Ministry of Magic failing at every turn, and thinking that by adding an extra aura or two the people of Britain will be placated. I for one will not stand for this. The Ministry of Magic needs to do more than throw platitudes our way. They need to protect the people of Britain, or those in charge need to step down and give their roles to people who will. Tonks threw her copy of the Daily Prophet down in disgust. The Aura department was short-handed and under constant stress as it was. They didn't need people like Rita Skeeter to make it worse. Tonks scowled as she threw floor powder into her fireplace and stepped inside. Ministry of Magic, Tonks said. Tonks felt a pull in her stomach and her vision went blurry. After a moment she stepped out and into the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. She immediately knew that something was different as loud voices assaulted her ears. The entire ministry is scum. An angry voice shouted. Who's next? A woman screamed. Our children. Sack Bones. Down with Fudge. Tonks was in shock. In all the time she'd worked at the ministry she'd never seen a protest of this size. There looked to be over 100 witches and wizards gathered in the atrium. Some carried signs that bore pictures of Minister Fudge and Madam Bones with giant X's going through them. Others merely shouted at the Aurors who were holding them back from going further into the ministry. Don't touch me. A protester shouted at an Auror. You need to move, the Auror said forcefully. I have a right to be here. The protester responded, his face mere inches from the Aurors. Tonks ran over to break them up. Davies, what's going on here? Tonks asked Thomas Davies when she separated him from the protester. These people showed up 20 minutes ago, Thomas said through gritted teeth. More people arrive every few minutes. They read the Daily Prophet this morning. Tonks grimaced at his words. She could hear the fireplaces around the atrium flare to life, and dozens more protesters joined the crowd. Down with Fudge. Can't you people do anything right? You're worse than you know who. Tonks felt a wave of annoyance. She wanted to yell at all of these people that they were doing the best they could. That Aurors had lost their lives too. That they should all go home. But there were no laws against protesting as long as they didn't go beyond the atrium and didn't become violent. I'm going to go up to the department, Tonks told Davies. See if there's anything I can do to help. Davies nodded, his face grim. Tonks quickly walked towards the elevators, the shouting and harsh words echoed in her ears, and a feeling of unease grew in her stomach. The 14th of March 8 a.m. Victor forced a smile while Ginny told him about the previous evening. Daphne was hilarious, Ginny said, in a tone that implied you had to have been there to understand. Victor nodded along, but Ginny's words began to blur together. The more time Ginny spent with Harrison's friends, the more worried Victor felt. He saw the smirks Cass, Blaze, Harrison, and the rest of them would shoot him when no one else was looking. They taunted him with their looks worse than they ever could with words. And Leo. Victor saw red whenever he thought about Leo. It made him sick to his stomach to think about him touching Ginny. He had spent week after week thinking about how he could save Ginny from the Dark Lord, but he didn't even know why he needed her in the first place. "Are you okay?" Victor asked, a slightly dazed look on his face. "Are you okay?" Ginny asked, concern wrinkled her brow. Victor smiled, touched by the great care she always showed for him. He reached out and grabbed her hand. "Keep talking," Victor said. Ginny grinned, and more words poured out of her mouth. The 18th of March 3 a.m. It took Harrison a few minutes to realize that he had been reading the same sentence from the Advanced Dark Potions book his father had sent him over and over again. Harrison closed the book, ran his hand down the red dragon hide cover and pushed it away. Harrison hadn't slept properly in weeks. He spent most nights poring over books and articles, only going to sleep an hour before he had to wake up. He ran a hand through his hair. It would be easy for him to say that he couldn't sleep because he missed Fleur, but that wasn't the case. Yes, he missed her when it was late at night and he wanted someone to physically be with, but he didn't miss her. Being apart from her for all this time made him see that he was less in love with Fleur than with the idea of her. Had he cared deeply for her? Yes. Had he truly loved her? No. Although the sight of her walking around Hogwarts alone, the subject of many stares and whispers made him feel a twinge of pity for her. And he couldn't deny that the hurt and angry stares she gave him made him wish he had ended things differently. She had been a huge part of his life, if only for less than a year, and he had cared for her. But he had learned over the past few weeks that they had never been meant to be. But missing Fleur in his bed wasn't what kept him up. He had a feeling that he was missing something. That there was something staring him right in the face and he didn't see it. Something big was coming, and he had the uneasy feeling that he should know what it was. The 18th of March 3:15 a.m. Luna awoke from a deep sleep to find that her silk sheets were drenched in sweat. She pushed her comforter away and looked down at her nightgown that was stuck to her body. Luna grimaced and lumbered out of bed, and down the hall into the third-year Ravenclaw girls' bathroom. She stripped off her nightgown and froze as her eyes caught sight of her reflection in the mirror. Luna's entire body was covered in red and blue bruises. Her collarbone was completely purple, and her arms looked as though someone had attacked them with a beater's bat. Luna gently touched her hip where a ghastly bruise stood out darker than the rest, and flinched as pain seared through her body. "Bloody hell," Luna muttered. Luna was used to her visions causing her physical pain, but she never woke up with injuries without remembering the vision behind them. She frowned as she walked towards her medical bag and dug around for healing ointment. Luna unscrewed the lid and began to slather her body with the thick white paste. The entire time her frown continued to deepen, and her eyes shone with worry. She had the feeling that something bad was going to happen and that she should know what it was. The 1st of April. Giant orange and red flames flickered in the ornate fireplace. Silver candlesticks stood out in stark contrast to the black marble. Bellatrix stood in front of Tom, who was sitting on a high-backed chair, snakes carved on the sides. Nagini was wrapped loosely around Tom's neck. "We must act soon, my lord," Bellatrix stated, staring intently at Tom. "Yes, I have known for some time that plans must be sped up," Tom said silkily. Tom stroked his fingers down Nagin, who flicked her tongue in and out, slight hisses escaping her. "The third task," Tom said after a moment of silence. "Everyone will be distracted. The ministry will be easy to take. Hogwarts defenses will be down to let guests in. No one, not even that old fool Dumbledore, will be able to stop me." A joyous glint entered Bellatrix, eyes and a cruel smirk spread across her face. The 3rd of April. Harrison pulled out his wand and spun towards the door, a curse ready at his lips. Daphne held up her hands in mock surrender as the door to the room of requirement swung shut. Harrison immediately lowered his wand and felt his body relax. I thought you'd be in here. She smiled hesitantly. It's the only place I can be alone, Harrison said. Daphne stared at him for a moment. I can leave if you want me to. No, the word tumbled out quickly. Harrison smiled at her. He had been thinking about Daphne a lot lately, especially at night. He had been trying to focus on his father's plan, but her face would always break through his thoughts. Daphne's blue eyes sparkled with thought as she walked over and sat next to him on the couch. You've been quiet lately, Daphne said matter of fact. You don't have to be. Daphne placed her hand on his knee. Not with me. Harrison felt a wave of emotions flood through him. Anger over the betrayal he felt from Victor. Annoyance at the way Fleur stared at him every day. Determination that his father's plan must succeed or else. Harrison looked into Daphne's eyes and he could see the longing in them. He reached out his hand and ran his fingers through her own hair, pulling her towards him. His lips crashed onto hers, and her fingers wound their way through Harrison's hair. Daphne Ned into his key, and before he knew what was happening she was pushing Harrison down on the couch. Harrison felt heat course through his body as Daphne laid her body flush against his. Daphne Ed Harrison's neck, and he ran his hands down her back. Daphne pulled back, breathing heavily, the sexiest smile Harrison had ever seen playing on her lips. Her cheeks were red, and her red robes were wrinkled. I like you, Harrison Riddle. Daphne said bluntly, a question dancing in her eyes. Daphne, Harrison gently pushed Daphne off and sat up on the couch. He leaned back onto the black couch, and ran a hand through his hair. I know you like me too, Daphne said. And I know what you're going to say. Daphne adjusted her robes. I know who you really are, Harrison. Nothing you do will shock me. No risk that comes with being with you would be too great. You know that I am well aware of what I'd be getting into. Harrison looked away from Daphne. A part of him had always been drawn to her, intelligent and beautiful. As cruel to those she hated as she was loyal to those she loved. He had been thinking about her romantically for a while now, since shortly after he ended things with Fleur. But what if in the end she couldn't handle who he truly was? You've told me your father is planning his takeover at the third task, Daphne said. After that you'll be free to live a normal life, she smirked, well as normal as you can being the son of the Dark Lord. You know I'll be helping my father create a new world, Harrison said bluntly. That isn't normal. Daphne gave him a pointed look. And I want to be there for you while you do. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, diamonds sparkling on her lobes. You can't stop living in the meantime. Harrison looked into Daphne's eyes and he could see the truth in them. She had been one of his best friends his entire life. She knew him better than anyone. He felt his body relax as he grabbed Daphne's hand and at it. Daphne smiled brilliantly and Harrison leaned in for a key. The 4th of April. Thomas Davies and Ezekiel Smith shifted anxiously. Moody's right eye was spinning wildly as its socket and he was holding onto his staff so tight that his knuckles were nearly albino white. You're sure they're moving up the date for their attack? Remus asked. The deep lines in his face looked even more pronounced than usual. Yes, Thomas said. His mouth felt dry. Yet you don't seem to know when. Moody barked, slammed his staff. Alistair, Dumbledore said calmly. He looked older than his age. His eyes were dull as he stroked his beard before placing his hands folded on the long oak table. You know that Tom trusts very few people. He isn't likely to tell low-level Death Eaters exactly when the attack will take place. They don't even know what's expected of them, Albus. Moody said gruffly. How can we plan for something when we're completely blind? We'll plan for the worst, like always, Remus said. It's our only option. Moody grunted as his eyes bored into the 2 undercover Aurors. For all our sakes, Moody said, we better hope that he loops his Death Eaters in soon. Moody limped towards the door. Or we won't stand a chance. The 10th of April. Chatter echoed around the Great Hall. Hundreds of candles floated overhead, casting a warm glow. White flower petals floated down above the students before disappearing above their heads. The smell of spring filled the air, flowers and early morning mist. Fleur paid no attention while arms crossed in front of her grabbing plates piled high with eggs and bacon. Fleur had to bite the inside of her cheek to stop herself from glaring at the Slytherin table. Every morning for the past week anger, sadness, and disgust would flood into her as she watched Daphne and Harrison enter the great hall holding hands. How could Harrison move on so fast? Did their nights together mean nothing? How could he have moved on with her? Fleur had always suspected that Daphne had a crush on Harrison, but she never thought that he would fall in return. But she should have. Owned hair, clear complexion, intelligent, and wealthy, so much like Fleur. Her hand tightened around her fork as Daphne rose from the Slytherin table. Laughter rang out from the Slytherin table and Daphne held her hand out to Harrison. The two began to make their way out of the great hall, Cass and Blaise following behind. Fleur dropped her fork and stood up quickly, elbowing the Ravenclaw next to her. Fleur ignored the girl's glare and quickly made her way towards the large oak doors, ignoring the sympathetic stares and whispers. Fleur exited the great hall and craned her neck to look behind a group of students. She caught a glimpse of Daphne's owned hair rounding a corner and picked up her speed. She didn't know what she was going to do or say, but she knew she had to confront Harrison and Daphne. She couldn't get Harrison out of her head. The awful thing he had his friends do repulsed Fleur, but she couldn't go an hour without his face crossing her mind. She needed closure if she was ever going to move on. Fleur pushed past a first-year boy wearing a Hufflepuff tie and mumbled an apology. The sound of her kitten heels on the stone floor sounded like fireworks in her ears. She felt her blood run cold as Daphne's laugh echoed down the hall. Fleur rounded a corner and exited out of a pair of large doors and stepped into the cool morning air. Harrison and Daphne were leaning against a pillar, his arms snaked around her shoulders. Cass and Blaise were sitting on a bench, their knees touching. Daphne's laughter died when they caught sight of Fleur. She saw Harrison's eyes harden and Blaise sit up pin straight. Harrison. His name flew out of Fleur's mouth before she could think of what to say. Fleur. Harrison inclined his head. Can we talk? Fleur's voice was shaky as emotion flooded her. Daphne leaned further into Harrison, and she could see him arm tighten around her. Bile rose in her throat as she pictured Harrison on top of Daphne. She pushed the unwanted image away. There's nothing more to say. Harrison was blunt, and Fleur couldn't sense any kindness towards her in his tone or expression. We're going to be late for charms, Daphne interjected. Anger flooded Fleur and she could feel the Vila in her rising, and it took all of her strength to squash it down. I wasn't talking to you. Fleur snapped, finding her voice. Anger flashed in Harrison's eyes and he pushed himself off the pillar. He came towards Fleur in 3 large strides. She could feel the anger pulsating off him. She couldn't bring herself to look past him to see his friend's expressions, and she didn't care about them anyways. I would watch your words carefully, Harrison said quietly. You left me for her. Fleur spat, her accent thick. You claim it was because I couldn't understand, but that isn't true. If it was, you wouldn't be with her a few weeks later. You wanted her. You were sleeping with me. Holding me. Dotting me. You were thinking of her, weren't you? Fleur could feel her cheeks burning. Walk away, Fleur. Harrison's tone was flat, void of all emotion. I cared about you, so I will give you a chance, but you need to stop talking and walk away. Fleur stared at him, she didn't know where that came from. She couldn't be sure Harrison hadn't cared for her, she truly believed that he had. But how could he move on so fast? No guy would ever look at her the way he did, like she was human and not some unattainable goddess. He was capable of such cruelty, but could she have come to understand? Fleur swallowed hard. She turned to look at Daphne who was watching the scene unfold with amusement. I had him first, Fleur said. When he's inside of you, know that, and hope he doesn't grow bored of you too. Daphne's amusement turned to anger and then was immediately masked, but Fleur could feel it radiating off her. Now, Fleur. Harrison's tone was deathly. And stay away from Daphne. Tears stung Fleur's eyes and she blinked rapidly to keep them from falling. How did I end up here? How am I all alone? Fleur took a step back before running past them towards the Beauxbatons carriage. The 11th of April. A tiny house elf poured steaming hot tea into 2 white china cups. Lucius waved his hand and the house elf bowed before popping away. Lucius stared up at the Malfoy family portrait hanging in pride of place above the ornate black and gold fireplace. Draco's handsome young face looked seriously ahead, while Lucius' breathtaking wife smiled coyly. His eyes passed over the priceless artifacts glimmering on the mantel before settling onto Tom. Everyone who will be taking part in June has been informed of what will be required of them, Lucius said proudly. Good, Tom said. Nagini slithered around his chair, her scales glinting in the glow of the fireplace. Everything appears to be going according to plan. And Victor? Lucius asked, one perfectly sculpted brow rising into his hairline. He's of no use to me, Tom said. Luna's visions have proven to be, his lips curled. They have proven more of a hindrance than a help. It seems Victor will be of no use. Tom stared into the fire and Lucius knew not to press on the matter of Luna's visions. Will he be disposed of? Lucius asked. He knows too much. A plan for Victor is already in motion. Tom replied, waving his hand as though batting away a fly. Oh, Lucius smirked. Harrison's idea, Tom said. My son, so full of ideas. A smirk played on his lips. Lucius wanted to know more but knew he would learn in time. Anticipation and excitement flooded through him as his mind raced with all of the plans that would soon be coming to fruition. Nearly 2 decades of work, and finally their goals would become reality. The time was nearing for the transformation of Britain's wizarding world, and Lucius and his family would be by the Dark Lord's side. The 12th of April 3 p.m. The wind around the Black Lake lashed furiously around Victor as he threw himself against a large tree and slid to the ground. He could feel the wet earth beneath his robes, but he didn't care. His mind raced with thoughts of Ginny, Harrison, and the Dark Lord. What if the Dark Lord ordered his death? What if Harrison and his friends do something further to hurt Ginny? Victor's stomach twisted in knots. His nerves felt like they were on fire. Ginny was innocent in all of this, but because he fell for her she now finds herself in the crossfire. He'll never forgive himself if something happens to her. He didn't know what he could do. He couldn't go to anyone for help, he knew he was being watched. He had to save himself and Ginny on his own. Maybe if he could get away, he could hide somewhere, out of the reach of the Dark Lord. But what about Ginny? She was only in trouble because of him. Without Victor they would have no issue with her. Victor stared over the Black Lake and watched as a bird flew down over the water, its claws grazing the lake before flying back up. Victor breathed in the cool air and let out a deep breath. He knew what he had to do. He would keep Ginny close until after the third task, then he'd get out of Scotland as fast as he could. He just needed to keep them both safe until then. The 12th of April 6 p.m. Clean dishes, a few with tiny chips around the edges, flew across the kitchen and into the open cupboards. Knitting needles worked away at unnatural speeds in midair, blue yarn twisting and turning with black yarn, a scarf slowly forming. Molly moved quickly around the kitchen, flicking her wand and causing the dining chairs to scoot themselves under the cluttered table. Molly's brown eyes scanned the room looking for something to do. She needed something to do. Anything to keep her mind off the battle she knew was coming. Order meetings had been running late as everyone theorized when Voldemort would make a move and what that move would be. It was making her jumpy and filled her with dread. Her mind raced with worst-case scenarios. All Molly could think about was her children. She had lost so many people over the years at the hands of Voldemort and his followers, and the thought of losing anyone else was more than she could bear. The thought of Ginny lying dead on the floor flooded into her mind and she flicked her wand sending a stack of red and blue dishes crashing to the floor. "It'll be okay, Molly," Arthur said quietly. Molly spun around quickly and put her hand on her chest, her breath coming out in sharp bursts. Arthur looked exhausted, she could see the worry etched in his face. Molly stumbled forward and threw her arms around her husband. "Oh, Arthur," Molly whimpered. "You don't know that. I'm so worried." Arthur rubbed her back gently and Molly breathed in his scent. His presence calmed her and her breathing began to return to normal. "We know that he's going to attack," Arthur said. "We're ready for them, Molly. The kids will be okay." "You can't know that for sure," Molly countered. "I have to believe it," Arthur said. "I need to." Molly clung tighter to her husband. She looked out the large window above the kitchen sink. She could remember clearly days filled with laughter, as the kids ran around the overgrown garden. Fred and George would hunt for garden gnomes, and Ginny would search for butterflies. She closed her eyes and tried to convince herself that she was there again, listening to them laugh under the summer sun. She couldn't help but feeling that her thoughts were the closest that she would get to those days ever again. The 17th of April. Harrison dodged a bright red light and flicked his wand, sending a bright purple spell towards Blaze. The spell bounced off a shield charm and Blaze smirked. Harrison shot one spell after another, blue and green flashes of light charging towards Blaze. The room of requirement erupted into laughter and cheers as Blaze's shield fell and he flew into the air, slamming into the back wall. He slid to the ground. Who cast these cushioning charms? Blaze complained as he rubbed the back of his head. The room did. Harrison laughed. The room must have it out for you. Funny, Blaze muttered. Oh, lighten up, Leo said. I'm next. An excuse to cast spells at you. Cass asked. I'm in. Harrison sat down on a large gray couch and put his hand on Daphne's knee. She key. At him and Harrison wished they were alone. She pulled away and winked at him as if she could read his thoughts. Harrison shook his head in amusement and turned to watch Cass and Leo duel. He was growing impatient for the third task. He was tired of putting on a mask. Tired of pretending to the professors and the world. He wanted to stand by his father's side, striking down those who would oppose them. He wanted to transform Hogwarts into a school that would produce the strongest wizards in the world. He watched his friends cast shields and shoot spell after spell. Cass was turning into a top-rate dueler, her mom in miniature. Leo was fast and his spell work creative. He couldn't wait to see what him and his friends would accomplish once they could come into the light. Daphne leaned into Harrison and he breathed in her scent. They had only been together a week, but he was already falling fast. Her touch sent chills all over his body and her smile drove him crazy. Barty had told him that he would never be able to give himself away completely, but Harrison didn't believe that. He was young, but not foolish, and being with Fleur had been eye-opening. Daphne was everything he ever wanted and he could see a future with her. He was looking forward to where their relationship went. Daphne. Blaze asked and gestured towards the dueling platform. You're on, Daphne said. Harrison smirked. Blaze won't know what hit him. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.